they're going to want to see it.
Well, we gotta get what? Here's the thing.
Cost you $20.
Cash.
10 apiece, meantime.
Cash.
That damn Matt, I told him, look, I'm getting ready to get my judges their tips and 100 pieces. Well, he goes, I get 5 times that, dude. $500. No. 3 judges, $300. That's $1,500. I said, damn, I gotta get my money back from the judges.
Matt, tell him he ain't getting his beef that way.
Oh, no, boy, I know. Charge 20. He's trying to rob me.
Yeah.
I know.
Yeah.
Appreciate it, too.
Yeah, now they don't do that. That's what they did for a long time. But, yeah.
That's why 2 throws yesterday.
That's way out of bars.
Yeah. Yeah.
All the big water, silk crawl, and all you want.
Yeah.
Spots down.
You better bring it in. I have a bush they raise it. So you don't so out of 7 long story short, he always took it. Oh, there's so much more fat in them.
Well, that's what these
Breaker one night.
Out to each tip.
Oh, really?
Whenever you get a chance. Yeah.
111.
Yeah, okay. I got it right. Yeah, all the commotion.
No, you're fine.
Yeah, okay. Thank you.
Right there.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Pretty nice. Wow. Well.
Did you watch the game last night? No. The Yankees, it was
should. He'll just run on the
Slide hammer, heavy round stop on where you can get morning.
Then he bobbles the ball, makes aisle. Then the pitcher, their $300 million pitcher, didn't go cover first. Yeah. And the guy beat him there. They gaggled. And of course, the first thing this morning on.
You can tilt it. What if it's you can't touch these? You sit there in the sunroof, you can just get up, push two buttons, and
Yeah, tilt it.
I mean, it's to the point of pipeline rig. I've got a yellow one and a green one too.
God, one is here.
Boy, it's working on the pipeline. He said, "Here, you can have these for pipeline."
Well, here's the thing. If you think of it from a media guy, though, they're really not that upset.
Just try to get
To the network that has it. Because the weekend right now, you got
yellow one. You're gonna set out. It's even that much more. For the flies.
I have a 75. Saturday is special. Is that what you got for Somebody, my neighbors threw away a 75 inch. I got on YouTube. I put it on my wheelbarrow. Pulled up my garage. I got on YouTube. And I go, $28 junction.
Yeah. Good luck with all
From
that.
the board to the light, which goes out all the time.
You got a radio?
Cheat sheet anyway.
The field, they all ready?
They just made me happy to fix it. It was just, I just.
Joe?
Yes, sir.
It don't shit.
Let me get a confirmation from the trailer. Everybody hear us? We're gonna do a test.
No. You want to show them tomorrow? They want 20 test runs? However many we ran.
Sunday, one way or another. Yeah, it's my night. We had 3 more trees after this. She's ready. He's got their knives. Right here. All right, so the lens $38,000. How much is the camera?
Camera's not bad. They charge you $500. I'm only doing 20.
I was just thinking an 87.
I got a good deal. Package a case.
Box cutter.
Viewfinder is $1,500 extra.
help you?
Yes, Mr. Tell us you can.
Are you homeless? Always hanging around. She saw the food on the table.
Just your foul. You can let us ride out there and take a picture real quick?
Hello! Oh, nope. Too late now.
Yeah, well, I think I can, just talk about that.
I've had these things for like 15 years. Wear no line. Now I don't want them to wear no line. I mean, I ain't a book chaser.
There's a real, true reason for us running like this. I don't really see it.
I would say it's different.
Somebody get a test dog. I ain't got one. Ron got it.
You don't know when to go to.
All right, come on, let's go. Let's watch the marks.
I can't keep a straight face and do it.
Oh my God.
Here she goes again.
Push me right into it.
Y'all ain't got nothing to worry about. First time around this y'all can trip me.
Good morning. How you doing? Doing good. Set the bar high yesterday, Nick. Really, really high. All right, guys, everybody ready? Here we go. Dog to the line. Bird one. Bird two.
Oh, we're going.
There you go. Pick those up. I'll start over.
No, that is not an over.
There's a reason for that.
Get them glasses.
Get it go down.
All right, here we go again. All right, guys, here we go again.
Start over?
Focus. Off to the line. Bird one. Bird two.
Did he walk out the blind?
All right, y'all go pick those up. Line plan and walk out 25. Good luck, guys.
Thank y'all. That's my question.
Grace will be back up here in a minute.
Yeah, but we gotta sit up here and watch.
Oh, yeah. Yeah.
It just doesn't click in.
You got to see you to get it.
Did you?
Maybe you can do something. Big weight van's not going to be there.
I mean, I could pay it myself. I already did that.
You doing okay? Good deal. Good luck today.
Give it to you. Hold on. You make a couple of phone calls before you do, because that's what I'm going to have to do. Get ready.
Yeah, the real lighter one. Yeah, yeah, the killer weed.
Killer weed.
Yeah.
We need to move this table over a little bit.
Came looking for you last night. Couldn't find you. I saw it.
They're not gonna move it, because when it rains, it's gonna come right down through there.
Yeah.
It's back over here.
Oh, you're talking about early.
Yeah, it's gonna rain, so.
Oh, it's gonna rain a lot. Yeah, I can scoot over.
But it is going, it keeps going, I mean, it's that way. Canoe's got one. Jim Joe?
What's that?
She did Jimmy, Kevin, and Matt, and you.
Oh. The men.
Would you take it with you yesterday? Kid, they got your sugar outside.
There's Matt. Good morning. What's up? How are y'all? I'm all right. Yeah. Just hoping we avoid the rain, but I think we're gonna get some at some point. Yeah. Well, hopefully it's not as bad. It doesn't look as bad as it did yesterday.
Marty.
We just walked that way. Marty. Marty.
Tropicana, they're getting him.
Yeah, what happened yesterday was when it started raining, tell us it came between two tents right down. So. Well. I'll be fine. What I did was book. I draw the schematic. Because it's Montana, there's even some in Las Vegas now. I guess the Browns over in Las Vegas area. Really? Yeah, like unbelievable. Like big rubber brand.
Really?
Yeah.
Huh.
Wow. Yeah.
Hey guys, we ready? Call dog. Judges ready?
Ready.
First dog's 82.
Joe, we're good?
Yep. 82. 82.
Hey, there she is. Hey, good morning.
Blind is planted, correct?
Good luck. Blind is planted too.
Thank you.
Blind planted.
Bird 1, bird 2, y'all are ready, correct?
Kevin's coming.
Y'all for all your help once again. Hopefully many more times today, but we appreciate y'all. Call the first dog. This is a real.
Don't throw him like sissy. That's a good term.
Well, good morning, everybody, and welcome back to the 2024 SRS Crown Championship, brought to you by Eukanuba. I'm your host, Pat Burns, and we are continuing the second series, Double and a Blind, and I have a guest here, Mr. Brian Broussard. Brian, how are you?
I'm good, Pat.
Good to have you. Good to have you. Brian, well, Brian ran yesterday, and he had probably the toughest conditions imaginable, where a storm came in, he ran late, the lighting got tough. Brian, that was a tough deal there, buddy.
It really was. You know, but you can't predict the weather, right? I mean, you have to go when you have to go, and it was tough, but you know, you do your best to try to get through it.
Well, control, and you can't control the weather. And this is like any outdoor sporting event. The weather's got a challenge. All right, hey, let's get
there we
our
go.
First dog's
bird
coming up.
Yep. This is Miss Grace Williams with B.
Remember, you come up and you watch a double thrown. It's a walk-up. As soon as you hit the mat, the right bird goes off. And you're instructed to run this land blind. And the land blind's a tricky deal. 231 yards is what it is. And it's nestled in a little group of trees. Not a lot of room to navigate the ending of this blind. So you really got to be on your game. The wind is very light, kind of at our back. Whether if this wind goes a little left to right or right to left, it's going to make a fairly substantial difference in how these dogs finish this blind.
Drifting in toward the right mark a little.
Now, if we get a left to right wind, the dogs are going to maybe want to wrap around this corner a little more.
Will.
Which, you see how this is? And I'll tell you, Brian, I mean, you know, you think there's not much wind, but it doesn't take much wind for a dog to be affected by it. Yesterday, they had a tendency to want to hook left.
That's right, correct.
All right.
Now she's in a better place. She can get this cast.
And the dogs have, for whatever reason, kind of wanted to dive into these trees a little early.
Nope. It's not easy getting them in that little hole there under that tree.
Isn't. Here's going to be the key, though. We're going to see, where does this dog smell this blind now?
Yep.
And I tell you, see,
see,
she thinks she's not deep enough.
Look at that.
You blow that coming whistle a little too early, but she got him back under control.
She did. And it is so hard to see.
And we've got a blown up picture here.
Yeah.
Which you don't have. I mean, so.
It is so hard to tell.
This is red zone handling at its best.
Absolutely, absolutely. I would really like, after this test is over, to just walk out there and get a close look at that.
If it were me, and I'm going to do it myself, before we leave these grounds, I'm going to walk out there and stand at that.
I mean, B wasn't.
Watch your dog's head. This is going to tell you just. The dog looked there. He may have been looking at the. Yeah. You got behind those trees is your blind planter.
You know how stressful that is on the handler, Miss
Oh,
Pat.
my goodness.
We've both been there.
Deeper, here's the key.
Because that dog was 8 feet from that bird.
But he was on the upwind side.
On the upwind side, exactly.
8 feet miles will be 8 miles when you're on the upwind side, and when you can't see it. Yeah. Once they set up camp on the downwind side of a holding blind, they don't really want to change. And this dog came back out and tried something different. And
it's in a better place right there. All right.
As a handler, if I'm coming up in the next 10 dogs, I am studying like crazy where these dogs are smelling the birds.
You bet.
Because what we feel online is not necessarily what's happening in the field. And on every one of these marks, you're going to identify where is the scent cone, the downwind scent cone.
Exactly. You know, this mark right here, Pat, this left mark, that one goose decoy right in front of the dog is dead in line where the bird, and it deflects one way or the other.
And
See it?
There's brush on the left side of the mat, so
exactly.
You've got to kind of situate yourself in the best position.
Okay.
Well, she's got that in the books.
Well, that was not too bad of a left-hand bird. Little hunt to it.
Trying to adjust our brightness of our monitor a little bit for better visibility.
Okay.
Okay, so I'm gonna start to,
Let's see if we can time.
I'm gonna time this now that we've got, we'll see what today's, trying to time the test here a little bit so we can get a little idea on what our likely completion time is.
So it looks like on deck is Ray Cato. Looks like this is Traeger. Real nice dog. Had a really good year this year.
Well, Ray's a gamer.
Oh, he is. Yes, sir. Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Really
Tell you, I
nice
watched
guy.
him
He and his
last
wife
year.
Carol are really good people.
Yeah, I tell you, there's been some deadly husband-wife teams in the world of field
and
trials.
they're one of them.
Yep,
They're one
right.
in this game for sure.
I think of
on the amateur
Bill
side.
and Jamie Woodson in my world. You had Mac and Linda Bowes, John and Laura Parrott. I mean,
absolutely.
They're when you tag team on that, sometimes it's interesting to train with the husband and wife teams. They can get a little.
I've never had the pleasure.
Funny, there were a few of them that they would have like a 5-minute rule.
Oh, really?
They couldn't talk to each other till after 5 minutes.
He's good, Stephen.
All right. Hey, I understand South Louisiana lingo. But anyways, they would have like a rule where you can't talk to me. Like a husband would run up right after they came offline and say, "Why did you give that cast?" And then there'd be this big argument. So they say, "We can't talk to each other for, or maybe 30
That's probably
minutes."
good policy.
Isn't that
it's
funny?
probably good policy. Let's see, we have a little bit of a delay. What's happening here?
Yeah, they were
go out
taking
to
the
the
jacket
room.
out.
Oh, I got you.
To, I think, the cameraman. Maybe he had something that was exposed and they were trying to make sure he was a little more camouflaged. I think our right-hand cameraman there,
I might have said
he
the
got
wrong
attacked by
dog. Let
wasps.
me look at the list. I thought that might have been Traeger, but
Oh, you're looking at the running order there.
yeah, it is Traeger. Okay, yeah.
I tell you what, they're trying to do everything they can to make sure everything is the same and as fair as possible for all these dogs.
That's true.
Because yesterday the rain was hitting and people were bundled up wearing rain jackets.
Mm-hmm.
So far,
And
we expected, to be battling rain this morning, and right now it doesn't look too bad.
forecast, it has improved a little bit.
I was going to take a look.
Okay, so here's Ray coming to the line with Traeger.
Well, what did I just get here? I got a special weather statement, but
Uh-oh, that doesn't.
there's a
look
heavy
good.
line of thunderstorms west and north of us, and actually, it looks like right now they're predicting it a little bit after lunch, 1 to 2
First bird
p.m.
out. Well, that's a pretty dog, isn't he? Traeger's just a nice looking dog.
Is he? Oh, okay. They must have got it. They got a no
They
bird.
had a no bird.
Left-hand
Didn't
bird. I
look
think
like
what,
he
what
saw it very
happened
well.
yesterday a little bit is that throw. They had a. If it didn't get a nice arc, they called it a no bird. So they're just trying to stay consistent with their standard.
You get the bird boy?
Is there a standard procedure for no birds? Does the handler have the option, or does the judges dictate that?
Usually the judges will make the offer, make 3 dogs, you know, then you can. They'll usually let it, but most people just would rather come
So
back.
why
in.
wouldn't you want to take advantage of it? I mean, especially when you're early like this, the more you, the more advantage for you.
Well, yeah, I think so, but I think a lot depends on the dog itself.
Sometimes they don't want to. They leave. The dog gets too
They
too
get
excited,
more
jacked
amped up to
I
come
got
back,
it.
and
I got it.
and
Well,
just adds more anxiety.
when they gave me like yesterday on the first series, if I got a no bird on that long bird, I kind of loved it because I think I could come back and make and emphasize watching that bird a little more. All right, so Ray's. Notice
Here we
he
go.
switched sides. He
Yep.
watched the birds down on the left,
Load them off.
and he switched from the left to the right side as his cue that we're going to do something. Well, and that's the perfect line, just that gap between the snow geese, the speckle belly decoys there.
Mhm. That's a good little corridor to shoot for.
Is he going to? You'll see some handlers use verbal cast at certain times and then silent. And boy, there's a great view of the end of this barn.
It is,
Take
huh?
a look at this, folks.
This is the
I think you're
critical
starting
piece
to
of it.
appreciate where the blind is just a little deeper than you first think.
We got close.
Well,
I mean, he poked his head in there, didn't he?
dogs seem to be seeing the handler pretty good.
Yeah.
All right.
There it is.
Ray-
It's a good blind.
Ray finished that blind strong, didn't
He
he?
sure did. That was a
When
good
that dog
finish.
started to hunt there, he knew he was near it.
Mm-hmm. Just not a lot of breeze right now either.
There isn't.
It's pretty-
And I don't think that, I think he just ran right up to it.
He did.
I mean, I don't think he ever winded that blind. He just put his head on it, which is, well, that's what you want to do
That's
as a
what you
handler,
want to do, exactly.
especially on a blind like that. So these guys, these first dogs are, I mean, they're trying to make up some ground because the big cuts, first big cut's happening right after this.
Absolutely.
So the reason they're running early is because they had high scores, which are actually, you know, remember, the higher the number, you've had more penalty points. Angling left to right now. That dog kind of winded that bird behind it. And a little deep. Just kind of just now short mode, and then some of them hunted real short on this one, but this guy's, well, now I can see why he didn't waste any time, because he had the look he wanted. Now, does he wind it right there? Ooh, okay, he got by that
A little
bird.
long.
And he's still going. Oh yeah,
Yeah.
Well, I couldn't tell. Do you think he missed it on the left?
He
or
was
the
short
right?
of it. I think he missed it on the right.
Well, my theory about an angling left to right crosswind may not be accurate. But it's probably just going to be a little light and variable. And coming off that long retired gun in the previous series, some of these dogs, I mean, this is a probably, I'm not going to say it's the total opposite, but there's a lot of field behind this bird, and if these dogs are thinking we got to go long, well,
I think that's
saw
what
what
makes
happened.
this mark. You wouldn't think it'd be that hard, but there's a lot of ground, open ground behind
boy,
it.
okay, I saw where, I've got a little dark, come over here a second there,
Mm-hmm.
Brian. You see, right over the right corner, we're looking at it from a different angle.
Mm-hmm.
There's a little, like right over the right tip, there's a little dark weed there.
Mhm.
And that, when you get over here, that's the mark you can use from the stage here. So
Yeah.
we're trying to mark these, end of these marks, just like the handlers are, and hopefully the dogs.
Yeah, and hopefully the dogs, yes. All right.
All right. Well, 2 dogs in.
There's a little sunlight on that last
Guns up, guns up.
bird.
Come on up. Wow.
This is Steve Endurance with Cooper.
Handlers are forgetting a little instructions, and they're making them.
Yeah.
They make them come up on lead, stand outside the blind for a second, and then take it off and walk up. So a few handlers come out of the blind off lead, and they're using attrition with the handlers. They're making them do it again. Okay.
Heel.
There goes Steven.
Yeah, Steve Endurance.
Now in this game, you don't get a number. The judges don't release you. When the birds hit the ground, you're on your own.
Correct. Yes, sir. There's no release here.
So really, there's no such thing as a break after they hit the ground.
Right.
Once the bird hits,
You're
the
free
dog
to-
goes.
Yes, but bird has to hit the ground first.
Gotcha.
Can't send them while it's in the air.
Steven's working him pretty good here,
He
trying
is very methodical.
to get the look he wants. Watch Steven's mechanics. This is exactly right over the tip of the dog's nose.
Mhm.
And he's not quite getting
Not-
it. He's
it's
kind of
not
check swinging
settled,
here a
yeah.
little bit, but when I coach, this is kind of the hand position that I like. Right over the tip of their nose, above their linus, above, so you don't block their vision, but they're aware of the hand. Steven's letting this line roll a little bit.
Yeah, he sure is.
Interesting. Well, sometimes you let that momentum build up in that direction. It's hard to change it.
It's hard
You
to
got
change
to
it,
cast
yeah.
there, but this
He's
the
still
dogs
needs
have
to-
wanted to go right here today, a little bit right. There's been they favored yesterday. Sometimes they favored the left.
They favored the left, especially when they got in the hole back there.
So you notice Steven went verbal here
Mhm.
in an effort, and he got what he wanted.
He got what he wanted.
He regenerated rearward momentum. He was trying to teach his dog to drive. Let's see what he does here. Boom.
Yep.
That's
it.
the sweet spot right
That's
there.
it, right there.
That's the sweet spot.
Steven's had a lot of success with this dog, Cooper.
So is this this year's High Point dog?
Mhm. Yes, sir. You can do the team of the year, I believe.
Well, and he
Oh,
had a rough
yeah.
go of it in the first. I mean, that's why he's running now. But
That's correct.
sometimes, you know, you go out there and smoke this, maybe you can come from the back of the pack and stay alive a little bit.
Yeah, this dog's owned by David Boykin. Really
Interesting.
nice dog.
Steven's trying to. The reason he probably did that, he's trying. Oh, he's going left bird
He
next.
sure is.
Probably trying to preserve that line for that right-hand short bird. Trying to keep. Notice he's every little bit. See that little move with it, Steven's right leg. He's just trying to just give the dog a little information. When you notice his hand, in my world, I call that a casual hand. The hand is not real firm. You're giving him a little bit of information, but you're trying. Look at Steven's looking for that
Checking
wind.
the wind.
You're trying to, but you're not trying to sweat him. You're not trying to punch him.
Right.
Boom.
Boom. That was a great mark. Good job.
And your posture, your voice volume, your hand position all create a state of mind. And you got to think, all right, on this retrieve, do I want him loose? Do I want him a little bit, more sober? And this is, on these marks, you want them fairly loose.
Yep.
In contrast to that long left bird
Yep.
in the first series. Okay. Now you really got to keep them loose because you've gone 2 fairly long retrieves. And you got to, you may not even, see, and Steven uses the hand just kind
The
of.
dog was a little
My
right.
guess is the dog won't even see the hand on this one.
Yeah.
Yep.
He was a little right on the blind. He may have given Steven an indication that he had a good feel for what it was.
The dog can identify that the holding blind is, it's essentially the equivalent of a gun, and I think he did just what he wanted.
There it is.
That was pretty sporty
Good
there.
run. Very good run.
Yeah. You know, now, wonderful dog handler team, and I think you saw a good example of why they were so successful. There was a lot of subtle communication that Steven used that the dog really fed off of, and it just gives you that little edge. Steven has a little sigh there. Nicely done.
Very nicely done.
Tell you, you can learn a lot by studying the skilled handlers, because they'll do things that are so subtle that if you're not really watching, you won't even appreciate. Now I'm feeling a little breeze coming.
Yeah, just had a little,
And it
little
wants
wind
to
picked
come
up.
a little bit more like yesterday, that first. But you might be getting, we had some storms come through last night. There's a pretty good line of storms to the west of us here. So there's going to be some changing conditions throughout the day today.
Let's see, it looks like Rob Robinette.
And Brian, you know all the personalities, so that's great. Anything you can share with us about them and would be helpful, because I'm not as familiar.
Go, dog to the line.
So Stevens, from the time this dog took his lead off from when Steven did, was 6 minutes and 26.5 minutes. So that's probably going to be the about as low as you're going to get in between dogs. It puts you at about 9 dogs an hour.
9 dogs an hour. I think yesterday
Which was
we
pretty
were running
much
at
what
about
we
8.
were doing
Yep.
yesterday. You'd get one that took longer, one that was a little shorter at times. And what do we have, about 80 dogs to do today?
Yes, sir.
A little bit of a right-hand line here. Might be a little worried here.
Yeah.
Because, you're one cast refusal from picking up that right-hand
That's
bird.
exactly right. He's really
Just-
close.
If that bird is in line with that, the tree to the right there. Okay,
Tree to
you
the
got it
right,
cast.
yeah.
Yeah, the
He
one
got
just
it.
on the edge of the screen,
He's
but at
past-
first,
He's past it now.
yeah, he's past it.
See if he gets his cast. They're pulling right.
No, you're going to be studying this now. Interesting. He went verbo and he got the directional change. always love watching this part here and how you manage it. Let's see if people went to school in this. Dogs seem to be seeing the handler better today.
Yeah. See the dog better in that
Boom.
in there too. That was good.
Well, that was well executed as well. Stephen went left bird second. I wonder if, sometimes people will see a dog pick birds up in a certain order that does it successful, and they start to try to mimic that. But most of the time, most handlers will choose to pick up the next shortest bird.
Most of the time.
That's on the ground. But it's not a rule, of course.
No, it's not a rule.
No, I mean, it's not really yeah, exactly.
I guess people tend to run like they train. Right. More so,
And then you're just going to be flexible, and then you got to take into account what the dog wants. Sometimes you argue with them too much, and you get yourself in trouble. I think he thought he had a little bit too far look to the right.
Yeah.
So he's trying to bump him out towards
move him over.
I'm going to point something out, Brian, here in a second that I want your thoughts on. But let's because
he's not.
I'm always thinking like, all right, I'm 3 dogs down in the holding blind. What am I going to do? What have I seen that gives me information to tweak my strategy? And I'll tell you what one thought is.
Okay. Having a little hard time getting him to look where he wants him to.
Now, he did use a hand.
He sure did.
But I think he did it because he was trying. The dog wanted to look right.
Yep. And it looked like he's going the way he wanted to, the way he was looking.
Okay, so I want to talk to you about this. This is the perfect time to talk about it. See the line of the blind?
Mm-hmm.
I think the further right you are in the beginning, the harder it's going to push you right on this mark. If not that the blind was that much different, but if you play this blind at or slightly left, the dogs are going to be more comfortable going more at that right end bird.
I would agree with that.
And I think if you get that line here and you've handled them off of it, it's going to tend to push them to the right.
I agree with that.
Because every dog has wanted to go right here and on this mark, and
so far
some of them came up with it quicker, but their initial hunt, there's a look of, you can see of the
it's not in a great
throw
place
in
right
the
there.
line.
He needs to come back through.
Tell you what, it's not the easiest thing in the world to come back from.
It's not.
You set up camp, the dogs kind of have something they want to hunt there, those trees. It gives them an object to work off of, and it's
come on out.
Just deep enough in this dog.
Out a little bit. Let's see what happens here.
And there's not much wind to help them here.
No.
Got tangled up in a few thorns.
Some thorns.
But he's trying to find something here.
Looks like he's eating something.
Hopefully he's not eating a cow pie.
I think that's what's happening.
She said, I need a little potty break, and then we'll see what. He says, all right, we better go back to work and see if we can find this thing. I don't know how well this handler can see.
I don't know if he can.
He's walking around.
She's in front now. She's back behind the trees. There you go.
Yeah, she kind of disengaged from the mark at that point. It was like,
I think that's
I'm
right.
not
She
quite
got
sure
distracted,
what I'm
and
looking
I think she was just distracted and lost her focus.
for. You wouldn't think, what's a 62-yard mark?
You wouldn't think it'd be that hard.
No,
huh?
but
I think you made a really good point, though. With that.
That initial
the dogs that are going right on that blind. It closes up that end of the field for them. And so when you come back and you push them that way, they just
and it may be one argument for going left second to let that area kind of cool off and make them a little more comfortable going in there.
Yep.
I'd
like to know if that was part of Stephen's thoughts, but
So you notice the handlers are trying to use the right edge of that mat here on this because you get a little better angle at the bird. There's a
You do, and the reason I
that-
did that yesterday because you can clear that one decoy a little bit more.
Oh, and then this little patch, if you're right dead center of the mat, this patch of cover on the left kind of obscures your.
You really have to make the choice when you get to the mat and run this mark, whether you prefer to be on the on the outside of it or the inside of it.
So
because that one decoy is, I mean, it is dead in
dead
line
on
where
line.
the bird's
Dead on
falling.
line.
Unless you get a little bit of an off throw, but if you get on the very corner of that mat,
Yeah, you set up camp on the right side of this holding line or the gun station. This dog's making his way back over there, though.
there you go.
Did that dog win that bird from there?
Well, it kind of looked like it, huh? It kind of looked like it.
It did.
It did.
And that shows you there's a left to right component now. Again, it could be a little breeze here, a little breeze there, maybe not consistent enough to count on. But taking into account the line on your previous retrieve and how that is going to affect the line on your next, strategizing. And I always talk about creating a comfort zone. In other words,
Plant the blind, please. Plant the blind.
let's say that was the go bird, it was a triple. I would step up a little harder to try to get a line a little left so I can talk the dogs in. Well, there's some scores here. All right, Steven comes in with a 49 here on that job. That's pretty sporty. Carter had a 54 yesterday. And I'm pretty sure that 49 is going to be our low score so far. Well, here we go. Here we go. And Brian, you had
Ray.
that tough buck. You were 79 there. Yep.
Ray comes in this morning with a 78 with Traeger.
Okay.
It's a good run.
Okay. So as we get closer now, you guys, are you going to start to identify what you think the cutoff number is going to be? As like what the cut.
I think
line's
we'll get a
gonna be?
little bit people are guessing right now. They try
Right,
to determine,
right.
an average of the scores. But yes, once the scores starts to get posted, it really starts to define where you think the.
So what does
cutoff
that
is.
do, though? I mean, is that of any? It just gives us the information. As a handler, does that give you any strategy that you got to go for it a little bit if you're on the edge a little? harder?
When you start getting to the end and you're close to that cutoff, you have to make a decision whether you're going to play it safe or whether you're going to go for it.
Yeah.
You know.
But don't you love it? I mean, that's really
It is.
in every sport you do. You
It
got to say,
is.
am I defensive or am I offensive?
Yeah. Exactly.
All right, Justin.
And there's so many
Well,
factors. The dog can tell you.
Another really quality handler. And you notice these dogs. You see a lot of QA2s in here, and that just gives them
Sure do.
the brown. That's their field trial background, and all those other letters are more of their hunt test background. So these dogs have to be jack of all trades here. Okay, so this dog
Cash is.
chose that little bit of a left-hand line. You notice he went with a verbal cast on his first cast because he wanted to emphasize, didn't want to get too much right on that cast. He wanted to just bump him over, and it worked quite well.
Cash obviously has a lot of experience in here.
Yeah,
He's
got
an
a-
SRS champion, a 5-time grand champion. At least right now he may be 6 with the last grand. I'm not
So
sure.
start
QA2.
watching, start watching how these seasoned handlers attack the end of this blind because he's dead on line to the deal
That's a
now.
good line right there if he'll hold it.
And yesterday, where they wanted to dive left, that doesn't seem to be the tendency here.
Well, there's probably a good.
that was beautiful.
There's a good trail.
And you
going in
notice
there
how
now,
he was
too.
he was patient there. You get a little bit anxious, and they're a little hard to see, and you stop them a little short, and you blow that come-in whistle too soon. That's when it can go bad in a hurry.
Absolutely.
Because that little tweet there kind of gives him permission to hunt, and
Yep.
sometimes it's hard to kind of reestablish control after you've told him it's okay to hunt. All right, let's see what
And
happens
several
here.
dogs.
Let's see if getting a little left line has any effect on his ability to get this dog or at this bird. Look at him. He's glancing. He's trying to set himself up. He's going to swing him in and try to get that good first look. Trying to keep him relaxed. The dog definitely wants to look a little right. But there, and his spine looks really good.
Mm-hmm.
And his line is really good. Now he's just got to mark the bird, right?
That's
you
it.
can do a lot of things,
Find the
but
holding
you can't
blind,
put the bird in their
work it
mouth.
out.
They've got to do some of this on their own. But I do think that helped him get the line he wanted. But still, the dog's got to mark that bird, and he put up a hunt in those trees, but he's popped out. But they're getting pretty dedicated to hunting those trees. But here he comes.
He comes back out.
Ooh, ooh, ooh. There.
In a good spot.
Still
If he can work it
goes
out.
deep. Boy, you think it's like it's not far, but it feels like 100 miles sometimes. I think a little wind of any description would help on this mark. Ooh, ooh, ooh.
They had several dogs get in the trees on this mark already this morning. You think that's the scent of the other dogs is pulling them in there?
Well, I think the
somewhat,
more
maybe?
that hunt there, the more they're going to go there. I mean,
they
they use all that kind of information. So, okay, did he just?
He's got it now. There you go.
Boom. Okay. I mean, not a bad hunt, but a hunt. I mean,
right, a hunt.
it wasn't. I'll move over here and take a look at this. I've got my little clump of cover here marked. Yesterday, every time the dog picked up this mark, it was closer than I thought it was. There's a little, like these fields have little moguls in them, and there's one right around the bird that you see him go.
Well, and there's cockaburros that are
there's
making
all
them
kinds of
bounce
stuff that
around
kind of
through
pushes
there.
him. And he's going pretty much at it. Let's see.
He's in a good
Now
spot right there.
Well, that was a good move. See that deal he just passed over his head? That's right there.
There it is.
Right there, that little dark.
Good, nice job.
Now that was sporty.
Nice job.
Excellent blind. Excellent left-hand mark. Hunt on the right mark. Let's see what score that brings. I always ask you guys, if you just ran, what would you expect your score to be right there?
Oh.
All your points are going to, for the most part, be on the right-hand mark, right?
They're all going to be there for the most part.
Yeah.
We had a really good blind, really good left mark. I'm kind of thinking maybe in the 40s, 50s.
Okay,
like that.
yeah. Our low score was 49?
49, that was Steven.
Was that Steven? Okay.
It'd be interesting to see how they manage the
Okay,
bigger
so
hunt
I
on
wanna
the right
ask-
bird. So this will tell the handlers a lot.
Oh, yes, it will. Yes, it will. So right now, are the judges comparing? They're getting
are.
an average of their scores?
Yes, sir, they are.
Okay.
They are. Each judge does their individual score, and then they compare the three and average them out, and then talk about if there's any big distinction in the points that the judge
Gotcha.
put. Then they'll discuss it, come to some type of consensus, and
Copy that, yeah.
yeah.
Here we go. Guns up, guns up. Come out, come off it in the road.
This is Mike Gibson with Blaze, last year's Crown winner.
Okay.
One of the best amateur in
Yes,
the game for sure.
Well, I interviewed Mike on my
That's right.
a show of mine that for my membership, and I thoroughly enjoyed it because he really, last year when he sat up here just like I'm meeting you, I met him for the first time, and
He's a
really,
tactician.
Really
no
impressed
doubt. He is very much a
by him
tactician.
and his approach. Okay. And Mike this guy was not on his game yesterday. He just didn't feel right. Mike, and I talked to him a little bit about it. He said he sat around a long time. He said that my routine just wasn't quite where I wanted it to be. And this guy, it must be that dog, because he yawned yesterday when the birds are going off. Like, sometimes that's...
You can't count Mike and this dog
No,
out,
no,
because
no.
he had a challenging run in last year's Crown and was able to come
Yes, he came from
back.
behind. Okay, so
Mike's getting a hold of him a little earlier, which is good.
he had a little voice to that. See, to me, that would have been a straight out right verbal, because you probably don't want to get too much directional change of the run. He's gone verbal with his left-handed cast,
That's a good cast, yes, sir.
and he got what he wanted there. Okay, well now
Mike knows how his dog's gonna cast better than anybody, so he's.
Mike keeps a nice, even tempo.
Mm-hmm.
You know, if you can kind of just keep that controlled pace.
See if he gets his
You know,
cast.
he went with voice early in the sequence of the cast because the dog's at a further distance, and he wanted rearward momentum to be the primary influence because the dog started to break down and hunt.
See if he can finish it right here.
This is. All right, Mike, put it in his mouth, buddy.
There it is.
Okay.
Okay.
He needed that cast, and he got it. You
He
know,
had
I know how Mike feels. I tell you, sometimes I've run my best nationals after I've had a bad early series.
Really? Is that right?
Well, because I think I got nothing to lose now.
Well, that's true.
And I say to myself, why didn't I just start handling like that?
Yeah.
And you see that in football
Do
teams.
you think
like,
it makes you focus more when you have a bad?
Yeah, I
you
think
know,
sometimes you're forced to let it all hang out.
let
you
it
know?
all hang out. Yeah.
And I'd often say, man, if I'd have run like with that attitude from the start, I might have won this thing.
That's right.
But sometimes you're trying to keep from making mistakes versus trying to win.
Trying to win.
And it's just,
Yep.
you see that in every sport. You know, team goes into a prevent defense, and now all of a sudden they start giving up stuff, and you know it'll instead of just. But
Well,
it's
you know,
easy,
a baseball
easier
game
said than
isn't
done.
one inning.
Oh, that's right.
You know, so
Speaking of that, our World Series ended last night.
it
Huh?
sure did. Dodgers win. I'm interested to
I
see
win.
how this works out.
right,
Because Mike took a more, his line to the blind was a little bit more left. Than
Mike
some of
uses
the
a little
previous
different style. You notice he uses his outside leg a little more as influence versus
Yeah.
his leg closest to the dog. He stands a little sideways, but well, he got the start he was looking
He
for.
sure did.
Now if the dog will just check down now. Dog's kinda-
He's not far
he's
from it.
right. Is he gonna miss it on the left though?
Oh gosh, he did.
Ooh. Oh,
Oh man.
you know what? Well, but he was going for it.
That's
I
exactly
mean, he knew.
right.
I said, I go out and step on this, step on the left one. I got a fighting chance, but
Exactly.
I tell you, he wasn't 2 dog lengths to the left of that bird.
He was really close. That bird was dead in line with that last big tree. I mean, he didn't miss it by much.
A little puff of a right to left breeze would have, but
Would
you
have
just-
helped him. Yep, that would have been a game changer for him.
sometimes you got to get a little lucky.
Yep.
Get a little bit of a deal, but.
You got to stay with it though. You never know how the weather that might blow in
Oh, I
later is
know.
going to affect the rest of the field. You know.
Yeah, you get,
See what kind of line he is.
and I wouldn't expect anything different from this handler. Whether he's in the lead or in the back seat. Where we
You
at
can
here?
feel the breeze when you step away from the stage.
He's outside this bird too.
Yep.
But sometimes they
He's in
kinda
a good
bend
place
it,
right there.
which he's doing just that. But
Come on,
he's
come on.
still outside of it. a
He's
little bit.
outside of the breeze.
Does he get a whiff of it right there? Ooh, my goodness.
All that. A little.
Or he's I'm going to guess
little
it's
deep.
10, 15 yards deep of this bird, but this dog is, I'll tell you what. And there's it. Was he just deep enough that he's too deep to actually, well, there's a pretty good blow. Did he? Wow. I mean, Mike did everything he could. He put him in the right spot. He just didn't find it.
He's got it now. Yeah,
Well,
sometimes it's a game of inches, isn't it, Mr.
I
Pat?
bet it is. You can see Mike thanking everybody, and
Yeah.
probably knows that's his ticket home.
Yes,
I don't
sir.
want to.
Probably so, but he'll be back.
Oh yeah, he will.
That's for sure.
And I'll tell you what, that a guy like this, that's only going to inspire him to work harder.
Mm-hmm.
All right, here's our test. This morning over coffee, I did this diagram that gives you a good perspective. You see the box, there's the mat. You got your 69-yard bird on the right. You got the walk-up bird, your 162-yard bird on the left. And then there's your land blind that goes up between them. And you see the line is the perfect line between the darker decoys on the left and the 3 snow goose decoys on the right. So there's, and then look in the area of the left-hand bird. You see there's that little swale we talked about. You see a little uneven terrain.
A little bit.
And maybe that, I don't know, if it's in the bottom, that might help conceal that scent a little bit. But that's what we're looking at here. That's our second series. And I think we've got a graphic at some point of the end of that blind and enable us to talk about that a little bit. Well, Luke Core,
This is Luke Core
there's
with
another
Quincy, another very nice
really
little
good
dog.
handler.
5 years old.
All right, Luke takes him off his feet, heels him. And I'll tell you what, these handlers here, I mean, they're trying to get their best scores. But they've got a lot more dogs to run, so they're really trying to get a feel for this setup and how they're going to attack it with their dogs that have had better starts. He's got a great IL. That little patch of heavier cover he just passed on the left, the line is just to the right of that. They've consistently wanted to go right a little bit. Not super hard, but just drift that way.
Just drifting.
He goes verbal with that, and he got a good cast. Let's see, there's that tendency to want to go right a little bit.
Right.
Puts a whistle on me. And he does it, I think, just
Let's see what he gets with this.
kind of, he wasn't looking at the handler there. I don't know if the handler could tell. Look at him, he's looking off.
Yep.
There he just found him. See how his head snapped over? There he goes, voice. That's exactly, because he's trying to, he doesn't want to get too much lateral cast. He's pretty much on line. He goes voice again, and he's just going to try to just punch him right into that spot, which he.
And that field opens up behind that.
Yeah, oh
you can
yeah.
see, and
Look at
that-
him. Look at him.
it
See
is
the dog
just-
kind of. He's either he's standing up a little bit.
I mean, he is.
This is where Luke's got to be on his game, and you can't be afraid to blow whistles here.
There we go. Nice, got it.
I'll tell you what. That's when you see the quality of a handler. Not when it goes perfect, because everybody can run.
Everybody can run
It's
it
when
when
it
it's
gets a little hairy, and how does he deal with a
Absolutely.
little bit of adversity? And he did a nice job of it.
He did. See what he does. Which mark he goes for now.
Look at him. He's trying to get a little feel for that wind. Where is it? Where is it? So I said I used to carry a little, like the bow hunters have, a little talcum powder puffer, you know,
Puff
little
it.
puff of and just try to read the wind a little bit. But I don't know.
like he's
when the
gonna
grass
go
is
for that.
wet like that from in the rain sometimes. Well, he's looking in there. Are you saying easy and trying to really relax him here, or what kind of cues do you use on something like that?
I mean, I did. I'll tell him easy just because it's, you know, we had big marks yesterday, big
Yeah, you're
open
saying
field
they
on
just-
this left mark, just easy.
I almost want to believe it like they're thinking they're going on a happy bumper, just like as relaxed as they can be here. For me. Okay, dogs. Nice.
Came back out.
You gonna get her there? He's hunting out in the field, not in the trees.
A
That's
little
what
breeze picked up here.
you see him making.
There you go.
Well,
He's got it. Got a little bit more breeze picked up. It looks
Yes.
like.
we're all gonna move over because
Yeah.
to see this line to this left-hand bird. Other than the tree, really this field is so uniform in color and shape, and it's a big field. It can be really hard for a dog to mark in that. It's like a rice field, cornfield, when everything's kind of the same.
All these little dark bushes are all kookaburra bushes.
Yeah. And it pushes you a little left, a little right.
It does. In the series yesterday, it had a big influence. You could tell the dogs would bounce and hop as on.
Well, he's under the arc of this bird.
Yep.
Once again, boy, if you don't crack your tail and start checking down there.
Oh, he's gone. He's driving.
Yeah. When, you know, he was I mean, a pretty good line to where you want to be. He just never checked up.
It's interesting that one decoy right there could be the influence
Just
for that.
bumps him a little
Just gives
right.
him a little bit.
But I've been happy with that line. We just couldn't get him to stop and look.
Yeah.
And
It was a little surprising. You didn't see the holding blind and set up hunt, but it looked nice fighting
well,
on
and
that.
again, don't underestimate the impact of yesterday's driving bird.
Absolutely.
Because even the dogs that didn't do it well were getting their mistakes were most of the time hunting shorts. So these dogs were told to go back, and here.
Nice. Come on, Quincy. Oh, there you go.
Well,
Next line, please. I see you, thank you.
well, for the most part, other than the lighting, conditions are pretty similar.
Pretty similar.
On the road, right?
Seems to be more of a
anything,
tendency for them to go right.
It seems like they're having a little harder time on the marks and easier time on the blind today.
Easier on the blind, yeah. I tell you, it was hard yesterday.
Oh.
Once those dogs got to the final part of the blind, it was hard to see your dog really
See, I
hard.
tell you, it's going to change.
And if you remember yesterday, the dogs, when they got in there, they all wanted to
go
come
left.
left. Absolutely. Now they're all more or less digging right.
Which I think is a little easier for the handlers because you can see better to the right. But something's going to change now. This sun actually, I think, isn't necessarily going to help you. It's going to create that shadow under those trees that makes it difficult.
Scott Greer.
So Brian, let me
Piper.
tell you. Okay, let's see what this guy does. But I'm going to tell you something I held true, and an awful lot of field trial professionals feel this way too. I will never wear sunglasses on blinds if I can help it, no matter how glary it is.
You know,
A black dog in shadows and sunglasses don't go together.
I tell you, I don't hardly do it either. And the shadows isn't what influenced me to do it. I have a harder time with the depth perception.
It does. It affects me.
sunglasses.
For me, it does.
Me too.
And I'll use my hands and my hat to shade my
Shade,
eyes.
yeah.
And if I have sunglasses, I'll either put them on the top rim of my hat or I'll put them in my pocket when I'm running, when I know I'm running a blind, and I've got to be I have to really be able
Now,
to
this
know
is
where
a-
they are in the shadows.
This line's a little more left. Let's see if he'll hold it.
Yeah.
He's in a good place.
soon as they pop out of that cover line,
Right,
they
so
want to
that-
peel right. Why do you think that is? Because it's not. I don't think it's a win factor, but maybe
I
it is.
don't either, but
But it's consistent. Is it the influence of that short bird? Because this dog didn't show any interest
maybe
in the
once
bird.
they get out of the cover, they're closer
Yeah.
to the gap between the trees, and it's just drawing them that way. Maybe
Boy, this is a beautiful.
this is a good finish there.
Finish this thing, buddy.
Oh, he popped.
Ooh. Ooh, ooh. I tell you what.
God, he was close to that bird. He popped again.
Oof, oof, oof. He went with kind of a no hands back. The dog turned and again, you know those dogs can see the square holding blind over there, but he got him back over there.
Sure
but,
did. There you go. Now he's got it.
I know he would have liked a better ending because it looked, he was on
Yeah,
to have a 2 or
really-
3 whistle blind.
Now this might affect some of the other handlers in trying to push a line a little bit further left because the front of his line
Yeah.
is good. Really.
So I'm going to speculate as I watch this dog come back. Right in there, is there a little bit of a terrain thing, like maybe that? Because I'm looking, because they may roll and square a little bit right. It may be a little dip in the field that
It looks
lures
like a change in the vegetation along the whole tree line. If you look at it, maybe because of the shade from the sun coming up in the east, but you don't have all that kookaburra and locust stuff in there, and it just gets
Now, but
smoothed
remember,
out.
we're not seeing what the dog sees.
Exactly.
And the other thing that I'm going to say, I bet you when they come out of there, see how lit up the field is to the right?
Hmm? Exactly.
It probably draws their attention.
I imagine it does.
And left, it's a little more shadowy.
Hmm?
Who knows? If only they could talk to us.
Yeah, if only they could tell us.
But there's a reason. Well, I'm not sure what it is, but there is a reason. And when you watch the evolution of a landblind, almost a landblind more than anything, there's gonna be sweet spots you want to be in. They may not be obvious, but they'll develop. And you watch the pattern. And using where the dogs want to go to your advantage versus your disadvantage is the key. Wow. This little short bird.
You would just not expect this.
And Brian, I'm starting to think to myself once again, obviously this blind's going to have a big role, but I almost thought the right-hand bird in the first series ended up playing a bigger role than the long one.
Oh, it definitely did. It definitely
And
did.
this short bird may play the biggest role of all. Now this left bird, but you know what you gotta love? Every retrieve they've done so far has given these judges answers. Every one of them. The go
It
bird in the
has.
first, and every one of these retrieves, dogs have struggled with. So there's no gimme.
They've obviously put some thought into these marks in the test because it was interesting. Yesterday's series, there was handles on every mark.
Yeah. Well, and they've done it here too.
And here too.
Okay, there's this dog saw the holding blind.
I'm holding one.
That'll get you the bird.
He's in the,
Boom.
there you go. There you go.
See,
It's a good
there's,
finish. Yep.
and I always say, find the gun, find the bird. When in doubt, find the gun. And that's,
Find the bird.
Luke was hoping he on the previous one, but that, good mark there. I kind of jumped away. I don't know if we've had some scores pop up on these other dogs.
I didn't see any.
I'm
It'd
sure
be
we'll see
interesting to see how they're looking at it.
So did we ever see the score of, was it Stevens had the really,
Steven had the 40, was it 49 or something
is
like
that what it was? Okay.
Yeah. But we didn't see the next good run. Be interesting to see how they compared. You know, those little dogs that had the big hunt on there, right?
Yes, and then
had
had
really
everything
good
else was
blind.
good. You're
Dustin's
right.
dog, I think.
Yeah. When they pop up, maybe you can remind me because you recognize the dogs and handlers better than me.
You know what this job.
I'm in search of like perfect
Some kind of
This is Chuck McCall coming up with Winston, Wesley Ham's dog.
So what are we, about an hour in here?
Thank you.
What time did we start, 8:30ish?
About 8:30, and
9:30
we
now.
ran 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8 dogs in an hour. Yeah.
Live
So-
Planet, correct?
We were hoping 9 dogs an hour,
All right, here we go.
but 8 is gonna, what, that's about 8 minutes, a little under 8 minutes a dog. Well, if we average 8 dogs an hour, and we had 80 dogs, we got 10 hours of test.
Full day, full day.
And I tell you, 10 hours of test with an 8:30 start pushes it.
It does.
'Cause it takes
Again,
you
we
right
have
to
some weather
sunset.
coming in, so maybe we'll get lucky.
No bird. Pick those up for me, please. Let's
No
start
bird.
over.
Must have been a flat
Kills
throw.
your time a little bit. Yeah, you know, what I'm thinking to myself, you know, because they measure every 10 seconds when you're trying to time like a National Open Championship when you're day. So trying to shave off a little time between dogs, but they've got a routine of, they've got to compare their scores a little bit. But
Okay, here's Scott Piper at 71.
okay,
All right, here we go.
well, had a little trouble at the end of the blind.
Yeah,
Handled on the right-hand bird and had a good left-hand bird.
good left-hand bird. Front end of his blind was good, just had a little trouble finishing.
Yes, it was almost great. Nice even arc.
All right, let's see what happens here.
10-year-old. So do you, any of these guys, do you train with any of these Louisiana guys?
I do occasionally. Chuck actually had one of my dogs for a few months, a long
Okay.
time ago, and he's a
Okay.
really good pro. There's a really good training group. Ron Anderson, Casey Parker,
yeah.
they're all trained together.
That's a
Really good
that's a
group.
beautiful cast, by the way.
It was.
You notice he stopped him the minute he hit the line of the blind.
Yep.
Now he's shifted that momentum back left. Now you got to get yourself back on line. He goes silent with the right hand dog, doesn't move right away.
Yep. They recognize him though. He wants to go right.
Yeah, so you notice he goes verbal with that.
He's verbal. Try to
Because
push him
his
back.
silent casts were giving him more directional change than he wanted, and that's what you would hope a verb would do, is
Response.
reestablish your rearward momentum.
Absolutely. Savvy handling right there.
He's not
Ah, stopped it.
right there. This is one of those blinds. That was a beautiful, beautiful job.
It was a good
Beautiful
finish.
job of handling. This is one of those blinds I say to myself, when I think I'm there, go 10 yards further. Or
It
maybe not
is.
10 yards, but
It definitely is, because even right here looking at the monitor, I mean, I thought he was right there at it, and he had about another 10 yards to go.
okay. Here, let
It's
me
so
show it.
deceiving.
When we get back to it, I'm going to show you one thing that I noticed there. And I don't know if you could tell as a handler from their perspective, but did you notice, I saw with the camera, the tree that the blind's planted under, the limb extends a little further right. And you could see that dog jumped the end of that branch, which
Yep, I
tells
saw that.
you they're right there.
That's right, they're there.
Now,
Exactly.
And that branch is between the two limbs that are hanging near the ground. And when that dog hopped the branch, it's the branch that the bird's at. So that
It is.
now whether or not you can identify that, but I noticed that on the camera there, and I would be interested to see
Yeah.
if you can
I
identify
would
that.
swear to, but there's an orange ribbon tied right
there
there
is.
on that branch, and I bet you that's what it's on.
Yeah.
That branch right there.
So he's going left.
He's going left.
He's under the arc. It's going to be all whether or not he checks down and identifies the gun. It's going to have to happen right in here, but he's got that. Okay, there's
Cracking
the
that
first
tail.
crack of the tail, the change of. Ooh. He's deep. Let's see if he can come back. It's one of the hardest things for dogs to do is get deep and come and check back in.
Yep, and come back in.
Okay, but he looks
That's a
like
good move right
he's-
there.
He's making that move.
Needs to get a little left.
Tell you, there's no wind saves here. You know, when I call a wind save where a dog maybe doesn't know where the bird is but wins it accidentally, because that's not happening. No, it hasn't happened on a single mark,
Not yet.
first or second series. He'll
He'll
come up
get it
with
now.
it.
It should-
Oh, he's starting
Yep,
to make
he's
sense.
got it now.
If I'm training, I'm giving that dog all the credit in the world for using
Absolutely.
his noggin and figuring that out.
Set up a good hunt, worked it out.
It's looking a little darker to our west.
Yeah.
They're still saying on the weather that 1 o'clock is when that line's going to be, but if there's anything good about it, it's fairly narrow. But losing an hour here could be the difference between finishing this and not finishing it.
Yes, sir. Let's see how we do on this short bird. He's kind of looking around a little bit.
Well, he's really trying to finesse and not super
No.
happy with his start. But the dog's bending in a good direction. He's got in front of the blind that the bird comes from, and there he goes.
Come back, you'll get it.
Oh, look at him trying to just talk him in there with his body language, and the dog's
Needs to-
just once again a little deep.
Got to come in.
He
a
was on the
little bit.
left one. Dog's kind of quartering, trying to take advantage of the wind to sort this out.
You just hate to have to
Decided
give
to go
that
ahead and put the
come in
horn on
cast.
it. What you say, so close but yet so far away.
I know. I mean, a game of inches again.
Well, the 69-yard mark proves to be the
It's challenge, isn't
the
it?
challenge here, at least for this dog and a number of them.
You know, you walk up here as a handler in this game, you really want tests that can, you know, offer some spread into the scoring, you know.
Right, to give you some.
And I have to be honest, yesterday when we first looked at it, it's like, this is not going to influence a whole lot, but it,
I tell you,
you know,
I know.
it's not proven out that way.
And I love a test that looks doable, but it turns out to be hard. I mean, nothing tricky here.
No.
Nothing tricky. Dogs are seeing the birds.
Most of them are having to work for it, though. They're
And,
having to work for it. And that blind is just such a critical piece to this this series, finishing it is
Right.
man,
Yes.
That's the money, right?
Well, and the more trouble you have on the blind, the more brain drain you create for the marks.
Yep.
No doubt about it. So if you... Now, our blinds have been better today, and I think it's more, as much as anything, lighting and conditions. And the handlers have gone to school and maybe somewhat learned not to do. This is Leo Joseph?
This is Leo, Joseph, and Gus. Other really nice dogs. Had a lot of success.
Well,
7-year-old.
Laura Parrott owned this dog, Luciana, and I did some workshops with this dog when Laura owned him.
Oh yeah.
Mm-hmm. Laura is one of the, really, in my opinion, one of the really great handlers in the world of field trials. And one of the only husband-wife teams, maybe the only husband-wife team, to win an open, both win an open national championship.
Really? Wow.
Yep. So that's Luciana. From Monroe, Louisiana, and Mondovi, Wisconsin, or Gilmanton, Wisconsin, I should say. Wow, this is a great line.
That is a good line.
Now, this dog is not going right. I remember Gus, he's got a little bit funny ear set. You know, set his
He
ear.
does.
Okay, good momentum. And
Yep.
66 with Chuck.
66. Okay.
All right, Leo. So you got to finish this thing.
That's a good cast.
A little short.
It's just so deceiving. You think you're there.
Did you see him hop the branch?
Yep, I saw it. Yep.
I'm looking here to see if I could see him hop it from our level, and I could. And you know, and now you can see it laying on the ground there.
Yeah.
But that's from camera height, mind you.
Right, yeah, exactly.
You can't see it, and I'm higher than the handler even, so.
And there, the mat is actually in a little bit of ditch. You really have to pay attention.
Yes.
You know, when you send your dog, you can step off of it. You can't go beyond those two decoys right in front of you, but without being penalized. But
no, I'm telling you, you know, the handlers and people say, well, I only have one dog to learn on. You've got to, here's your chance. You could psychologically and watch and visualize running every dog that runs ahead of you, you know, and if you're really studying that, it's going to help you. A couple things, you know, the conditions are going to change, and so you got to I always make sure that I'm see the 10 dogs ahead of me.
absolutely, yes, sir.
That's when the pattern.
That's when you really need to pay attention.
Stepped ahead a little ease right there. No hand send, soft. Under the arc, bird's a little bit left.
Yep.
There's
Oh, there you go.
when I say a little bit left, it was only a little bit.
Only a little bit. Yeah.
First Open National I ever went to, 1984, was in Lufkin, Texas, and that's where John Parrott won with Wannapum's Luciana Girl.
Oh, yeah.
I was just going to work for Mike Lardy 2 months before that, and first national I ever went to.
Gus is a really nice marking dog. Let's see how this works out.
Yes. Well, he's off. He's going in the right direction.
Looks like he's going to go under the
arc.
Under the arc. Not by much, though.
He's breaking hard for
There
the
it
bird.
is. He got it.
And
He got it.
That's called a mark.
That was a good mark. Yep.
That's what that's called.
Nice job.
That would have made Laura smile.
Yeah.
Laura Parody was
Nice
home,
job.
I guess. This will be an interesting score.
Yeah, it will be.
Ought to be pretty sporty.
It ought to be.
Not-
Little
I mean,
bobble
as near
finishing
perfect
the-
as you can have on the marks.
Yeah, exactly.
I mean, a
bobble
little
at
tiny
the
hook
end of
on the
the
right
line,
one, but that one he pretty much went literally right to it. Well-managed blind with some whistles. Wouldn't be surprised if this was our low score for the...
Yeah, I wouldn't either. Definitely the best scores on the mark. You know, the judges
Yeah.
they'll give a score to each mark, and definitely going to be the best one thus far. This is Mike Ackroyd, but Willie. Mike
An
is,
enthusiastic student.
he is.
Got that darker...
You know, you had Rody Best up here yesterday. Mike runs a lot of events, travels with Rody. And,
Oh, well.
Mike's trying to keep him left. He's clear of the brush
Now when he
now.
pops out of those cockaburs, then things kind of change. You know?
Yep. He's in a good spot.
Yes, he is. Ooh, ooh. That's where they wanted to go yesterday.
Mm-hmm.
16, Leo. There you go.
Oh,
There's our low
great score.
Yeah, we kind of predicted that, didn't we?
Yes, sir.
You've got to resist the urge to blow come and whistle.
You
here.
sure do.
Boy, he's kind of
Whistle
I don't know
refusal.
how well the handler could see him there. But he got a cast.
Got him in there.
Dog could see the handler. He's still short. And that is so hard to tell.
And it is
So
hard when
hard.
they get hung up in those trees because you can't see them.
No. He came out of there.
You know, the trick
Could have
here
got
is-
really messy. Ooh, he doesn't have it yet, does he? Or does he? No, he
No,
does
I guess
not.
he doesn't.
Let's hope the... Oh, I guess
he's
he
got
did.
it.
I guess he does. He did something kind of funny there.
Yeah.
See, he doesn't know if he has it.
You know, by the time they can win that blind, it seems back there they're in trouble. You know, they're in behind the trees where you can't see them.
I wonder what happened there. He must have picked it up, but then when he picked it up, he kind of went into the trees.
You can't.
Which-
Couldn't see it.
You know what?
Dog
He
could
did
have
the right
dropped it
thing.
and it rolled. And
Don't relax until, I mean, that handler was ready to... And that bird is dark, so it's not easy to tell if they've got it in their mouth.
No. Looks like Mike's going to go for the short bird.
I think this dog's tail wags no matter what.
Yeah.
I said, some of those dogs, I say that they just got the attitude that every day's a holiday and every meal's a banquet.
Yep.
You know, and this is probably one of those that just, he doesn't care what we're going to do.
He's in a
He's
good
all in.
place. Let's see if he.
He's one tree over.
Oh gosh.
But- Okay, he's coming back left. Okay.
Did he get long?
Yeah, he just got behind it, and he opted to. And I tell you what, you know, he's probably not 8 to 10 yards deep, but it feels like 10 miles. Judges, now I don't know if they could have thrown it down the tree line, but they've thrown it in a harder place.
Well,
they were talking about throwing it down the tree line,
yeah.
but the branches were going to be in the way. And I think if they'd have thrown it down the tree line, that's where the dogs want to
That's
hunt.
where they want to go now. Yeah, exactly. We had heard that yesterday, that it was going to be an angle back kind of down the trees,
But I think the canopy of the trees didn't allow the thrower to throw in that angle, and it actually turned out to be a better bird placement. Boy, he's in a rough spot here.
Willie's in a bad place.
Oh. Yeah.
This is going to be it's going to be tough.
Yeah. Yeah, you could feel, I mean, the handler deflates a little bit, you know, like,
Yeah.
you came up here with a vision of making up some ground, and you realize probably not going to happen here.
He's still on the right side of the tree.
Yeah. Not an easy handle either.
No, sir.
Because you got to handle through that.
Through that.
Because you can't. Yeah, that's. Look at him. Hey, there's a guy. Look at the
There's a
dog.
holding
looking at the
blind
guy
right
in the holding
here.
blind.
Yeah.
Oh, but then he hunts more. He's not looking at the handler. He's looking at the guy in the holding blind. Now, it's not easy to tell. We can tell on the monitor.
Right.
God, he's still. Well, maybe he's responding though. Maybe he's just looking more this direction.
Yeah.
Yeah, he must be, because it just feels the camera angle must
There
be
you go.
different enough that I'm not skewed my perspective. He got over there.
He got there.
But that's probably going to produce a little too high a score. So
I would imagine.
it's pretty tough to be in the bottom of the pack and make it to the top 18.
You really have to have a clean run, because there are no slouches here. You know.
Well, it'll be interesting, because Leo, that was an excellent score. Is it enough to get you to the top 18 from what combined? That'll be one of the intriguing things.
You never know, though, Pat. You just never know. Like I said, it's going to be interesting to see how the weather influences.
Yeah, it's
big
starting
ones
to
come up.
feel heavier, darkening up a little bit. There's a strong line of storms running
Just
from
gotta
southwest to northeast that's
Just got a radar.
eventually going to
notice.
get to us.
Yeah, it's just got a radar notice from the Weather Channel.
Is it giving you a time? Boy, is it. Chances are we're going to be shut down with that.
For a while.
I'm sure there's some lightning in that.
Third one.
This is Jared Moffitt
Third two.
with Moon.
Another handler from the great state of Louisiana.
Yes, sir.
Tell you, Louisiana's got a rich history of
It
dogs.
does.
Field
close.
trials. Shreveport, there were, I think, 2 or 3 national champions that came from Shreveport area. Certainly.
Rich history of duck hunting.
Yes.
Can
Oh,
produce
absolutely.
rich history of dogs.
Absolutely. And if I'm not
Moon's in a good
mistaken,
place here.
the 2 states that sell the most duck stamps in the country are Louisiana and Minnesota,
Is that right? Minnesota.
which tells you the more duck hunters there are.
Oh. All right. Let's see
Okay.
what happens here.
Good spot to be.
Cast.
Well, you're just guarding on any left-hand move, but he's... Oh. Boy, now they're starting to show what they wanted to do yesterday a little bit.
That's right.
Yeah. He's got the hat with the camo side out. He probably really meant...
God, just to be so close.
Yes, 153 with Willie.
53, yeah.
Oh.
Mm. This is what happened a lot yesterday.
Yes, it did. Well, the conditions are becoming more like they were yesterday afternoon.
There you go.
A little dark, heavy.
Needs to get further back. There you go. He worked it out.
Yeah, I did. Well,
It's interesting that little tell you came up with, you know, where if they're on the right side or right in front of that mark, that little jump in that branch.
well, I'm just looking for any key to give me information on the depth, because that's the hardest part is telling where they are. And, you know, it's one of those optical illusions. There's a good view right there. See, there's probably more. I don't know if that's, I'm looking at the camera height. That's probably my height view. maybe not a tall handler, but there's the dog, getting more to that dog level there.
Yeah.
Well, you can see where the camera was. So that's what the dogs are seeing, which is, and I always drop to a knee when I'm kind of studying a test, or I'll sit right down on the mat, so I'm right at dog head height when I'm visualizing what's going on, when I'm setting it up and when I'm running it. So can you come up with a combined, I'd be interested to see.
Well, they just updated on Facebook all the way through Leo.
So what's his total now?
110.
110.
Yeah. So Leo made a really big jump there so far. Stephen with a 49. Carter with a 54. Kevin Baggett.
Is he the lowest score in the clubhouse right now?
Total score is Leo.
Right, 110 is our lowest combined score at this point.
And the lowest of this series.
Right. So what's our closest next one?
Okay. Looks like Jared had a decent short bird. Let's see what he does on this one.
So Brian, I'm going to say something, and as I'm looking at this, a lot of us always have felt, professionals, that the hardest marks aren't the long retired and aren't the short retired. It's those middle distance retired that you can hunt short or go long. And I would call this left bird a mid-distance retired gun.
Yes, sir.
It's because it's long enough that the factors affect you, but it's easy to overrun. So it's just got that combination of a little bit hard to get to and hard to find.
That open feel behind it.
And you wouldn't think it'd be hard to get to, but
the
dogs,
it is.
There's just enough that pulls them mostly right. Okay.
Do you think the wind's a little bit more right to left than yesterday, or still
I do.
kinda to our
I do
back?
feel a little bit, or maybe more. Here comes some open scores up here, guys. And we were just kind of talking about that. Well, there you go. All right. Well, our lowest one on there is what, 145, that Justin. That was that good score there.
Yeah, Justin is Leo will be a little below that.
These are the combined scores now.
Right.
Stephen had a nice run there.
There's Leo at 110.
Boy, Leo sure stepped his game up. He
made a jump.
That's what you got to do when you're down here.
He made a jump.
That can punch your ticket to the third.
Looks like Jared worked it
Okay.
out.
After this next dog, we're going to show you some amateur leaderboard.
So far from the AM perspective, it looks like Ray and Traeger are leading right now. Mike Gibson with Blaze is next.
Yeah. And Brian's over here looking at the board, and then
Looking at the scores.
we're going to get the amateur board popped up on the screen after the next dog runs. Okay, well, there. Some discussion going on here.
All right, so this is Chris Deacon and Tig.
They said, whoever gets to the mat first, the gun goes off. All right. Here's our guy from our Badger fan from Quantico, Wisconsin. This dog's ready to rock and roll.
Gosh.
A little bit of gray on the beard. You see how he crossed the line of the blind?
I did.
And did he? And sometimes you just got to let him cross a little bit to leave room for your next cast. Now let's see if that turns out to be the case. Because sometimes if you stop too much on line, then you end up. But you're making adjustments. Dog's kind of got his nose
Nose to
a
the
little.
ground.
Sometimes these dogs can be very efficient at trailing the previous dog, but. Okay, well, now he's entering. And again, if I was the red zone is going to happen
Moon,
about
Jared
right at
Moffett.
the shadow point. There's 72. Huh?
So Jared and Moon.
Okay. See, I think the other branch. Oh, see, this is. He went verbal there. He got a cast.
Not a cast.
I think. But I think if he's right up against that branch, that's a hard cast to get. Let's see if he can get it from in here.
There you go.
Can. If it were me, I mean, I wouldn't want to be that right, but that's.
It's a safer place.
I want to be on the right side of this blind.
Absolutely.
That's
it's
the
a
way this
safer
is playing
place
out.
to get them back in.
I'd like to be left. Now, I think that other set of branches is closer in than the branch that the blind's at. And I think the reason he didn't get that first cast is because he was casting right into the branches. Once he got a little deep of him, he got him, and he brought him in the backside, and it worked out.
And it looked like the dog winded it when he was behind it.
Yes,
too, so.
behind it a little right. Now, that was the end. I mean, he got a little messy there because he got pretty far right before he got to the branches, but handlers got different ways of trying to push a little bit. Most everybody's trying to talk them in more at the bird here.
Yeah.
Okay. Good mark there.
You can see the two snow geese from the mat.
Right.
And that bird is falling dead in line with that last big tree.
Yep.
And I mean, it's straight through those,
Yes.
almost straight through those decoys. So it's hard to push them a little bit. You know what I mean?
So let me. I'm going to tell you something Chris Ledford said, and I often think of it in relation to the mat and where you stand on the mat. Chris would say, when you want to influence left, I work the right side of the mat. When I want to influence right, I work the left side.
Left side of the mat.
Now that's not that simple because you got to look at what's in front. But
Exactly.
it is a pretty interesting thought. Well, this guy I think has got the idea. He's under the arc. She's found the guy in the holding blind.
See if she works her way out of there.
On the other side.
They get back behind that holding blind, probably catching wind of the birds in the holding blind.
Yeah. I
Making
tell you,
them hunt there a little bit.
not on a single mark so far do you smell the bird when you're where the gun is.
Not one.
Sometimes you do. Sometimes that's, which is a real testament to quality bird placement.
Mm-hmm.
He gets a big bowbird. And what'll happen, and the dogs will typically want to hunt on the downwind side of the holding blind. You see how they kind of,
Yep.
they're using, the problem is the bird's not on the downwind side of the holding
Exactly.
blind.
And you know, there's so many things to it too, Mr. Pat. When you have to fight a dog like at the end of that blind, you know, it has an
Oh.
effect on the handler and the
Without
dog,
a doubt.
you know.
All right, here's our amateur scores here. Woo. Okay, well, the complexion of this is going to be pretty different, isn't it?
Yes, sir.
Lowest score here is 184, huh? Is that, no, do we have more?
Yep.
I don't know if that's all of them. Oh, yeah. Yeah.
There's a few more.
159, okay.
159. Yep.
Do you start to look at this thinking that, like, the lowest score in this group of dogs is going to be somewhere where that cutoff is likely to be? Because our lowest score for in the pro division is 110 now, right?
Well, with the number of AMs that are in it now, they're looking for 18.
Well, I know, but I mean combined score now. Obviously, when we get to some of the low scores from yesterday, and they get it today. So would you, if you were a betting man, would you guess the cutoff is going to be above 100 or below 100?
Man, I think it'd be around that, to
Around
be
that?
honest.
Okay.
Yes, sir. I would, seriously.
Okay, I'm starting to pick up on this stuff finally. We can start a little betting pool. We can
Because there are several
do an over under.
really, really low AM scores.
Yeah, there is.
You know,
Oh yeah,
several
I'll tell you
really
what, it
low
was
AM scores.
after day one, 5 of the top 7 scores were amateurs.
Amateurs, that's right.
All right, here comes, this is Frank and Sam. Sam was our first running dog yesterday.
That's right.
Never an easy deal.
No, it's not.
And I confirmed
Frank took
with
it all
Frank-
in really
I
good
confirmed-
stride, though. He really
right.
did.
And I confirmed with Frank that this dog was a finalist in the National Derby Championship.
Oh, really?
Well, he's 4. It would have been when he was a 2-year-old. Frank's a hard worker. That's a good
You
one.
got to be careful, because if you go beyond those two speckle belly decoys,
Oh,
it's a penalty.
it is.
Yes,
Well,
sir.
that's good. I did not know that. So
See that where the mat
there's
is
no
is in a
reason
little
that you want
ditch.
to, though. You want, but what you do want to do, and that judges are off, is move where you can walk laterally without tripping on, for example, the cover. All right. Always, when I get a stop and they don't sit, you're thinking like, all right, there's a reason. Now maybe this dog does that all the time. Okay, well he's right on that right edge.
Oh, he's right. Oh, he
on the
called
peg.
him in, and he didn't.
He does it.
He
doesn't
wasn't
have it
quite
yet.
there.
Ooh-wee.
He just wasn't quite there. That is such a hard look
Watch,
in there.
watch. See him?
There you go. Now he got him.
Sometimes you want, every now and then you'll get to the point where the blind doesn't get down, but Frank,
Not bad. That was
no,
not
he
bad.
stayed with it. It'd been
He
easy
sure
to,
did.
because it looked, even on camera for a minute, it looked to me like he had it when he didn't. Well, Frank's from the home of Chesapeake Bay, in
Oh, is
Maryland.
that right? Yeah. We had a good conversation yesterday.
Did you hear me give him the trivia quiz about the highest pointed Derby dog?
No, I didn't.
Well, I said to the highest pointed Derby dog looked like the Babe Ruth record that was never going to get broken. Then Lottie broke it. Was a Chesapeake Bay Retriever female forever.
Wow, really?
And her name was Meg's Patio O'Rourke. And I didn't know her. She was before my time, but Rex Carr talked about her, and he said what a wonderful dog she was. And then we had a number of dogs that all of a sudden started surpassing that. Lottie, Chocolate, what was that? Ammo. And then I think maybe Lenny Ferrucci even beat that.
Well, that was interesting. Frank had received his dog behind the mat,
Well,
and I guess because his dog has a tendency to stay out in front of him.
nice.
And then
Good
he walked
mark
right
there,
up.
Frank.
Yeah,
Good
that was
mark.
good.
Well, let me tell you, I was talking at one of the really good handlers, Alex Abraham, with a dog named Tucker, who was one of the really competitive field trail dogs, one of the top dogs in the country for a number of years. And Alex was a professional bowler, and I'd worked with him, and I watched him. He would receive behind the mat, and he'd take 3 steps in the direction you want to do on every retrieve. And it was his rhythm and routine to get the dog lined up. And he'd come back, and he'd receive, and then he'd walk up to the mat, and then set him down. And he had just a routine, and that was his rhythm. And you think as a guy with a bowling background, his footwork, he's got a real routine, right?
Let's see how Frank does with this one.
All right, talking him in there. And I think this is a 2-sided dog. I wonder why he chose to run on the right.
No, he's a little right. Yep.
Because he was pulling him a little bit. Maybe
This is where they've been hanging up.
right now you're hating to give up any points.
Yep. He had a really good run going.
If he hammers
Work
that
it out.
right hand bird now, he's going to put on a pretty good hunt here. I can't tell if it's actually raining or just. Thought I saw a little bit of stuff coming off the roof. Yeah. Again. Now, would you call that wandering?
Yes, sir.
Okay.
I would.
I mean,
definitely.
you use that term, I think.
Yes,
okay.
sir.
And you'd say, or
I mean,
the original field trial definition, it was disturbing unnecessary cover.
unnecessary cover. I would.
Which is,
I mean, I've judged a couple of events in the past, and I believe they would be hitting them with a little bit of one.
so it's a 5-point penalty for wandering. Does it matter how long you wander? Or is it just 5 points, period?
Well, no, it depends on I don't want to say how long they've wandered, because you have some dogs that run at a faster pace than others, and there's an equity standpoint there. But if they get stuck in an area and they just go, but if they leave and they come back to it and come back, then you can keep hitting them and hitting them and hitting them. But there's I forget who did it, but they came out with I think a Facebook post on some clarity on
Okay.
wandering on the SRS
They said,
Facebook.
there's that darn.
Yeah, you got it.
Frank hits that right hand bird. He had visions of hammering this.
And he would
punching
have
his
been, he
ticket,
had
but
a
I think
really
he's-
good score. One bird.
Sure, he's thinking, I should have pulled a little more. You always do.
Yeah, you always do.
Hindsight's 20/20, isn't it?
Yes, sir. Let's see.
Up again, huh? Give it one more shot.
So next up will be Rhodey Best and Pope. Dogs owned by John and Carol Huddleston.
Here we go. Dogs to the line.
Okay. Okay. 3-year-old male. This is one of the younger dogs in the event.
Didn't miss much, did you?
No, sir. Had a little bit of a conversation under the tent. This is Rhodey and Pope. 3-year-old young dog for this, for the
yeah,
crown
right.
for sure.
That's right. Mike Demmer and this dog are the two youngest dogs.
Mhm. Rhodey does a really good job communicating with his dogs. You can learn a lot from it.
Make it a little tap his leg, just trying to get that. Well, we got the start.
Good line, for sure. Okay.
Dog's ready to go. So, since it's been cloudy, the dogs haven't wanted to go right.
No, they haven't. They sure haven't.
Maybe
The shadows must have
Well, I
had
don't
some
know,
kind of
but
effect. You know, it's
the only thing
interesting.
I could think of is that maybe that gap to the right really
Doesn't
lit
light up
and,
as- yeah.
and just drew the dog's attention when it was really bright and sunny, because they're not, all of a sudden now they're not going right.
Mm.
Use that verbal when you go like that and they don't see you well enough and you go the wrong way, but that's it.
He's close to it.
See, that's what the handlers have learned.
There you go.
Right
That's
there.
it, right there.
You blow a come in whistle there,
Yep.
and it's going to get ugly.
Yep. That's exactly right.
Having the courage to give that verbal back when you're not quite sure.
Yep. Yep.
And
And he wasn't far from that bird.
No. And some people say, I don't want to give a verbal back. I don't want to drive and buy it. Well, that's what your
Well,
next
that's-
whistle's for.
Exactly.
Because you know, you just need to go, and you can't afford to dive hard left. You can bet Rhodey went to
They're not
school.
finding it on the left or the right. They're finding it either behind it or they run right on top of it.
Just feed it to 'em.
Yeah.
And you don't have to worry about the wind is. But
Yeah.
it's easier, once again, easier said than done. And I tell you what, when you get a young dog like this, you got to be on your handling game because they're not quite as savvy about that.
He's taking his time.
That looking dog, huh?
Yeah.
Okay, a little bend left.
See if he checks up. Get back behind the trees now. Worked it out.
I'll tell you what, I mean, I've looked at a lot of dogs, and my first impression, this dog is going to have a bright future.
Bright
I
future.
just like the way this dog feels.
Yes.
I know what Rody's thinking. I don't want to end up on the right side of that blind.
Yeah.
That
That tree, yeah.
He's using a little more of a hand. She can't get too aggressive and point
No.
outside of it. And at this point, you just got to hope they mount.
Oh, come on.
It's going to work.
That was
I think it's going to work.
a good decision. Good decision. That's, yep.
A combination of really good handling and a good dog. And a nice young dog that was receptive. And marked the birds, but Rody, he had to do his part and it paid off.
Yep. High driving dog.
No, you're not getting that. Sure, dog, okay.
Yeah.
Are you going to throw it for me? Not today. He said, don't pee on this banner.
Let's see who's up next.
Nope, you didn't hear all my comments there. I was saying there, I flipped my mic off. I said that was a good indication of a nice dog, a really nice dog, young dog, and really skilled handling. Rody really stepped his game up there. And I also mentioned, but I was mic'd off, and I said, I said that dog just to me got a bright future. It just looks like a Oh, I tell you, Rody, that was Rody Best is walking by, and I commented on what a fabulous handling job that was. That was great work. Oh, we got a happy owner there.
That's the owners.
3 years old, baby.
Beautiful. Well, there was some hugging going on behind us between the owner, the dog, and the handler, so that's cool. What you do it for?
That's right. This is Chuck McCall running Harley.
Yeah. All right, Chuck. You got him in the keyhole. Let's finish this thing. Rody came back with a 39.
39's another good score. There you go.
This is what the handlers are learning. They're starting to learn the depth here.
Yep,
Because
the depth perception when they get in that hole.
yesterday with the a lot of people were blowing come-ins prematurely.
Yep, I was one of them.
Oh, wait, it's almost impossible not to do. And you can bet those other handlers sitting under that tent over there studying this are going to school. And that's what you have to do. And that's why your good first series pays off, because now you get to go to school.
That's right.
Because you get to run later and study what's going on.
And see what's going on. Measure how the conditions change.
And I like it. It's like you get a buy in sports by having a good. You get the advantage of being able to run a little later, and most of the time it pays off.
There you go. That was good. So Harley's a 3-time grand champion. Really nice dog, Master Hunter, Master National.
he's obviously either broken the tip of his tail because his tail's a. So
Yeah.
one of the national champions, Charlie Hayes, won the national with a dog named PB Super Toby in Oklahoma, and he
Just
had
like
the same
that.
tail. So I mean, I like, oh yeah, it looks like Toby. Fred Campo and Charlie Hayes on that. Okay.
Take a little break here.
All right, so he goes for one for this left bird. Oh yeah.
Good girl.
Okay. Nice job. Nice job there. You know, you wonder sometimes why some dogs seem to wind a bird and others don't. I think it's the dogs that have an instinct the bird is there are looking for information. And when they get a little information from that wind, they take advantage of it. Sometimes dogs can be in the same spot with the same wind, and they're thinking long, and they ignore that information. Well, yesterday, when those dogs were on that long retired gun, and they got the wind off of the middle bird, that's information that they needed to learn to ignore. Here, they need to pay attention to it.
All right, here we go. Dog to the line.
It's going to be very interesting what this weather does. There's a strong line to the west of us, but it's kind of going southwest to northeast, and hard to tell if it's going to get us or not. If we were on the other side of Shreveport, we would be shut down right now. We're about 30 minutes south. If we were on the north side, they'd be getting, looks like Shreveport itself is getting hit right now. All right, we got a no bird here. We're getting a little light rain, but this is not front, the big front. The big front is, and there's a little green patch of light. That's not going to pose a problem. There's a lot of red and yellow to the west of us. Whew, there you go, 15.
Sorry about that, guys. That was my fault.
15 for Harley. Mr. McCall.
Go. Dog to the line.
Well, that's what you got to get. Maybe when we get a break or a rebird or something, we can take a quick look at the graphic. I did a picture and blow up at the end of that blind, and we can maybe talk about that a little bit if the time presents itself. You might have a better appreciation. Okay, so the dog that ran 2 dogs ago, Rody Best, and this dog, I guess, are litter mates. These two. So Rody's dog and this dog are litter mates.
Yeah.
You turned on now?
Yes, sir.
Great, Brian's joined
Starting
us.
to drizzle a little bit. I just
Yeah,
walked away
but
from
I looked at the radar a little bit, and it's not the. It's just that little green patch
Oh,
there.
yeah, there you go.
So this is not the storm that's going to pose a problem. Let's see if this dog can do what its sibling did. Sometimes when you give that real straight up cast, it's easy to dip your opposite shoulder sometimes. And you notice how he made a little weight shift there to make sure he got the correct turn. Sometimes when you go that real straight up, you can twist your torso in the wrong direction and get a wrong turn. knows he's taking a little step to help ensure. Again, another one of the youngest dogs here now. Dead on line.
Yeah, he's in a good place.
For the time being.
Yeah, good finish.
Yeah, excellent finish. Sometimes you just have to, you know, you get them online, it's hard not to blow that
It's hard
whistle.
not
and
to.
In that
Yep.
instance, it paid off to be a little patient and let them get a little deeper.
Well, the previous runs are helping, you know, kind of define that
So Chuck got
perception
a-
out there.
I think it was a 15.
Oh, wow, that's a great run. Good.
This is where you want to take advantage of that solid blind and knock these marks down.
Little right.
Yeah, this is where you kind of you lean your body language, trying to will them over. Okay. You see how the
There it
lighting
is.
changes for the cameraman. All of a sudden, we get a real glary
Yeah,
view.
glare,
and
yeah, I saw that.
That's hard because it just sun pops out, it gets bright, clouds come out, it gets dark, and they're having to make adjustments. You can see a little
bad
few
mark.
light
That was
raindrops.
nice.
Bump them over just a little bit. And you kind of got to be, you can't be too aggressive because if you get too aggressive, you're gonna put them in blind mode or long retired mode, and they're gonna punch by it. So
Let's see what he does. Kind of under the arc right now.
Nice,
Good
nice,
decision.
nice.
Good decision. Boom.
Couple good
That's
ones in a
good
row.
run.
And
Yes, sir.
Chuck was in a very similar spot.
Very good run.
Nice. Well,
I believe you
there's a
mentioned-
smile.
Yeah.
There's a smile. All you're trying to do here is just survive and move on.
Move on. That'll produce a good score.
So we're, okay, 10:34, we're about 2 hours in. 2 hours in.
Here we go. Guns up. Guns up.
Let's see.
You know how many dogs we
1,
brought?
2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8,
Today?
9, about 17 or 18.
Okay, well,
Mhm.
that 9 dog an hour
Yep.
deal is
9 dog an
holding pretty true.
Ron's daughter, Allie Grace, looks pretty proud of Chuck.
Yeah, absolutely.
Okay, let me find that. Trying to get to the running order here. Yeah, that's clock.
Oh, here's a handler that does not put a hand down on all right. Satchmo. I had a Satchmo, a field champion Satchmo in my day.
Oh, yeah?
I think his registered name was something Rhythm and Blues, and his name was Satchmo. You forget about some dogs, and all of a sudden something like that jogs your memory.
Yep.
And all of a sudden I remember everything I know about them.
43 for chop and run.
Okay. He says, "Is this the one you want?"
Yep,
I
that's
see
it.
the dog standing there looking at it, saying, "Can I pick it up?"
There's the reins, Pat.
Yeah.
Come down a little bit.
Once again, I don't think I looked at that radar. It's a green patch. Unless it really develops, it didn't look like it was going to be terribly hard, but that's probably bad luck for me to say that. Yeah, the Satchmo I'm talking about was actually owned by an assistant of mine named Andy Gallagher, and Nancy Frazier owned Satch, and she got all his titles, and really cool dog. So, yeah, that's you just remember all those wonderful animals that you were fortunate enough to stand next to.
Well, you've had some great ones.
Mm-hmm.
Looks like the handlers are figuring that out back there. They're figuring it out now, you know. He's going for the long bird. Maybe. No?
No, you just got a funny angle.
Yeah,
You know,
just
and I
line
say
has
the
different
key to
lines.
some of these birds, and I think of, is especially short birds. I mean, there's the balance factor. They've got to be disciplined enough to go where they're pointed, but they got to be relaxed enough to look for the bird when they get there. And they're doing a nice job of that.
Yeah, he is.
This bird
He'll
was a
come
little
up.
longer. I saw it from here. It was a little outside that tree, and only a few feet, but
He's got
it
it.
didn't give him any trouble, did it? We're getting now all of a sudden getting a stretch that the dogs are coming up with it.
Yeah, that's right.
Is it?
And they're not hanging up in the trees like they
No.
were earlier. Just conditions, something changed.
It can be the most subtle condition change that makes dramatic differences. And it's typically lighting and wind. Sends out a pretty big send.
He sure did. He's in a good spot if you hold it.
The last three dogs have been in this zone, right in here. It's what they do when they get under the arc. Okay, he looks at the holding blind.
He just
That's
found it.
on the correct direction. But
He's got to come
hunting
in.
deep now, though.
Run a little deep.
You're just hoping if they make a right-hand swing, they don't stay over there, and he didn't.
There you go.
Well,
Worked it out.
so we got a little group, a little stretch here where the dog work has gotten a little better, more favorable. And that happens especially in field trial nationals because you have 10 series. You're going to run at good times and bad times.
At good
you
times
just got to
and
be able to fight through the rough times and take advantage of the friendly times. And
You even see those changes within the series, you know.
oh, especially early when you have a lot of dogs in it. It spans a number of times. Sometimes when you get down, like when we get down to 6 dogs or something, it's not likely to be significantly different.
Nope.
But when a test takes more than a day or even a full day, it's going to evolve. Mr. Frank.
Yep.
Big old
This is Ray
handsome,
Cato's wife, Ray and
good-looking,
Carol running.
wise-looking dog. Right, Carol's going to re-heel him. Obviously, Frank enjoys his job, doesn't he?
He does.
Carol gets the slot. See, I would go verbal here. She didn't need, because you're trying not to get too much, because the dog's already telegraphed that he wants to go right. So now she goes right with her next right, verbal with her next right, I guess. But sometimes you get that ping pong established. Hard to break the pattern.
It's hard to get them
now,
out.
it's just, again, that's my instinct. Sometimes you go verbal and you don't get any change. Sometimes she goes verbal with the left hand there. Satchmo 22.
Good run.
See how that silent gave her a big directional change, so she's going to be thinking, well, maybe well, she's in the right spot.
Get in there. There you go.
Dog's starting to, you can tell, the dog's starting to think, I think I'm getting close.
Yeah.
It's not the kiss of death to be over there. You just got to get a cast here.
Got to get the cast.
And you got to get
There you
deep
go.
enough.
Got it.
Well, there you go.
She hung with it.
Handlers are starting to sort this out and figure out the secret to finishing that blind. And there's always a secret. It's not always obvious what it is.
It's not always obvious.
It starts with figuring out mostly where do you not want to be. Identifying the death zones. Uh-oh. Well,
there's a storm. You can see rain right over there.
Just a rock up. And that's what happens with these things. You think, oh, we're good, but now we got I heard some thunder behind us. Yeah. And I just looked at my lightning tracker, and it doesn't look like there's much there, but there's a little southwest of us, and even though it was light green, I think unstable air masses produce.
Going to the holding blind, see if he works it out. Yeah. That was a good mark there.
Yeah. Yeah, we got some stuff behind us. I can hear it.
We're starting to get into the more average scoring range. We're in the kind of in the low 70s now.
Okay.
From the first series.
Gotcha, you're right. Okay, so now we're getting into the ones that they come up with low scores here, and then
big opportunity to move.
And you don't ever want to wish anybody bad luck, but some of those folks with those earlier good runs are hoping these guys aren't too good. But there
Exactly.
She goes.
You see that bad storm back behind?
Yeah, you can certainly see that. Tell where it's raining, and it's could pop up on us sooner versus later.
Frank looks like he's getting deep now.
She just didn't get the start she wanted.
No, she didn't get the right line.
Yeah, I wouldn't be surprised if we get shut down here. I see the camera crew starting to walk around. Yeah.
Yeah.
I'll tell you what, I learned the hard way. I was high school and I was in a deal like this out in the field training with a group, and we said we can get one more dog in.
Yeah.
Well, we didn't get one more dog in. That storm came in and happened to be a tornado with hail.
Oh my goodness.
And the only thing and I couldn't get back to the truck. It was just the wind was too strong, and I wasn't that far out. Yeah, there's our, and the only thing that kept me from getting knocked unconscious was I had 6 ducks in a burlap bag, and I laid on the ground and put them over the back of my head.
Really?
And I sat there for 5 minutes and just got pummeled
No
by
kidding.
hail. And
No big.
I learned
Get
look
out.
over my shoulder from there on in
Exactly.
and not take.
I noticed you glancing back there a lot here
And I
lately.
said, well,
So they're gonna let Clark run? Looks like it.
now they're reading things, but they gotta be. And that, I think, is the direction that the storm's moving from. That feels southwest of us, but.
Well, looks like they're going to try to get another one in.
I notice I don't see anybody else in the holding blinds. I wouldn't be surprised if they. This is our last dog for a little bit.
This is Clark with Dre. Good looking dog.
Mm-hmm. People have been getting the slot on the IL initial line.
Mm-hmm.
But they do different things when they get out of the decoys and they approach that cover. Dre, 5-year-old male. Master hunter.
All right.
Just kind of tacking them through there.
Yep.
Getting nice casting. You're trying right now, do I handle right or do I be patient? And he was patient there, but.
Kind of like to see him on that side of it for sure, though.
Oh, interesting.
This is the cast you need to
He
get.
was kind of counting on him. Yeah. Okay, there he's kind of.
There
Boom.
you go.
Well. Yeah, I kind of figured we got word that we're going to shut down after this dog here. You just got to be safe.
No. No. No.
Mr. Steinman's up here teasing my co-host a little bit.
Causing trouble.
He wanted his autograph, he said. He said he's famous.
Causing trouble.
Well, we're having fun here. You can
Absolutely.
tell that. That's what it's all about, isn't it?
Yes, sir. Get to see some great dog work, great handling.
Mm-hmm. And I tell you what, I've told everybody I can who isn't even that aware of the SRS to take advantage of these videos here and the ability to watch these dogs on game day. There's nothing like it.
There isn't. I tell you, the first SRS event I judged, I think I learned more judging than I did.
Well, that's
I
right.
did in
And
2
you hear
years
a lot of people say that. Absolutely. Because how often do you sit right behind the handlers for that long?
Absolutely. You get to see what works and what don't work.
Right,
You
right,
get to see
right.
the tendencies of the dog.
Different styles, yes. Yeah, I think the weather's closing in on us here.
Yes.
Here comes the rain. We do have cover here, but
Yeah, we're in good shape.
cover from the rain. Ceiling's
How this
dropping.
mark goes.
He's in a good spot. Ooh, did he hit?
Oh, let's see.
Did he pop or handle?
He popped.
Because, man, oh man, I didn't hear the whistle, and God almighty.
I don't know if the lightning got, thunder or something. He sure did.
God, he wasn't 10
He
feet from
popped
the
right at the bird.
Look at
He
him.
was 10 foot from it.
Well,
It's a shame.
here we go, everybody. Well, we're running for cover here. I'm sure we're going to take a break in our coverage. I know we're going to stop running dogs. Oh, he was 3 strides from jumping on that bird there. You need to make sure all these tents are staked down. They can go airborne if you're not careful. Well, you can see it there.
Yes, sir.
It's raining dogs and dogs.
I think this Clark's dog and Ron Anderson's dog are litter mates. Clooney and Chrome.
Clooney and Chrome, yeah.
Which is also
You mentioned
Creed.
Mike Robichaux's dog.
Creed, yep.
Or Mike
That's been
Robichaux
a
earlier.
real high-end breeding.
Yep.
California Chrome. So, well, I'm not sure if I'm sure we're still running here, but you can see we got to get these bird boys, these throwers out of the field, get under cover.
Yep.
Last thing we want to do is have a bolt of lightning come down and make the flash right there. We probably ought to do the same.
Or you can slide back and get out of the rain.
Yeah. I'm not sure this cover here is going to protect us from lightning, so. So if you're still on, I know the camera guys are racing to get their stuff in control.
Slide that out.
Yeah. Heavy. We got to move some of our equipment, so you might just hear us talking and babbling a little bit.
That's good.
Yeah, we got a camera up there. Well, the radar looked like it was going to slide by us, but it I do have cover. And I don't know how long we're going to be shut down, but we're going to be shut down. We've run, what, I think we've run a third of the dogs total, probably.
Yep.
Well, over here we got some scores coming up here. This is the open division. Got some low score there. There we go. 145, 160. These guys are probably a little bit on the wrong side. Guessing, but who knows what's going to do.
Keep it out of the rain.
Trying to keep our.
So here we go.
Well,
Here's the open.
We got Chuck McCall with a 98, Clark with a 109 with that last one.
Brody and Pope.
They didn't hurt him too bad, did they? Leo was 110. Well, you can see right there while we're shut down.
Here's the AM divisions.
But the lightning. So, okay, here's our amateur division.
See who's
Guys are 199, 189 is our lowest there, but
there we go.
here we go. And Satchmo
Carol with
101.
Satchmo leading.
And we had some
Ron
really
had a good run. Yep.
amateur scores in the first series that are going to probably drive that cut line down. All right, well, that says it all right there.
Yep.
It's probably going to go to a commercial. Everybody is scrambling, trying to. A lot of expensive.
I just feel better not ruining this equipment. If
Okay,
it helps.
well, you see where we're at? We're running for cover at the Series Crown Champion. By Eukanuba, you can see them there. And just bear with us. I'm sure we're gonna take a break here and make sure we're safe. And we'll be back as soon as the weather clears.
The Super Retriever Series Crown Championship is presented by Eukanuba. Sporting dogs give us everything we ask and then some. Their nutrition should do the same. By Shreveport-Bossier Sports Commission, we are focused on you. Louisiana Tourism, feed your soul. And by Lucky Duck Kennels.
Your puppy start to set the foundation for a lifetime of performance at your side. Fuel growth and activity, support digestive health, and give him a training edge to one day flush, point, track, retrieve. So when the gear comes out, he'll be ready. Make every milestone count with Game Performance Puppy Pro.
The Shreveport-Bossier Sports Commission is here to help. Located in the Arklatex area, Shreveport-Bossier is a premier sports destination, ideal for hosting sporting events of any size. With our wide variety of venues, including stadiums, convention centers, rivers, universities, we are sure to have the perfect location for any event. Our team is ready to make your event a success. Visit us online at Shreveport-Bossier or on Facebook at Shreveport-Bossier Sports Commission and let us host your next event.
Two birds of a feather. We flock together every day, and I'll do anything to protect that loyalty. Durable, dependable, and downright dirty. And I'm not just talking about my dog. This 5-star crash test rated kennel is lightweight, secure, and made right here in America. Loyalty goes both ways.
Dating 1974. The American Field Sportsman's Journal was delivered to the homes of sporting dog enthusiasts and hunters across America, paving the way for the all-around sportsman's publication. Now under the ownership of the United Kennel Club, the American Field Sportsman's Journal is reborn as an upgraded version of its original grandeur, celebrating the lifestyle for those who value a day in the field with canine hunting companions. The new journal will be a quarterly publication designed once again to showcase our way of life with dogs, bird dogs, retrievers, hounds, beagles, and other types of hunting and working dogs. We will also embrace the outdoor lifestyle, bringing attention to wild game, cooking techniques, veterinary medicine, conservation matters, and game shooting topics, all right to the fingertips of our readers. From first-time handlers to lifelong dog owners, we value everyone's story, and we're working to cultivate a community of like-minded individuals who dedicate their lives to their hunting dogs. We invite you to join our past, embrace our future, and provide a gateway for hunters and handlers of all levels to explore the unbreakable bond we share with our dogs.
Training the dogs is one thing, but training the people, that's really where it is, because now they can be better to their dogs. Their dogs can trust them more, and they're going to be more successful. And I've done a lot of coaching of people, and it's really what turns me on is putting together the dog handler combination and helping them understand each other. And well, success is bound to happen when you can do that.
In my Louisiana, the day starts at 4 a.m. In my Louisiana, every meal is a celebration. My Louisiana really makes me wonder. Ours is fast!
With real-life swamp creatures! In my Louisiana, music is the way. My Louisiana is sheer magic.
Sun up to sundown.
Till sun up again. What will your Louisiana be?
When you find your Louisiana, you feed your soul.
They're partners, ready to do whatever it takes. Athletes that pound for pound can outrun, outwork, and outperform anybody you're watching on Sunday. No contract required. You don't waste that kind of potential. You train it, fuel it, unleash it. You feed nutrition that holds nothing back. The Eukanuba Premium Performance Lineup.
Buying an RV should be easy. I found the perfect RV for my family at BayouOutdoor.com. Bayou Outdoor made the whole process so easy with their great low prices.
Come see a line of Brinkley campers new to the industry. You'll find customer-driven product designs in the lineup of fifth wheels, travel trailers, and toy haulers. Come check out the Brinkley collection today.
So stop wasting time with other RV dealers and get your family camping now. Bayou Outdoor, Bayou Center, Bossier City, Louisiana.
Silver here. And Alex Washburn and Ticket are winners. Jerry Day and Super Sue, a rare win for her in this long-standing rivalry. Another
crazy, unbelievable job.
38 faults and in a commanding position, Chris Aiken and Boomer.
A 4-year-old dog has won the ESPN Great Outdoor Games gold medal. That was close.
Maybe another day for them, but what a day for J. Paul Jackson and Achilles. Your winners of the gold medal, we will be back with the medalists. Achilles with the gold, Reddy with the silver, Nike with the bronze.
The Super Retriever Series Crown Championship is presented by Eukanuba. Sporting dogs give us everything we ask and then some. Their nutrition should do the same. By Shreveport-Bossier Sports Commission, we are focused on you. Louisiana Tourism, feed your soul. And by Lucky Duck Kennels.
Let the bass go.
They're partners, ready to do whatever it takes. Athletes that pound for pound can outrun, outwork, and outperform anybody you're watching on Sunday. No contract required. You don't waste that kind of potential. You train it, fuel it, unleash it. You feed nutrition that holds nothing back. The Eukanuba Premium Performance Lineup.
Training the dogs is one thing, but training the people, that's really where it is, because now they can be better to their dogs. Their dogs can trust them more, and they're going to be more successful. And I've done a lot of coaching of people at Nationals, and it's really what turns me on, is putting together the dog-handler combination and helping them understand each other. And, well, success is bound to happen when you can do that.
In my Louisiana, the day starts at 4 a.m. In my Louisiana, every meal is a celebration.
My Louisiana really makes me wonder.
Ours is fast!
With real-life swamp creatures!
In my Louisiana, music is a way of life.
My Louisiana is sheer magic.
From sun up to sundown.
Till sun up again. What will your Louisiana be? When you find your Louisiana, you feed your soul.
Buying an RV should be easy. I found the perfect RV for my family at BayouOutdoor.com. Bayou Outdoor made the whole process so easy with their great low prices.
The Imagine line of travel trailers has wonderful features. You'll find fully equipped kitchens, full-size bathrooms. Some have recliners, some have a fireplace. Come discover what the Imagines have to offer.
So stop wasting time with other RV dealers and get your family camping now. Bayou Outdoor Supercenter, Bossier City, Louisiana.
Your most devoted friend doesn't put on his seatbelt or stand on two legs. You are his keeper, and you'll do anything to protect that bond. The Lucky Duck Kennel is 5-star crash test rated. It's durable, dependable, and secure. If keeping your dog safe from the unpredictable wasn't enough, we made it lightweight, customizable, and right here in America. Lucky Duck, because loyalty goes both ways.
The Super Retriever Series Crown Championship would like to thank all our gifting sponsors for their donations to our competitor teams. The Thank Shreveport Bossier Sports. Also like to thank the sponsors of the Shreveport Bossier Sports Commission. Over here. And Alex Washburn and Ticket are winners today. Alex applauding Jerry Day and Super Sue, a rare win for her in this long-standing rivalry. Another look at our medals board right there. And our winner today, Ticket, now a nominee for the Iams Company Top Dog.
Crazy. Unbelievable job.
38 faults and in a commanding position, Chris Aiken and Boomer.
A 4-year-old dog has won the ESPN Great Outdoor Games gold medal. That was close.
Maybe another day for them, but what a day for J. Paul Jackson and Achilles. Your winners of the gold medal, we will be back with the medalist, Achilles with the gold, Reddy with the silver, Nike with the bronze.
If you feel that you can run with the best, well, we've got the challenge for you. Something that will take you out of the familiar, out of your comfort zone. But you will get a chance to show that you are worthy. For each dog and handler team, a series of 3 tests: hunt saddle, field trial, and a hunt test. Each one a challenge by itself. But to excel in all 3, you'll have to bring all of the endurance you can summon, all the desire that's inside of you. You'll need the enthusiasm of youth, the wisdom of age. If you can put it all together, you'll be the winner. The Super Retriever Series Crown Championship is presented by Eukanuba. Sporting dogs give us everything we ask and then some. Their nutrition should do the same. By Shreveport-Bossier Sports Commission, we are focused on you. Louisiana Tourism, feed your soul. And by Lucky Duck Kennels.
Make sure you say hi to Pat for me.
Where's Hilda? Waiting on Hilda.
I'm probably going to be out after about 8 more amps running.
Okie dokie.
And then I'm going to head home.
I got it.
To get Shannon to try to find you some company.
Yeah, I mean, either way. I mean, if whatever they want to do is, I mean, it's always fun to do that. If it's not essential, I mean, I talk to myself all the time.
And you're good at it, too.
Engage the bird. No, he didn't engage the bird. Yeah. About that time, it come out of his mouth. Comes up. And I'm like, that sucker sits, takes off. He just chases it. And I blow whistle again, stop it. Here comes Dean Roy. No, no, no. And I'm like, yeah, I know, I'm out. Probably out. Is he gone? He's like, that wasn't a flush. Not a flush. Go back. You know, I never had that happen. It freaked me out.
Same grand, they parked the trailer where they brought the birds in on the walk down. Remember that?
Yeah.
So I'm walking up there and I got this little dog named Kate. It was just way too much. Bred on a Pook. Remember that dog?
Well,
Pook?
I've been to
her. I mean, her eyes like this. It's gonna be by the grace of God anyway. I get there and one flies out underneath the tanker, close to me to tank. And here I am right at the eye. I turn around and go back and I'm like, no, come on down. I said, I couldn't handle it. I got it down there. I couldn't get the lead off of her.
You had to walk from here to that tree line down through there with all them birds crossing you.
The time we got down there, I lost it. Went 2 or 3 grounds and passed the first one, broke in the second one, passed the third one. She went, never. I told her, I said, never again. She ain't gonna make it 3 times. I barely got a one time.
That's the most chaotic.
Oh. I passed 6 for 6 in that deal this year, and I don't know how. It's just all happening so fast. Confusion. Well, I'm not doing it. I just go so fast. I can't make them keep up. This year I had one that I was got stuck twice with Sonya.
We kept them overnight and bought 2 shoots in that.
The first time I run up the hill, they had them on that more straight up.
Alright, here we go, boys and girls.
Then the next time the first one, so they was all getting ready to watch. Got it. Uh-oh.
That's the first field I went to, that one there.
Yeah.
After I ran that one, I'm like, I ain't going back there.
No. She made me flush one twice. See, I mean,
Too late.
you hold it just a second. You hold it for a second. Alright, go to work.
Come on, Hella. Let go.
That first field to the left, when you walk down the hill, that first one to the left, tell the damn dog to see the bird before he got. Here's that cameraman to know to see the bird, and here they take out the running for it. I'm like, oh God.
Alright, guys, is the blind planted?
So take the lead off. Walk around here.
Blind planter, can you hear me? Alright, here we go. Guns up, guns up.
When I dropped him off, I told him.
Come on.
Good luck, Gil.
Thank you. Let me leave this bulky radios in. Sit. Sit. See?
Good luck.
You're bad. You're bad. Okay,
Alright, here we go. Dog to the line.
Heel. Let's go hunting. Heel. Heel. Let's go hunting. Heel.
Bird 1.
Hard.
Bird 2.
Sit. Sit. Heel. Dead bird. Dead. Dead. Here. Here. Dead bird. Sit. Sit. Walk.
Okay, I don't know if I have everybody, but we're back and running, believe it or not, at 2:06. And Hilda's up here with Ronan here doing her landline. Pretty strong right to left crosswind here right now. Pretty strong. I would say close to 10 miles an hour, not horrible. There's that coming whistle.
Are you talking?
I am live. I don't have a monitor. I think I'm live. And we're running. I'm not sure what everybody can see, but good deal. Okay, well, I guess I am on, everybody, and our first dog is just completed the landline. Got a little messy at the end of it. Yep, this is Hilda and Ronan. As of right now, I'm kind of trying to get a feel for the wind. We've had this front come through, so it's likely to be changing, but that dog had I think it turned out to be the more challenging wind, don't you think? The right to left crosswind. My partner in crime here, Mr. Broussard, is going to be around for a little longer. He is not mic'd up at this point. Oh, I think he's looking for one. There we go. We had to get all our stuff under cover. Okay, well, Ronan went over and had a very good right-hand bird. Just cut Ronan loose on the left-hand mark. He's left of the, well, was left of the holding blind. All right, he's broken down a little short. And she's going to handle on this left-hand bird. That first dog today that I think has checked up short on that left bird.
Imagine that rain washed all the trails.
Well,
out.
exactly. You know, Brian was just mentioning that things are going to change here with a lot of that scent that some dogs were taking advantage of has been probably dissipated with the heavy rain. I'm sure we got a good inch or more.
Oh, yes, sir. Definitely.
And, well, but it looks like it's moved east of us, and we should be good to go now.
Appears the wind is shifting. It's way more right to left.
It's definitely way more of a right to left crosswind here, which may help you on one bird and hurt you on another. But I gotta believe it's going to make this blind a little more challenging.
I don't send another stitch cord.
Okay, here comes Luke. Luke Coors online. At least I heard in passing that Hilda got 72 with Ronan. This is off. This is a good, solid initial line. It'll be interesting to see if you need to play this landline different. Just right before the storm came in, yeah, and I can't verify that score. That was, I'm not able to see the monitor right now, so I can't quite see our score. But, all right. Yeah, kind of as I expected. Luke's having a little trouble casting into this right to left crosswind, and they dive into those trees early. I think this blind's going to take a turn for the worse if I was a betting man now. Luke fought him through there. Lost sight of him a little bit left, but he got downwind and was able to get the blind. Certainly could have gotten a lot worse than that. Picked a couple, probably I would call them cast refusals there. just as he dove into the trees. And I'll tell you, that dog, it's been my experience that always assume the dog sees you. Luke walked out a right-handed cast. I couldn't see the dog, and I'm pretty sure Luke couldn't see the dog, but he knew where he was. A lot of times they're peeking around those trees because he gave the cast and the dog popped out near the bird. So obviously the dog
had to
saw
be looking
something.
at him.
Yeah.
And the wind was in his favor too. So.
Yeah, they're going to wind it on the left. You just don't want to be too left. Now, how's it going to affect this mark? I think it's going to keep him from wanting to hunt deep. We've had two good marks on the right-hand bird. Yep. I think it's going to push him into the bird a little bit. This may, we don't know. Hilda hunted short on this left one, so I don't have a real feel yet on how this pattern's going to go.
Well, this is definitely a new game now, so after all the rain.
Well, we talked about the test changing it.
Mm-hmm.
It's I don't know.
Everybody will form their different strategies.
Right. And is it a 90-degree wind? I mean, it went from almost downwind to right to left. So
look at there. Look at there.
Wow.
That was a beautiful mark.
Yeah. Well, Luke just pretty much pinned both marks.
That's Luke and Cruz.
Luke and Cruz. Okay, good. We're getting a little bit of information here. We're having to.
Should post a pretty good score. Two really good marks.
Now, you all may be seeing some scores coming up, but I'm not able to see them at this point. So you're going to be on your own a little bit to kind of peruse and look at the numbers.
Up next is Kevin Baggett and Pete. And actually he, Hilda, and Luke came in with the same score, 73 for the first series.
Well, these last three dogs, the last two and the next dog, all came into this series with the exact same
score, 73.
Of a 73. So, and this is
Pete Baggett. I mean, Kevin Baggett, I'm sorry, with
Kevin
Pete.
Baggett coming up with Pete, coming right to the line now. The team effort here to get the handler and dog names together here. Visibility looks good. Okay. All right. All right. Early whistle there.
Might be a little delayed.
Well, this dog's not fading left, is he?
No, sir.
Until you give permission to go left. Sometimes you give them permission to go downwind and you can't get the right-handed cast. But this guy's...
We'll see how this change in wind affects that gap in the trees there, too.
Yeah. You're pretty critical cast right here. All right. Well, all right. Now I got my monitor up. Good deal. Now I'm up and going.
Go.
We got power. Well, I tell you what. It's affecting him now.
Mm-hmm. It sure is.
Looked like he was kind of cruising there. Now he needs a big into the wind cast, and that's not an easy task. He got the dog to give in some.
That into the wind is a
Luke
tough cast
Coors
anyway.
and Cruz came in with a 49. 49 on that previous effort. Well, if this wind holds up or gets even stronger, I think we got a new landline altogether. this, I'll tell you what, I've been in this situation many times, and you feel pretty helpless sometimes trying to get that right hand crosswind. And again, I know you can't really see it at home, but there's a nice breeze, and it's pretty much a 90-degree from the dog, right to left here, which we haven't had yet on this blind. We've had a quartering away wind and from right, but this is...
And you're trying to cast them into that wall of trees,
so we had
into the wind.
Right, yeah, exactly. You're trying to, and I mentioned, you know, this dog doesn't seem affected by the crosswind, but sometimes once you give them permission, it's like pushing a boulder downhill. Once it gets rolling, it's hard to stop. And that dog took a left-handed cast, and for the most part, really had a hard time ever getting another right. Got a little bit there, but he's still got a long way to go.
That left-handed cast might become pretty rare here in a little bit.
Oh my goodness, yeah. I don't know how you get the blind from there unless...
He's got to get him into the trees so he can wind it.
Well, okay,
Oh,
he
there
will
he goes.
come in,
Took
the
that.
dog broke over that direction.
He'll get it
Did
now.
he wind that bird from that far away? No, he doesn't have it
He
yet.
might have winded the birds in the holding
did.
blind and carried him over there.
Yeah.
There you go. He's
Wow.
got it.
Okay. Ooh-wee. Yeah, sometimes you're just fighting for your life up there.
Yeah.
I'll tell you, I've been doing this a long time, and we've improved a lot of things. But a crosswind blind was hard 40 years ago, and it's hard
today, isn't it?
we can.
It sure is.
We can come up with all the sophisticated techniques, but a crosswind into the wind cast has been hard from day one.
Let's see if he can save himself a little on the marks here.
It's a challenge there after all that time to remember these birds. Now, he's just a little bit inside, but he's checking. His tail's cracking, like he's. That's something. How, you know, 3 dogs in a row have gone out, went right to this bird, and they don't. Now they're not winding it.
Nope.
Because he's on the right, but it has helped them get the bird. You know, and maybe you got to give him credit for dogs for marking, but it's just truly something how the wind shift, the lighting change, just changes almost everything in the setup. Well, he's far on.
I guess it's
far
supposed to
forward on.
turn.
He's really trying to influence this dog downwind of this mark. And then he said, well, I can't do much now, the handler says. Let's. And I think he got the influence he was looking for. He's still a little.
He's not in a bad place.
He's not in a bad spot. He's actually rolling in. And,
There it is.
and, well.
Boom.
No, standing over the top of it is not a bad spot to be.
Nope, that's not
so
a
two
bad
perfect
spot.
marks, but that blind's going to give him, going to cost him. All right, here we go. We got some numbers up here. All right, we're up and running here again. All right, our open division, well, you pretty much see the numbers there. 166, 153, 161. These guys are, well, as we see this play out, we'll start to see this unfold. All right, you got Leo with 110. We got a 98 in there. Now, I asked you earlier, do you think would you, if you had to guess, is 100 going to be the over, right around in that area, going to be the over-under on the top 18?
You know, I kind of went back and studied the scores a little bit during the rain out, and
tell me what you decided.
I think it's going to be below that.
Okay.
I just do.
I got it.
There's,
Well, we got all the.
There's an awful lot of low AM scores, and I just think it'd probably be a little below 100.
Okay.
I think I might have transitioned.
Would you say that on both ends?
I would imagine.
Yeah, because you had a bunch of really low amateur scores there, right? Okay. All right, Daisy and Clark. Be interested to see what that score is, because it's going to be all the points are going to be on the blind.
All on the blind. Guitar running order.
And it was a messy blind. I mean, I hate that for him. Perfect initial line. And when I'm here, I'm just waiting for that moment, that wind to just do what it does. My guess is Clark doesn't wait very long here to stop him. There he does. Good. Yep. Rex told me this a long time ago. The best strategy on a crosswind blind is don't let them on the downwind side until the end. Every time they hit the line, you keep
them.
Yeah,
upwind.
I mean, especially when the crosswind's having a big effect, and I think. Now there's a blind.
Something. That's a good blind.
And that's pretty much what Clark did. Now, dog's got to be cooperative and take a cast, but you don't.
Yep.
Best way not to get a crosswind cast is not need a crosswind cast. I mean, and that sounds good. So you've got to win your argument early. And the dog that had all trouble, there we go, 144. Well,
144. And looking at our banners too, Mr. Pat, the wind's kind of laid just a little. It may pick up again. You got a little breeze, but it was blowing pretty good a little while ago.
Yeah. That front just passed through, and you're getting some effect of it now. And I wasn't being sarcastic about that strategy on blinds. It really is. You think, all right.
No,
just,
I totally agree.
Would say,
if the dog will cooperate.
When you know you got the dogs are really struggling with it. Let's see what he does on this mark. He's checked out.
He's in the right place.
All right, got it. Good.
That's a good mark.
You just, the minute they get a dog length left of the line, you put the horn on them and you fight to keep them on line, and then you just, ideally you want to be just on the downwind side when you get to the blind, but you got to get to the blind first. And I think with Clark, if you look at it, that first whistle he blew was key. It'd have been easy to give him a few more steps, but the more that downwind momentum, fading with the wind gets established, the harder it is to change. And he stopped it before it even started.
There you go.
These dogs are
found the holding blind. Good job working that out.
Score.
That's going to be
That's going to be a dandy score. There. Yep. For whatever reason, the marks feel friendlier now.
They do.
And if you can manage this blind, and it's going to change again. Good handling there. That really was. He was on it.
Steve Endurance and Onyx coming up. Really nice dog too.
You bet. Yeah. See, folks, pay attention. These are the best handlers in the SRS right now, and pay attention to how they manage this blind. If you didn't watch anything other than just good handlers run this land blind from a learning standpoint, you're going to get a lot out of it.
Really good time.
6 on.
So that, no,
That's the sweet spot.
perfect spot.
Yeah.
Yep.
It's still a right to left wind. It's the velocity's dropped a little bit.
Mm-hmm.
And just when you think you see a pattern, one dog doesn't follow the routine. 'Cause this dog has stayed a little upwind.
It may help that into the wind cast with it being lighter now.
Ooh, so he went with a pretty fast cast there. I think right here is going to be the key part. This cast is key right here. He goes with a silent. He gets a little bit.
Good angle though.
But it's look at that tail crack.
Wrong side,
Get on him, Stephen. When that tail goes, it's a little bit of an early warning sign. Boy, another good job of handling there.
That was good.
Tell you what, if he'd have been a second slower on that whistle around those trees, or I think, you know, that it can go bad in a hurry. 16.
Great score.
16 for Clark and Daisy. I
tied
expected
with Leo for the low score, I believe, of the series anyway.
Well, that's
pretty sure. Yep, Leo had a 16 also. So that
what combined score does that give him?
Now you're gonna make me do some math. Let's see.
Well, just add 16.
Let me do it on my phone here.
So Stephen's going to stay with his strategy of getting the left bird as the first one back. The dog's tail sitting in the puddle.
Let me get back to my list. Here we go. That puts that puts Clark at 87.
87
score, which is the low score now in the open.
Well, that certainly starts to set the bar here for some of these dogs in the bottom half. So you thinking that's more likely around the cutoff number?
I would imagine. I would think so. It depends on how the weather changes some. Stephen's knocking down a good score here too.
This feels to me like an ideal time to run here. The marks have been a little friendlier as long as you're on it on this blind and you make it happen. 'Cause he's just going to be, I think he's going to just tail cracking. Pretty sporty. Excellent right-hand mark. Solid left-hand mark. Went hunted the holding blind a little bit, but went over.
Yep. Be a good score.
Good blind. Onyx is looking for his handler. I think they're trying to speed up the mechanics a little bit, but judges have to communicate with each other to get these scores up. But if they can speed up the mechanics between dogs,
these
they're going
better runs make it a lot easier to put it together and finally get the
it's
correct
hard.
average.
There's a lot of moving parts here.
Yep. This is Steve Guzman and Dre. Steve made it into the Crown Finals a couple years ago, I believe.
Sumter, South Carolina. We get a no bird here? Yeah, we did. Spent a lot of time in that part of South Carolina, up a little bit north west of there in Camden area. That was a really, well, 2 national champions came out of Camden, South Carolina.
Really? Is that right?
It was a great little town. Felix Mock won a national with a dog named, the call name was Hoss, Jubilacious T.C. Malarkey, and Delma Hazards from Camden, and she won with Dudes Double or Nothing. And,
If I'm not mistaken, I think Steve also runs Boykins.
Okay, and Boykin, South Carolina is right there, right out, really on the edge of Camden. Boykin Spaniel country.
Not a good line, good initial line. You can hold it.
Okay. Let's see if this wind's gonna, oh crap, gonna change here. Oh. Checking my wind compass, but somebody said the wind was going to turn and go north, which would turn in our face, but okay. Well, right now it shows a crosswind at 9.7 miles per hour, so right around averaging a 10 mile per hour right to left crosswind. Okay, here's crunch time right here.
Here's the critical part. So do you think they get more of a prevailing wind through that gap?
Yeah,
when they
yeah,
get
you're
there?
right. I was wondering that same thing. You notice that last, I don't know, I'm not even sure what kind of tree it is, but then the cluster of trees, there's right in there, there's an opening. Does the wind come through there? Is that where it affects them a little stronger?
A little come-in whistle there for some reason.
This depth perception is not easy.
No, sir. Those black dogs sure get lost in the trees, don't they?
Yeah, that's the scary part. You show up on that side and now, who was it? Was it Luke's? There was a dog earlier.
Luke.
And winded the bird
Luke and
from
Cruz.
over in that area. I mean, not where you wanted to be, but it.
But that's when the wind was blowing a little bit
The
harder.
wind was blowing a little harder, right?
Yeah, that was Luke and Cruz. Well, he just does not want to take that right. Calling
I
him
think
in.
he decided to pull the plug on it here.
Calling him in.
Well, sometimes you just say I'm getting enough work and I'm not going anywhere.
When you get to a point where you may be starting to
do more harm
than good, it's probably time to pull it.
Hard to do.
Yep, very hard to do.
Sometimes that last 15 feet feels like 15 miles. And my guess he was only maybe 30 feet. But I bet not much from that line. It just couldn't quite get that last bit.
He had no right over in him.
No. And when he got in the trees, he wanted to stop and hunt, and it just never could recover from that.
This next dog up is Jason Placer and Cash. Cash made it to the finals in last year's crown.
Oh, we did? Okay. Brian, you can't leave. You're giving me all this information that I couldn't come up with. Well, it's great to have you guys hanging out with me here. It's fun to visit a little bit, talk about your experience. And
well, I enjoy it, and we learn some things too. You know, anytime you can sit behind this level of dog and watch things and watch the handlers, it's an education.
Oh, without a doubt,
it's an education.
I've started saying, this is a school you never graduate from.
Exactly.
And Marvin Blunt, a client of mine from the past, owned a dog named Shadow, Candlewood's Hawkeye Shadow, who you've seen a lot of pedigrees, wonderful dog. Marvin would say, when you're green, you're growing. When you're ripe, you're rotting.
Well, that's true.
And then, so if you quit thinking you know it all, you're going to start rotting. And that, without a doubt, goes for me as well. It just feels like we had a right to left wind for a while. It just
it's kind of laid down.
Switch around a little bit and lay down. You're just going to have to be hyper aware as a handler, and I'll tell you something here just in a second.
A little late on that whistle.
Well, and
Get in there.
No, I'll fight for it a little bit, buddy. Good. Excellent verbal back. You may need another one. Gotta just get it. You gotta go with a third one like that, I think. You need some rearward momentum. Just can't get him to.
Just can't get him in there.
Given the cast he needs, he just can't quite get that rearward. No, he might have got it there. A little different response.
There you go.
You're not there yet, buddy. Come on, keep fighting.
There you go.
Okay. Okay.
Got it. A little trouble on the end.
I mean, I love a good land blind. It happens fast.
Yep.
You got to be on your game. All right, there you go.
There you go.
Steven,
24.
24.
Onyx.
Yeah, this is where I think right here is where you're going to see the cutoff get established. And these mid-range dogs that hit these low scores are going to. Because we're looking for the top 18, right, in each division.
Top 18 go to the next level. Interestingly, from yesterday's series, 5 of the top, 7 dogs were all AMs.
Well, 5 of the top 7 on day 1, and then there were
5 of the top 8.
Well, that's right, and then you had, but that
series.
one at the end there came in with that 3. But
3.
Yeah, they were putting it to him now. This guy says, "I don't need your help. I know where that bird is.
I know where it is.
Just get out of my way, will you?"
They've got to be on the mat or they'll be penalized on the send. The dog has to have a piece of them touching the mat.
What's he doing? Is he thinking?
Looks like he's just trying to settle him down.
He wants to push him, but every time he starts to step forward, the dog jumps ahead off the mat.
See, he looks like he's looking a little right.
Right.
He's lined up where he needed to be, but was looking a little.
He went
Not a
with
bad
look,
place.
but if he'll check down and hunt downwind, I mean, there's
He's
been some
cracking
pretty
that
good
tail,
stuff
so
from him.
he's
that's
starting to hunt.
which is
That's
what happened.
good. He's got it. Very good, Mark.
I see Mr. Rhodey Best right in front here. He's got his dog laying in the holding blind, and he's stepping out. He wants to study everything that goes on here, and you've got to, because you got to be on your game at every level. But I got to believe right here, you've got to put your best foot forward, or you're not going to play after this series. And it's really fun. You're seeing a number of the professional handlers run after each other, and they're doing everything they can do to step their game up. And each one inspires the other one to be a little better handler. Okay. Dog's got a little different style.
Yeah.
Hey,
he's a little
down
short.
A little short. Is he working his way back there now? I think he is.
He's got it.
Pretty darn nice.
Not bad.
The marks have been, without a doubt, the marks have been quite a bit better since we came back from the storm. Well, he's going to get dinged a little bit at the end of that blind. Can't get, maybe he's going to have a little hunt on that left bird, but not too bad. The majority of his points are going to happen probably
on that blind,
on the end of that blind.
End of that blind for sure.
There's one thing you want to make sure you do. They're walking out and planting the blind right now. When you're in that holding blind, you know, for two reasons. You really want to get another look at to study the ending, and B, you want to make sure the blind goes down, because the judges are talking and the marshal's busy, and sometimes forget to plant the blind. So you want it was always my responsibility to myself to make sure I saw the blind planted ahead of me. We got Reese coming up here. Brody takes him off his feet, gets his hands together to get himself mentally ready, and whatever your routine is to get your handling hat on, you got to have the right, you got to be intense, you got to be passionate and not panicky. It's a hard step.
This little chocolate can perform really well. At one of the events, I think it was last year, I won the AM with my dog, and Rhodey won the Open with Reese.
Okay.
He can do some nice work.
Ooh. Did he just win? He made a move to the right. He might have.
Poison bird.
Did he?
Oh, window.
But he cast off of it pretty well.
Yeah.
But Rhodey doesn't want to let that left-hand momentum get established. This dog's changing direction pretty darn well, almost more than you might expect. Does he go verbal with this cast? Yep, that would be my instinct. Now he's got that rearward momentum.
You got to be prepared
now,
for
if
that.
If you're a little bit
too.
there, the wind, okay, right? Look at that. Remember we talked about stopping them the minute they hit the line of the blind? Ooh, but you got to get this cast, and the dog turned the wrong way on him. Yeah, but, all right, he got the next one. Oh, come on, Rhodey, stay with it, buddy.
That's good. There you go.
Ooh, okay, all right.
Worked it out.
We got air support coming in. Plane just right over.
We have Barksdale Air Base right here in Shreveport. A lot of military planes happen in this area.
$57.
Yep, not a bad score.
57.
For Jason.
And we said probably the majority of that came on that.
At the very end of the blind, yep.
Into that blind. Rhodey did a great job there. That, if you were a little slow on a couple of those whistles at the end, it could have turned into a real mess. That's when you see the great handling, not when everything's going smooth. It's when it's not to go smooth, and you're able to salvage it. And that was a good example of it.
Must be just a little in front of it or something.
He's got the idea. Just a little kind of bunny hopping around. The dog made a little bit of it.
He's left now, but he started out hunting in
I think this is going to do it for you.
On a good line.
Isn't it? Right there.
There it is. He was just in front of it.
Knew it was. He had a good depth. He was just a little short, but you could tell he was not leaving that spot.
No, he knew it was in the area. He just had to dig it out.
Brody's working him a little bit, and he's launched. I got my little bush I use as a marker from the angle I'm at. The dog's a little bit on the right-hand side of it.
Mm-hmm.
Acknowledge the gun, swinging left.
He set up a hunt, so...
A little bit, just a little deep. I think he's coming back there, isn't he? Does he? Did he come back too much?
Don't get too wide.
This is a peculiar
We made a big
move.
circle on it.
You see this dog's tail's kind of dropped? He's a little worried.
Oh, he popped.
Yeah, you could see something. He kind of realized, I'm not sure where I am.
He sure made a big swing on that last round there.
Yeah, he made that, he had a good initial mark.
Yeah.
Kind of broke left, and he just, you would have thought possibly, we didn't get the wind that, because I would have thought when he came in on the left side, if we had that right to left wind there, it's not as obviously right to left now as it was. It feels like it's kind of in transition stage. See if he wins it over here, because this is right where he was the first time. He came back through there.
He needs to come back right.
Yeah.
There you go. He got it.
If he only knew how close he was.
Yep. With this deep grass and all this shrubbery in there, that bird could have tucked.
Yep.
Down
Yeah, you're right.
And
You got
just made it not as easy to see. And
well, and some of the dogs get in there, you could tell they've seen it, but it lands up against a little cocklebur bush, or you could look right there. You see there's little dips and little ditches, and if you happen to get one that falls in the ditch, I get it. All right, Luke is getting ready to rock and roll.
Is up with Indy. Indy's an 11-year-old, former Crown Champion winner.
Oh.
And
it looks good for
I
him.
probably shouldn't say it, but he's one of my, because I have a lot of favorite dogs out here, but Indy's one of my favorites. Owned by Randy Morris, and Ms. Morris is out here with Luke. Every event I've been to, she's here to watch her dog.
Cool. Well, Luke set up on stage with me last year, and I knew I thoroughly enjoyed having him. I'm sure he wished he'd have been online instead on stage, but he offered a tremendous amount of interesting insight.
Mm-hmm.
And I didn't know Luke before, but I enjoyed my time with him. I was thoroughly impressed.
He spent a lot of time with Rhodey, working with Rhodey, and ended up going out on his own, and he's really good young dog man.
Right.
Really is.
You see, and that's my routine. I re-heel them, take them off their feet. A little yawn. He knows he told him no dead birds, so he says, all right.
All right.
Usually that yawn is a little bit of anxiousness, but he didn't get the initial line he wanted.
No, he sure didn't.
No. He can't. Needs another cast here. This dog is a little too close for comfort to me on that poison. Not that you couldn't kick him out of there if he smelled it, but there you got it. He's got kind of a measured blind pace that is pretty handler friendly. He's having a hard time getting the left-hand cast, but right there he got it. Now you got to say, wait, be careful, I don't get too much. This is to me that cast that gives you a big read. And he got a good one.
Yep, sure did.
Watch that momentum shift left though. But he didn't.
He held it, didn't he?
Well, that was a money cast, wasn't it?
Oh, no kidding.
Ooh, 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 ooh. Okay.
Good recovery.
All right, Rhodey got a 100, and yeah, that's not going to be what he's looking for, without a doubt. All right, I don't know if Luke is trying to psych his dog up or himself. Probably both. So this dog has had right on his mind. He got a right initial line on the blind, got kind of right on the mark.
There you go.
But came up with it pretty quick. Same blind, different, slightly different wind, turns into almost a totally different strategy until, you know, when it comes to putting the bird in their mouth. But we talked earlier about those dogs, you know, trying to keep them left to give you room to get on this right-hand mark. Well, it's not as crucial here. Dogs are coming up with that. And really here, you can point them in the direction, get a good start. But the dog's got to do this on their own,
do the work.
pretty much.
Under the arc.
But if I were a bet man, I don't want to jinx him, but an 11-year-old dog with those kind of credentials, well,
he knows what to do.
I guess he didn't need any yet.
No, he didn't need much help on that.
Well, probably going to be a pretty solid score.
Mm-hmm.
I would think a real solid score, actually, don't you?
Yeah, I do too.
Probably got a little ding on the end of that blind.
On the end of the blind, yep.
Maybe
may have got a few points maybe for a poor line on that right mark. Don't know, but he did start off. He picked it up handily, but he started off pretty right. I just like to see. I think this is, I'm not positive, but I think I remember Luke saying this would be his last year, Indy.
Oh,
11-year-old. Looks good though, don't he?
I'll tell you what,
This is Casey Parker and Bailey coming to the line, and Casey and Ron are old-time school friends that go back decades, and best friends, and he trains with Chuck McCall and his group.
Excellent. So he's an old-time school friend of yours?
Of Ron Anderson.
Oh, okay, Ron's. Oh, okay, excellent. Well, that's cool.
Looks like a
no bird, I guess.
Bailey's an exciting little dog to watch. She's a 9-year-old. She's not young.
Well, that's
used to battle being vocal a little bit, but boy, when she would leave the line, she'd make a couple yelps, and I mean the crowd would just love it. All the crowd always loved it. So she was exciting to watch.
So she'd make noise on send?
Mm-hmm.
You know, from just a pure hunting standpoint, I don't think that's as big a deal. But I think if they make noise when the birds are in the air, to me, that's, I mean, from just a pure hunting standpoint, that's a bigger problem.
I don't know that I've ever seen her make noise with the bird in the air. It always came on the send.
Yeah. We call that squealing your tires.
Squealing your tires. Yep.
They're throwing dirt at you. Well, obviously she still enjoys it.
Mm-hmm. I said 9. She's 10 now, I guess.
Okay. Wants to look a little right here. The dog feels like it does. And that's where she wanted to go, yep.
Yeah. You heard her? Listen here.
Yeah.
Okay.
Whenever you're ready, just let me
Mhm.
know.
Okay.
Because Mike's going to take your place when you're
Okay.
Nice cast there.
Shannon, do you want me to just go get him when I leave and just let him know? Okay, yeah.
Okay, it comes crunch time now. I feel a little right to left wind.
Yeah.
Okay, let me just talk about that right there. When you're in that situation, I give that cast. I tell my people, when you quit gaining ground on the cast is the minute you start losing ground. So what is that? Okay, so what do I do? The minute they dip that left shoulder, the first, if I blow, and even then it's almost too slow. There's usually a stall before the turn. You get the cast. Oh, turn that off. And in that stall, I mean, and when I said you get the cast, and then there's, I almost call it a stall, where you're not really going right or left, and you're kind of hoping they go straight. Well, if you wait and they start breaking left again, and you're a little slow there, next thing you know, you're in the trees. So it just
that delay in your response can compound the problem.
Right, that's a 200-yard blind, so it takes a minute. It takes a little bit of time for that whistle to get there. Now she's a little. No, I guess not. I thought she was a little wide. That tail's really
She's
ripping.
a little left.
Is she going to wind it though?
Well, the wind's picked up. I think so.
Yeah, she just did.
And now we're feeling a little bit more.
She did.
Right to left.
So, and here's another thing I'll say. And that, you know, if I know we got the classic right to left crosswind, I know the fade's kind of developing and I can feel it, and I give a right-handed cast, the minute I lose sight of the right-hand shoulder, I better be blown. You understand what I'm
yes,
saying?
sir, absolutely.
I mean, they're going. You've given a right-hand cast. You can see the dog's side, but the instant they start to turn away from you, there's two reasons. A, the good dogs, they knew why you blew the whistle there. If you time it right, you blow just as they start to give into the factor. You got a better chance of them understanding why you blew and what the next cast is.
That's a very good point.
Because the whistle is saying no.
It's saying no.
Stop what you're
when
doing.
they committed the infraction.
And just an initiation of the behavior. Another good mark. Good mark there.
Mark. Yep.
So if you can get that right, dogs are all. You see them lean. They know what cast. They can anticipate the cast. Now, they have to be in a willing state of mind. But that's
right.
And you know, my people will say, well, what cast do you give? No, the more important thing is when you blow.
Yeah,
that is the most important.
So.
Now, you got to give the right cast, obviously, but it isn't. If you wait a little long, and that left-hand momentum gets a little more established, it's hard to change. Boy, they're really speeding up the timing between dogs, and that's an excellent move on their part. That's gonna inspire me to get some time here, because I bet you they're going to speed up on their dog. Plus, the dogs are finding these marks quicker.
Yep, seems like they're.
Luke, there you go, 35.
35. That's a good score.
Can't be disappointed with that. Again, some of that was maybe a little bit at the end of the blind, a little bit on that right-hand mark, but pretty darn sporty.
He's a little bit more left than we've seen most.
Well, you're gonna. So let's watch this now. He gets a good cast. He crosses the line, but watch. Now you don't see the shoulder. Watch. You better go. You better jump on it. Watch this. This is going to be. Oop. Now you got to dig back.
This is a important cast here.
A good whistle.
I was going to ask you if you
Great
thought that
whistle.
was a really. I thought that was a good whistle.
Oh, but
just to
be
keep.
careful with that come in too early.
Oh, he was early. Yep. Well, you can see now, at least on the monitor,
Okay, well,
that,
you got him back where we can see him. Hold on a
that
minute.
darker shadow under the trees now.
Now again, we're looking at this in a magnified view, so I mean he got by it on the right. You see when he jumped the log, but now he's upwind of it.
Yep. Earlier when the wind was
that was
a
the place
different
to
direction,
be.
that was where you needed to be. That's how the strategies change,
This is
isn't it? Golly.
Oh my gosh, that is so. I mean, I've been there.
Yep.
I mean, I'm not.
We all have.
If you haven't, you haven't run very many times, but he was so.
It's just amazing to be 10 foot from the bird, and
I don't think he was even 10 foot, but he was just a tad short. We certainly wasn't 10 foot from the bird when he was on the right. Look how far away he winded that bird. Is he winding the bird from there?
I think he is. He caught scent,
He
either
definitely-
the holding blind or. Oh, he's there now.
All
You
right.
got it.
When you can't judge the depth and you know you got a crosswind, you don't try to judge the depth.
No.
You let the dog's nose tell you where it is. You see how that, now, again, we're looking at a magnified version. That's just and it's really hard to see in there. But if I had a bud in this handler's ear when he stopped him, I'd have said right hand straight up back with a step, not a come in. And I think you would have kicked him about 3 strides and he'd have been downwind. Now, we can see him. He's underneath in those branches. Dog's dark. He's just super difficult.
Yeah.
But if I had a nickel for every time I blew that come-in whistle earlier than I should have, which I've done, because that's happened to me a bunch of times. And he knows probably.
Well, yesterday when we started this series,
There you go.
32. When we started this series with, it was around this time of day, overcast, heavy, a lot of shade under the trees over there, and it was just harder to judge the distance.
Right, exactly.
Yep.
I run a membership program, and we kind of have a theme of the month that we're talking about, and this last month I picked 4 subjects on what separates the great handlers, and finishing blinds was one of the week subjects. It's right there, right there, and it's.
I think we've seen that displayed today.
And the only way you get better at it is work hard at it and challenge yourself. Period. And you got to do it and do it and do it, and you've got to learn from your mistakes.
And you've got to go to venues like this, or even this live stream, to watch the best in the game do it.
One of the great Nelson Mandela quotes was, "I never lose. I either win or I learn."
That's true.
And that's right. You're going to learn something from that. And you've got to look at it that way. And the great thing about this venue, if you elect to do it, these handlers, everyone has told me they've gone back and looked at themselves. Oh my God, I wish, I'm not sure, maybe there's a few nationals that I didn't quite finish the deal on that would have been painful to look and see what I could have done different. But you're going to learn from it.
Well, you're going to learn from it, absolutely.
There's nothing like it to be able to see this anywhere, ever. That's a cool view. And he's off, got a nice initial line.
Well, people that want to improve their handling will often video themselves to do it. Well, here you're,
No doubt. I mean, you don't need a lot of equipment. The cell phones are incredible anymore. You can get a little stand, put a little tripod, hit video, and you can watch it on your TV. All right.
We saw the winds
Something
picked
weird
up.
happened. I wonder if that dog picked up a burr in his foot or something. Kind of.
Or you hit that gap where the wind's blowing through it, hit a little bit heavier, and because you did.
That's just your spot.
Yep.
Boy, this is right where that other dog was, almost.
There you go. You winded it.
So he didn't blow at all there. Dog kind of worked his way in there and got on the downwind side. Well, you said
got in there, yep.
he probably. I mean, you know, he went to school on how far that other dog smelled that bird from the left. So he elected to just let him go left, and you know, the trees weren't there. You're not very far offline. It's just a scary gamble a little bit.
This is Clint Sullivan, another Louisiana dog man from St. Francisville area.
Boy, there's a lot of good ones here.
Yep. Remember the Amite River HRC Club? They put on a lot of good tests. Really support the sport.
One of the legends in our game was from Louisiana, Bob Kennan, won a national. Brilliant dog, man.
Well, he's got a good line.
And a super nice guy. Good line and a good mark.
Really good mark.
Boy, these guys are fighting for those 14th through 18th position right now. Don't you see it?
You bet.
Didn't that feel like it to you?
They did. Well, this is the biggest cut. You know, you're going from, what, 45, close to 50 dogs to 18.
But it's right in these numbers here. You know, these guys are all trying to get that lowest score because if these...
Well, the low score here locks you in for the most part.
Right.
You know, when you're at this level, when you're at this stage of the scoring from the first series.
Right. What are we down to? What are these dogs' numbers here? For the first series?
Clint's was 63 in Series 1, posted 63. It's another good mark. It's a good run, decent run.
Yeah? $63, okay. So there's like a number 97. He ran early yesterday when it was about as tough as it could be. He had nothing to go on. And it never did get easier, but at least later on you had some information. All right, Steven. Steven's taking deep breaths walking up. He's Steven's real patient. He let him watch that right end bird a long time. And 5-year-old male, Jack.
So we have 4 dogs here that all going into the second with a score 63. Clint was the first. Steven, Clark, and then Luke.
Every whistle, every turn makes a difference here, doesn't it?
Exactly.
Because you're right. These are probably the ones that are fighting for that. To hang around. And they all are, but I mean, some of those really low numbers. Let's watch Mr. Durrance. The other thing you need to learn from is just every... Oh, he's really trying to punch him out there.
He is.
Every change in behavior a dog does for a reason. But I crack a tail right there. That means something.
Yep.
He wasn't cracking his tail there. Look at that. I mean, it tells you he's going into a hunt mode, which he's doing, but it isn't going to kill him, and Steven got him there.
Yep.
He was efficient, but the ability to interpret body language at that distance and the change. Ooh-wee! Look at that one there.
Oh, 16. Man. 16. There you go. That's definitely going to move Clint and Jake up.
Yeah. they don't do anything they do every move for a reason. Every bob of the head, every crack of the tail. And you just have to become hyper aware of it, and hopefully it gives you the information to tell you what's about to happen and what you need to do. Well, Stephen has stayed consistent by going left bird second, right immediately as the first mark retrieved. Really the only one that's done that. This guy, he knows it's here somewhere.
Yeah, he's putting.
I don't think hunting is a problem for him. He loves to hunt. Boom.
There it is.
Yeah, a little hunt, but. Dog's tail never stops wagging.
No.
You know, there's just subtle. Steven's saying easy right there, just trying to talk him in. Again, I don't think you have to work too hard to talk this dog into hunt.
No.
He likes to hunt, and on a bird like that, well, it pays off.
Yep.
Okay.
Not bad.
Boy, these guys are starting to get in the groove here a little bit. You know, some are a little better than the others, but he's got Steven, Luke, Rhodey.
And Mr. Pat, I'm going to roll off, and your old friend Mike Gibson's going to come take my spot and sit here with you and enjoy watching the dogs.
Right.
It's been a pleasure.
To get to know
Thank you very much. Yes, sir.
Best of luck to you.
And then I'll see you somewhere down the road.
Yeah, I hope you do. I hope I do. All right. They're shuttling my co-host in fast and furious. Mr. Mike Gibson here coming up. All righty. We got Mike Gibson getting mic'd up here. Luke is getting ready to cut him loose on the blind. Been interesting here, you know, we definitely have a right to left crosswind. It's not super substantial, but some dogs have been very affected by it. Luke goes with a silent right angle back. Okay, you're going to get a real read here. Remember I talked a minute ago about dog's body language. You see when he stopped him, he didn't look at the handler right away. He's kind of, and I don't know, some dogs have that tendency, but that tells me something. And it tells me, I tell you what, Luke, and he's kind of hunting his way, but he's hunting his way in the direction you kind of need to get to. Let's see if oh. Sometimes you wonder here, Mike. Okay, there he finally went. Do they not see you, or do they not want to see it?
That's what I was just going to ask you.
Sometimes it's like, well, you're a pitcher. A catcher gives you a sign. You don't like to pitch. You go, no.
Shake them off.
That's what I think they're shaking off the pitches.
That's what's always hard to understand here with given the backgrounds of different things.
You don't
just not located you yet? Because my experience has been generally, even I do a lot of standalone singles, and you know, I'll be a long way away from the dog. And you know what that dog always wants to do after he picks up the bumper? He goes straight back to where he came from. He don't come to me. He goes straight back to home plate. Right. And so I think they can find you.
Yeah, Stephen got a 28. But you know what? This dog had multiple casts in that area. He had already found them. I didn't read it that way. Okay, my first indicator, the dog stopped. He kind of looked around like he was almost, if I can see it, I'm going to pick it up, and then I'll look at you second.
Yeah, I think I got this.
And it was consistent with him fighting him a little bit on the cast. Now, Luke salvaged it.
Luke's really good about doing that.
You bet it is. You bet he is. And that's what separates the good handlers. You know,
That's right.
everybody can run them when they're firing on all cylinders.
It's easy to do, and you don't have to do anything.
But when you've got to kind of shift the tide, and they're getting on the edge of getting away from you, that's when that's really the art of handling. But this mark all of a sudden has turned out to be pretty. Now I'm going to say routine, and then somebody's not going to be that way. But it has been that.
Well, the wind is at the direction now that it's helping you.
Yes,
exactly. If you run the line that you run right there. I wasn't fortunate enough to have that when I ran, because we ran right where we needed to run. But the conditions are changing so much that almost from dog to dog, it could be a different scenario. And as a handler coming up behind them, you really need to pay attention what's going on when you're in that on deck.
I mean, this test has changed at least 3 times, and we're just, where are we? A little past halfway.
Halfway through. Well, at one point, I know the weather was still predicting strong, gusty winds. You know, and again, depending on which way that is, it can change everything.
Everything.
And see, Pat, what are you seeing on this left-hand bird
it's just
from where dogs are at, as far as is there any advantage to being one side or the other? You know,
well, I think you want to influence a little harder toward the bird. Most of the big hunts have been on the right, but the marks in general have been significantly more friendly since the storm.
Since the storm.
Now, you know, good handling, but there's something significantly different. That's just, and it's so many times it's just not obvious. It's not obvious what has changed, but the lighting is similar. We've had so it's got to be mostly the wind.
Well, he also, we're getting to the top half of the dogs that.
Good point. That were on their game yesterday.
A little more on their game, and
yeah.
So you're getting to the better half of things too.
Yep. And I've really been watching, not just the professionals, but these guys are, and they're becoming pretty systematic about. They're starting to just execute these things. You know, as a professional, I just think when I was really active running all age dogs, open dogs, I would run 14 to 20 dogs a weekend. And if you had a reasonably good first series, you were going to run a lot of dogs on land blinds. And land blinds were the key. I mean, that puts you into the, that sets you up. So, and I think it's where the skilled handlers shine more than at any other point.
Oh, I think so too.
And you really have to, it happens fast. You got to make instant decisions. Your reaction time has to be just right on the harder blinds.
Yeah, well, and the anticipatory situations, anticipating what could happen out there, and reading your dog and being on that right at the right time.
And you're trying to just get and again, because this wind is so subtle, but it doesn't take much for a dog to start establishing a fade.
This is Clark and Mays.
Yep. See, he has full attention to this dog.
Mm-hmm.
And I say,
and he got a great cast as a result.
I said, but in this situation now, I was talking to Brian. I said, the minute, yeah. I don't want to lose sight of that right shoulder. If I lose sight of that right shoulder, I'm almost a step too slow. See? It's crunch time right now.
Yeah, this is blind. This from here on back. This is where the difference has been.
And again, see, he's casting, the dog's not moving. And I'll be damned, he threw over two.
And I think the dog just winded. You see his head turn right there for the last second?
But he's not deep enough. He winded something.
No.
But watch what you haven't seen it from this perspective all that much. It's significantly deeper than you think. Now the dogs have smelled it pretty far left.
Yeah, I was going to say a while ago I saw a dog got
two of them
got a cast refusal and went down the tree line and turned and went right straight to it.
So now, there you go. It goes verbal because it's deeper than you think.
Yep.
Now that's the way to execute it. Boom. Put him.
Right.
If you can, put him a little bit on the right, kick him just on the downwind side with a verbal cast. I mean, but if he could, oh, there we go, 48. Luke and Core. Picked up some cast refusals in the middle part of that blind. Somewhat similar to this dog, actually. So we're just, I mean, I'm starting to speculate a little bit. What if you had to guess what the cut line's going to be, or maybe there's kind of a typical history of?
No, you can't really go by the history because all the scenarios are different as far as what type of test you're running and what have you. But I've heard you and Brian talking early and anticipating it or predicting it possibly to be around 100. I know on the amateur side, we were at coming into this round, 62 was the 18th place dog.
Right.
And so seeing the scores that I'm seeing coming in here, I think the cut line for that top 18, I think it's going to be closer to 120 on the amateur side.
Oh, interesting. Okay. Well,
the cut line.
Yeah, the top 18.
Yeah.
Survive and move on. Now you carry those scores with you, but it's still.
Back in the early days of this, everybody ran the first 2 rounds, and then when they went to the semifinals, they zeroed everybody out, and you started from scratch again. And then when you went to the top 6, they zeroed out again. And so it's basically, if you could get to the top 6, it's whoever won that last round. That's how it used to be.
What do you like better?
This, no doubt about it.
Yeah, you get credit for.
You get credit for the whole week.
Because I tell you what, wouldn't it have been? There were a couple jobs on that first series that were just breathtaking.
Yeah, would you hate to lose that?
Dog needs credit for that.
And in what other sport do you change the score at halftime and say, let's start over? The Yankees would like to do that after the 5th inning from last night. After 3 Little League errors in the 5th inning, led to 5 runs.
Yeah. When that happened, I thought I went to bed then. I said, hey, they're done. Well,
good job on the marks.
Good job on the marks.
So now it'll be interesting to see. We've seen several of these today, Pat, where the dogs did a pretty good job on both the marks, and then you see what appears to be somewhat of a high score, and all of it really racked up on the blind. So I'd really like to know how they're.
Do you remember? Was it Luke right ahead of him that had that?
Got a 48.
48.
Yeah.
Would you guess this would be in the 40s?
Well, it's a very similar run, don't you think, to Luke's?
Yeah, I do. I do think that.
What a lot of people are running around in the gallery talking about is, and still, the dogs that still to come is trying to figure out where those points are coming from on that blind. What do they need to do differently to get that tighter score, because their marks are hitting pretty good, but they're getting some pretty good numbers on their blind.
I'm trying to think of myself. I guess here you're more prone to doing that, but I never tried. I tried to run my best blind.
That's all I do.
You start thinking like that, and it just listen. I know what a good blind is, and I want to do it.
People have asked me all the time, do you, because of the way the scoring system is, do you keep? No, I don't. But all I'm doing as a handler when I go up there is I'm trying to get those birds in the most efficient manner I can, and whatever the score is, And now later in the rounds, if you're sitting on a 20, 30 point lead and you have an opportunity to play something safe and know you're still okay because you've seen every other dog run, maybe you might play something different. But at the end of the day, I think most everybody here is saying, hey, I'm not taking a clicker to the line with me and figure out this or that. I'm just trying to get this in the best fashion I can.
So this is a male named Wiggles. You think his buddies in the locker room gave him teased him about his name?
Very well could have.
I mean, that'd have been a tough one to go to school with, wouldn't it? But I tell you what, you come up here and smack this, they're going to say, that's right. That's not Wiggles, that's Mr. Wiggles. 48.
Same score.
Ooh, buddy,
this
be
is
careful.
Dangerland poison.
Be careful. Nobody's really.
They haven't been there yet.
He didn't.
And with this wind, he got by it.
He got by it.
He got by it.
Well, he must have known something. But I sure expected that dog to make a move now. But the deal there is you're not letting the downwind momentum build up. Rex always said the best way to run a crosswind landblind is don't let him on the downwind side.
Don't let him down there.
And right. This is like you got to watch this. Don't lose sight of the right shoulder. Boom.
Boom. Right there.
That's what you saw the momentum shift. You got to get it before it completely gets us.
But
Now he got a good cast there, and he saved it.
He did.
But if that blinds another 75 yards,
yeah,
you're in trouble.
Well, to your point, and with this wind changing, like we've seen throughout the day, you don't know what you're going to have. That's a dangerous spot to be in, but he nailed it.
And I said earlier,
you saw it plain as day. That dog instant, as soon as he started left, if you could have timed that and been ready right there, you don't want to let him get over there.
If every handler of every level, if they didn't do anything other than watch this landblind, they would learn a ton.
Mm-hmm. You know, and that's a beauty of living in a geographic location where a person could come out and train frequently with a pro. You know, that pro was standing beside 20 to 25 dogs a day.
Yep.
And you take a person that amateur, similar to myself, where I might get to go out and stand beside 2 dogs a day.
Yep.
You know how much difference there is when you see 25 different situations and 25 different dogs, 25 different personalities every day.
I tell you,
Mark in good shape, and see, he came at the mark from the right-hand side.
But I think the wind, they don't wind it, but they kind of bend into it now. And hunting those trees was what they wanted to do this morning, now they don't show any.
And it didn't help anybody.
I said a test that spans, there's a third of the test that's kind of normal, a third of the test you can't do it if you try on your best day, and a third you can't screw it up if you try it. And that just happens.
Mm-hmm.
Now, this landblind's a landblind, but these marks have, without a doubt, become, are in favor of the dogs right now.
It sure appears that everybody's picking them up pretty clean now. He's taking his time here. His dog's wanting to peek back to the right a little bit. He's really taking his time trying to get him out there.
But you made a great point earlier. Don't underestimate, these are the dogs that marked better yesterday too.
Yeah.
So, and as many dogs as I've watched, if you could, there's no way I can
look at that
explain,
decision.
Right, why these dogs kind of roll into the bird.
I mean, it's several dogs in a row.
So is this the same Wiggles that came in second in Huntsville in 2020, is what Shannon just asked me to ask you.
I don't think so, because I don't remember Rob being there. It is? Ron Anderson's correcting me. It is. It is.
Because that is correct. Okay. Well, I can't believe there are that many Wiggles. Because that's not a name I think I've ever heard before.
There might be if he keeps running like that. Sean running. Okay.
Sean ran the dog. Is what Shannon just pointed out to me.
Okay.
Okay. Well, there we go.
There might be a lot more named Wiggles if he keeps running like that.
I told you, his buddies aren't going to laugh at him in the locker room now when he starts kicking butt.
Yeah, I remember Sean now, and he was right there at the end, right there with a shot to win the thing. Miss Ernie. Yep.
Yep. Ramblin' Man. I know another Ramblin' Man, Jim Powers' dog that won 2 national amateurs. Wonder if there's any relationship.
Good line right there off the start, right where you want to be.
Notice how he moved up to the spot where he wants to handle from.
Mm-hmm.
You want to find your handling deck so you're not having to look where you're stepping. All right. Now, I don't know if he's having to go with verbals to get him to move, because it seems like this would. No, that's just his. We got a good cast there.
Got a good cast. Now, you notice there he gave the cast and then the verbal was delayed.
Right. Okay, I liked where he's maybe not quite, but I think this is going to play out for him. Ooh, don't get too much, buddy. Okay.
And I think that's why he was doing some verbals. You know, you get a little more. You don't quite get as big of angles back.
Right, right,
you know,
right.
You
Okay,
get
he
more
came out
dig
of that
back,
fine.
So, yep.
I said, you have to tell yourself, like when they're in those trees, 23.
23. Good score. Great score.
Nice job there. 95% of the time, the dog can see you when you can't see them. And I've watched people give casts from those trees, and dogs come out just like you can see them perfect. And you know, and there's so many people kind of panic there.
Mm-hmm.
They call them in. Give the cast as if you can see them. Exaggerate the cast, and I'm telling you, more often than not, they're gonna pop. They're gonna see you and take it.
Walk that cast because, like you say, they can see a whole lot better than we can.
And if you can get any sort of a cast there, and they're on the left,
to where you can see them
they
move,
end up winning it.
That's right. Good line to that.
Mm-hmm. He said
checked up.
Easy, but
oh, Ernie went to the whistle quick.
Not that easy, Ernie.
Now we have one coming in from the trees again, but he's going to work it out, it looks like.
He's a little deep still. He's going to have to put another one on him, isn't he? Were you surprised he handled that quick?
I was.
I mean, I know the game is different, but he started over here, but sometimes when they do that, they're in check down mode.
They're in check down, and
they're probably going to hunt with
find that gun station, and then see if they give him a chance to work it out first. But Ernie's.
Yeah, I mean,
Ernie may have read something totally different into that. And
he knows his dog.
Yeah,
he knows his dog.
Going after this left-hand bird, that speck decoy right there.
Yeah.
When you're trying to line them up to get out there just right.
It's right in line with
It's kind of pick your spot. Do you want them bouncing right off that or left off that? And again, moving around on the mat. You get over on the corner of the mat, changes the
you get a little
of that
angle,
compared to over on the left of it.
I made the comment earlier, Chris Ledford, who's a really good professional handler, would say,
look at that.
Boy, they act like they just...
They do.
See that.
They act like they either see it, but every one of them is getting inside that is just making a hard left and going right to it.
Chris would say, if I want to influence left, I want to run from the right side of the mat. If I want to influence right, I usually want to run the left side of the box. Now, not every time is that true, but I'll tell you, there's a lot of times it is.
There is, and there's a lot that goes into that as far as positioning your dog based on, again, obstacles that's in front of you. Where do you want to be on the mat to, utilize that entire mat to your benefit.
And what is the exact instructions?
Some part of the dog has to be touching the mat before every send off.
So it could be if you wanted to play the right side, as long as this left rear foot was on the mat, you're good to go. Yeah.
It didn't help me a bit, but that's exactly where we were in the top right-hand corner of that mat, going after the left-hand bird because I wanted to create the angle to be. And as far as what I went back and looked at the run, for example, and I saw the orange ribbon where the bird's supposed to be landing. I saw him run right past it.
Yeah, you just.
But so again.
You ran at a very difficult time.
Sometimes, the judges in this will tell you at least 1 foot has to be on the mat. Other times they'll say any part of the dog, including the tail, something has to be touching the mat when you take off. And their instructions to us here was...
I assume those no birds on a too low a throw?
Low flow. There's a line drive throw out there on that left-hand bird. Doesn't give the dog much of a chance to see it. It's not in the air very long. Yeah, these first two series instructions have both been some part of the dog touching the mat for every send.
Gotcha. So, you know, this wind, I can't quite tell. It feels like it's in transition. And when you've got that and you're on the line, you've got to be hyper aware. You'll feel it on your earlobes, the little wind shifts.
You've been over picking up some grass, seeing what it's doing.
But it'll just, when you have to be aware. And I'll say that to folks I'm working with. What just changed? They go, what? I don't know. The wind. Did you feel it? Feel it on your ear, the side of your face, the back of your neck.
Really comes into play.
Oh.
And Sam here's got a nice dog.
All right. Takes him off his feet. That is my routine, is to kind of make him back up, make him do some movement of compliance.
You know.
Oh yeah, this is the finger snapper guy. I was watching him. He's got a reel, and it was something how he's got a little cue there that this dog clicks on one side or the other. You know what?
Got a good
whatever works for
cast
you.
there.
Yeah. Boy, those yellow dogs sometimes are hard to see.
Tough to see. You know, there's a.
So here's one thing I tell my guys: never take the whistle out of your mouth when you know you're going silent, especially when it's crunch time around those trees. It takes too long to get the whistle in your mouth, inhale and blow.
Get reloaded.
Not only am I not taking it out of my mouth, I'm going to have all the wind built up, ready to go before I cast. Now, so if you have to add verbal to it for some odd reason, but if you know you're going silent, but it's just because it just slows down your reaction time a little bit.
Now here we go again. Again, the question, difficult to see?
Well, I know.
Didn't like the signal.
It could be a little bit of both, but most of the time the dogs aren't moving there. It's when they're casting and where it feels like the dog doesn't want to
coming in from a little bit left.
Yeah,
gone into hunt mode.
Yeah.
Better get a hold of him right here.
Right.
And we've seen a couple from right there cut through there and go straight to it.
Well, you're right. Boy, he's kind of quartered his way through those trees. Now he's giving the cast. I saw the dog there.
Right through
and he got to it.
Yep.
There's a patch of cover, and I can't tell. It's on the front end of that canopy of trees.
Yeah, there's a bunch of vines or something hanging down
and
there, coming down.
Seem to
A bunch of tangles.
All right, there's 66.
But Ernie had the handle on a mark.
On that short mark, right? And it wasn't the best handle in the world, was it?
Had a little hunting in there with it.
Right, a little bit of trouble. A little messy. Remember when the dog that came through the trees on the blind? Not bad, but that combined with that handle on the short mark.
Now we feel that breeze picking up again. And
yep. But for the most part, I'll bet on the right, it's been right to left. And somebody said it's transitioning to go north.
That's what they were talking about earlier. We'll see what the weather says it's supposed to do.
Oh shoot, I want to time some dogs here, and I keep forgetting because I want to see, because they're definitely picking up their pace.
Sam he's going for that left-hand mark.
Do you think that, because Steven is done, boom.
And that dog got that bird from the outside.
Yeah. Yeah, it's just for whatever reason, it's a friendlier bird at this point. And you just got to take advantage of some of the breaks, because you're going to run at the good times sometimes. You're going to run it. And the biggest thing, dogs that win nationals, they've got to survive when they have to run at the bad time.
That's right.
That's most of the time, oftentimes what wins
Well,
nationals.
it's a long week, and you're going to face all kinds of conditions during that week. And again, sometimes when you're in a changing situation, you do it long enough, sometimes it benefits you, and sometimes it bites you in the tail. But the dogs that persevere through all of that, you know, is usually, you know, comes out. You got to face adversity. Nobody ever scoots through with no adversity.
Oh, that's right. There isn't any sport that you do.
No.
We've talked about that plenty.
Well, again,
bang bang on the marks.
In pretty good shape, and
I mean, we've had a lot of similar work. Little challenges at the end of the blind at different degrees.
And they've come out there with in the 40s.
Yeah.
I just looked at the weather. According to the weather, we're out of the west right now, but it's going to change to the northeast, but not much.
Is it really out of the west? No kidding. So I was popping up my
west,
it does say west.
And then northeast. But
so I use a thing called wind compass. I keep one.
So you've got a little app here.
Let's see what it says here. Yeah, it does. There you go. But it sure doesn't feel like that right now, because it feels like it's on my right cheek, not on my left cheek.
Yeah, it sure does feel like on the right. Now this is Nick with Lincoln.
Well, it's definitely going northeast east tomorrow. It looks pretty, and it's going to go.
Lincoln had a 60 in that first round.
Yeah, these are the guys that are going to set the cut, isn't it? You know, these mid-range dogs, and you know how many of them can post low scores. It's going to be tight on those last few numbers, isn't it? Is it always that way?
Yeah, it's usually, especially
a whistle here and a bobble there.
Especially on the pro side, you know, those scores are usually packed in there pretty darn tight. You can usually have a little bit of a gap, but this year on the AM side, they're packed in there pretty tight.
Okay, this guy looks like he's managing this pretty well. If it were me, here's what I would tell my amateurs: be patient on the right, urgent on the left.
Okay.
On this blind.
Yep, on this setup, that's right.
When you're a little on the right side, you could move a little left and let it play out, because I just don't think the dogs are going to break right.
Well, again, we were talking about it yesterday, a group of us. Where's the only place you can get yourself in trouble here? And that's in those trees to the left, back where you couldn't see them and you don't know it, but on the right, you got some room to see them.
Yeah. Now this morning, that right field was all lit up, and there were dogs
trying to
wanted to go right. And the wind was a little bit like uncertain. But that's the only time it showed up. Yeah, and that's when they wanted to punch out in that other
field. They got there and they saw that gap.
And it was all lit up, and I had to believe that was more, it was shadowy over here and bright over there. And it maybe just drew their attention. But that's not the case now. This is all neutral light with them. And I know it says a west wind, but it's not feeling that way right here. And the dogs aren't winding. If it was a west wind, they'd be winding this bird on the right side.
Okay, he moved. I thought he was lining up for the left bird again, but
yeah, I think
it looks like he's coming back to the right.
Just trying to get a.
You know, it's a good feeling when you step to that line. That dog's already indicating. I know right where that thing's
at.
He
sticks his neck out and says, "Just say my name."
Yeah, I got it.
I don't need you. Well, he's checked up a little short, but he's got the right.
Yeah, it's what you're going to do from here, because he started out in a pretty good spot.
Yeah, the cameraman for a minute. Yeah, he just came up and you can't. I mean, just from my standpoint, if he checks down on a check down bird a little early, I'm gonna pat him on the head and tell him he's a good dog. He tried hard. 45.
45.
Pretty much.
Now, based on what we're seeing there, scores were around 60 to 62 in that first round, coming in right around
real intrigue. You're not going to go. You're not sitting there waiting for callbacks. You know what
No.
they are.
Well, you know, even as a handler, when you go to the line, whichever side of that line you're on, you know the score, and
Right.
you
Yep,
know what you got to do up there, and
Man, it's like it's a magnet.
Every one of them.
Like a magnet. Well,
and it's probably a combination of things. Again, conditions have changed a little bit to make it, you know, more conducive to getting them, and you're getting to the better half of the dogs, both.
so do you think maybe that heavier rain knocked and maybe they're a little more visible to here? Or we got some scores coming in right now. Well, I think most of these.
Yeah, most of those are going to probably
amateur
be out of the
division. Well,
yeah.
All right. I know you don't like seeing that there, Mike, on top there.
Yeah, hey, you know, as you said yesterday, it's not what we wanted, but it's what we got.
Well, there's Kevin with that 101. That's the lowest one I've seen so far.
He gave himself a chance to get into that top 18 with that run.
That's some 90s, some
You know,
under
there's
100s.
a 79 and 85, yeah.
That 107, that's going to be...
It's going to be close. Because, see, he was sitting at 62 yesterday, and that 62 was at the top 18.
Gotcha.
Starting out, so
if he can... Well, that's
he can
right.
kind of hold serve.
If he can hold serve, you're right.
But there's been a couple. There's been a couple.
How many below him have
moved up?
Right.
You know.
That's
now the question
yeah.
is how many that is below him now will move back. And usually you'll see a few move up and you'll see a few move back.
Is this our top amateur team? No, this is
No.
our other dog. Okay, this is the top amateur handler, Lee Spivey.
And Leah's really burst onto the scene this year and run a lot of events and done very well at all of them. She does a really nice job of handling.
Hat comes off immediately. Lots of focus, Lee. She's a gamer.
Mm-hmm.
I'll tell you, if I had to name the top 10 handlers I've been on all time, a lot of them are women.
Mm-hmm. Well, if it's anything like my household, the women are a whole lot better at pay attention to details.
Oh yeah, let's watch
You know,
this. Watch this. Watch this. You haven't.
It's a
Look for that
perfect
first
line.
shift.
She got it. I mean, she anticipated that.
Because you know it's coming. It's just not. It's not if. It's when.
Yeah.
Okay. Okay.
Yep. She anticipated that perfectly, and as soon as he was in those tangles, right in front of those tangles, the second he started to lean left, she already had the whistle going. Good job of handling. 46.
Well, they're gonna be bunched up around that 100 mark, aren't
yeah,
they?
you know, he was at 60, and now he's at 106. So, you know. But again, how many dogs in a row? You know, Ernie had a quick handle on this right-hand bird, but other than that, several dogs in a row have just cleaned up both the marks and nothing flat.
Where's she going here?
She's going to the right-hand bird.
It had a funny little view. She's going at the bird pretty hard. Well, she's saying, hey, I need to punch a good score. Yeah, she is. Okay, first. Under the arc. We're starting to hunt this bird a little harder.
Mm-hmm. Well, again, came in under the arc.
Yeah. Yeah, you don't want to be...
I think any of them that go just outside it are going to wind it.
Boy, the way this is playing out.
But you know, she's getting a pretty good hunt back here in the
Yeah, I
trees
know.
behind the cameraman, and you know, now you got all those points plus a handle to the area now.
Does she blow a come in when she does that? When she throws her arms out?
Yeah, she did. I think she's trying to get the dog to square up.
Right, I do too. I just...
The Pat in the field trial game, a cast like that, how would that be viewed versus
You
here?
talking about calling them in?
Calling them in like that.
Well, it's become. I mean,
It's one thing.
It's become very frowned upon. I'll put it that way. There's nothing in the rules. I mean, people say, "Oh, you're not making progress to the blind." Well, that happens all the time. That's called a cast refusal.
Yeah.
So but it's a death sentence for some.
Yeah.
And that's become the convention for a lot of things, and then other people just kind of follow suit.
But that's one of those unwritten rules.
Yeah. Well, that's right.
And in this sport, every cast should either advance you towards the bird or closer to the line to the bird.
Right. Which is the same.
Yeah.
But 2003 National Open in California, I did that because I was going to miss a piece of water, and I got called back and finished at National. And if I would have missed the water, I wouldn't have. So it wasn't like I had any choices. But people, they were ooh ah, and well, here we go. All right, and they were looking open division. Well, all these. Now we're looking at all the hundreds.
The higher end right now.
These guys probably punched a ticket to the rest of the week off. Here are these numbers right here.
The commentating pool there.
That's right. That's going to be in.
Yeah, Clark did
all right,
himself. Clark with a 16 there really gave himself a
Look
chance
at Leo
to move
came
up.
in there with that's right. 110.
Chuck a 15.
Posted
Leo
some-
16.
Yeah,
Yeah.
there you go. Clark did. Okay.
Even down
Well,
there
like you
with
say,
Jack at 91.
They're bunching in right around that century mark there that are going to be. Boy, there's a bunch in there, isn't it?
It's going to be
It is
a lot of
gonna be
scoreboard watching coming up.
Well, that's what we're here for. Well, and feel that kick of wind
you
right
just
there.
feel it, yeah. Strongest it's been in a while.
Yeah.
And Pat, throughout the day here, you've sat and watched every dog, and my observation, I haven't seen every dog, I've seen most of them. Has anybody come to the line with any other color than black so far today?
Yes.
And
there's been a couple people in camo. I saw one handler with a brown sleeves and a black vest. But the vast majority have worn black. I would be a fan of a solid color. When you want to break, I mean, the best way to camo when you're hunting is break up your outline.
yeah, you're not trying to hide from them.
Right. So I would think two tones and would be if you, I'd be wearing black if it were me.
And was that a pop right there that I just didn't think I heard a whistle before he yelled back.
Yeah, sometimes I just don't get them, but this is, again, you want to study this part. Every stride they make is, and when they change. You're in trouble, and you're trying to be. Now, if you can get him out of there, you got him out of there. Went to a verbal and reestablished road momentum. It's gonna pay off, but it looked like it could have got messy.
It was on the edge.
It was on the edge.
The
but
dog gave him that crucial cast when he needed to get back in the picture and go right to it.
All right.
Again, the only difference there with what we've been seeing is that
right hand mark.
That right hand mark and handle. That score might push Leah on the outside looking in. Given what we're seeing
that's my
so far.
instinct. Those guys they're poor guys over there working on a generator trying to get it going, and they're having a heck of a time. It's our camera crew. They're keeping us up.
A lot goes into a production like this.
My goodness,
but to your point, where else can you get this and
nowhere,
and see the views?
Absolutely nowhere,
and learn so much from it. I go back home, and for the entire next year, I'll be pulling this up and watching it. And
well, it's good. That's why you are where you are. Because who doesn't watch game films?
Yeah.
Who doesn't?
I mean,
you know, you learn so much. Every sport does it. But if you did nothing else but watch every dog on the second half of this landline, that would be time well spent.
Yeah.
Because it's just reading that behavior and that change. And I said, the dogs don't make any move without a reason. It's telling you something. And you need to be a student of reading behavior at a distance. I mean, you can watch this, like he's in a stride. Something's going to change here in a minute, right there. Well, I guess when he sees the bird and runs right to it. But even then, his stride had just broke.
Yeah.
He started to think,
he knew that I'm getting where I need to be. That's two really good marks.
Pretty good. It's going to play good.
Interesting to see Clark's score, because you couldn't get the marks much better than that.
What would you guess it? 30s or less?
Maybe less.
20s? Teens? Well, we're going to find out.
Again, a little bit of trouble
Bayou Tech
right there at the
Clergy
end.
Man.
Padre.
You got to know bird.
Mark and Padre's usually always in the thick of it.
Been a lot of good Bayou Tech dogs. Warren Hayes' slider.
Still pumping them out.
Yeah, they've made a real impact. I get to be around Jamie Woodson's Maddox dog a lot, and he's just, he oozes with, you can just tell what a special dog he is.
34 for Clark.
34, okay. Yeah. All right. Getting a little better at guessing this, I guess.
I'm sure it's a question you hear all the time, and I don't know if anybody has the right answer. I would love to have the right answer. When you put a lot of thought into a particular breeding and you select it for a reason, but then once you get that little fella home and you start doing stuff, I mean, how do you really know, when you have something that you think has a chance to be special?
Well,
how do you know?
Right. I mean, I think the spectacular ones are obvious, and the really bad. But I'll tell you what, I've learned to be more patient and not jump to early conclusions. Because, well, one of the dogs, one of my early chances to win an Open National was with a dog that I had, and the owner really was pressing for an answer, and I said, I don't think I'd keep him. Well, a year and a half later, see, he had the whistle in his mouth.
Really?
And he got a cast refusal. See how quick he was there?
Stopped it right away.
Now he needs it because he said, I don't want to be there.
He's the first one we've seen in a while out on that left edge.
He needs a cast. He got part of one, but it's see the momentum shifted, and I want to. You see the stall? You hit it, and the stall. I said the minute you quit gaining ground is when you start losing ground. So I want to get him when I quit gaining ground, not when I start losing.
As soon as you can read that indication.
There's that stall. You got the cast, and then it's usually when I say a stall, that's when you quit seeing his right shoulder. But he got a cast critical, and I tell you,
he did.
I watched him. He had the whistle in his mouth, but I watched him cast, and boom, he blew right away because the dog turned the wrong way, and If he would have had to grab it, pick it up, inhale, and blow, that dog would have been 10 feet further left, and he might not have gotten a cast.
Could change the total outcome. You know, and in this game, a lot of times people are so afraid to blow that extra whistle because it's, you know, it's counting points every time, you know. So sometimes you see people hang on too long and not blow that whistle just because they know that clicker's clicking. And
you know, you got to run the ball. Yeah. You know, the only judge I worry about is myself.
Yeah.
I just. Those 2 points you're going to blow there are the best 2 points you're going to. That's your best investment.
Well, a lot of times, especially newcomers to the game in this sport, they don't realize how there's points clicking up without that whistle blowing that you better be aware of.
And I'm going to say I'm going to expand upon that to clarify it. After I meet the 75% mark in the blind, it's even more so. And as every percentage you get closer to the blind, it's more so. As far as I'm not sure I ever lost a field trial by blowing one too many whistles.
No.
But I've lost a lot by blowing one too few.
Not enough. But because people are aware of the scoring here and the way that stuff works, you see what I'm saying? It sometimes affects whether they.
But it affects you in field trials. It's just perceived differently.
Right.
But
that's right. And Mark got the right hand mark pretty good.
But you aggressively manage that ending and have good control. It's going to make an impression. And it's going to pay off later in this deal when you need control. There's going to be some hairy blinds that they're going to have to be with you the whole way.
There he goes. You can tell that dog saw.
Yeah.
Again, good job on the marks.
A little hair in
it's
the
all
blind.
coming down to the blind.
Right. This is going to be 40s probably. Because he got pretty left.
Pretty left. Do you think the judges have a corridor they're looking for out through there that says, you know, really the right path to this is kind of
I think it is. I would, and I'm going to look at it. What mine would be. Let me step over here because that's a great question. Okay, I'm going to tell you what I think.
I mean, I think most of the time they do.
I will find one side and I try to get the equivalent on the other. Is what I'll do, and I'll pick a landmark, and it's going to be. I funnel down, like in the early and middle parts. I might give a little wider, but
football shape.
And then I want to funnel right into it, and that's from a handling standpoint as much as anything. But when you look out there, I'm going to say when we see this blind, I'll tell you what my corridor would be.
Yeah, Michael and 9-year-old Barrett.
Okay. We're getting some.
Got another
but they're
no
definitely
bird.
Speeding this up because he got up a little bit after the 5-minute mark. So which was taking us, when we were doing 8.5 dogs an hour, we could be getting closer to 10 dogs an hour.
10.
Which is just going to make us.
Still not going to finish.
Not going to finish,
not
but
a
you'll
chance.
get. Be nice if, when we've got a big move from here to our next spot.
Looking for the score of.
Have we seen that score yet?
We have not seen Mark and Padre score yet.
Does that mean they're getting ready to rebird? Look at the bucket. It was full of
overflowing.
Overflowing.
Yeah.
They have another no bird? Yep.
Looks like it.
Now they're going to pull a new dog in. Okay. Going to give them a.
Michael was sitting on 57 yesterday.
They're going to rebird now, I think.
56,
gonna go
56
talk,
for
56.
Padre.
Okay, well. Yeah, okay. So, well, we're not going to get a look at that blind. But I'm going to tell you, and then I'll try to point it out. Come over here and I'll show you. My corridor. Let's look at the trees, right? See the thickest trunk tree? It's the second tree from the right. It might be two trees close to each other. But
yep. There's 4 trees right there.
4 trees.
So you're talking the second tree and that big
from
one.
the right.
Yeah, from the right.
And the branches.
The long branches out to the right.
Yeah, that would be my personal corridor. But I will tell you, if this wind is crosswind, I mean, I told you, I'm gonna work darn hard not to get on the downwind side, not let any downwind momentum. So, not because I think it's a smarter corridor, but I think it's smarter handling. So I would bump it over. See, if I was in Georgia, I'd say it looks like Spanish moss, but there's some stuff hanging down to the right of the right tree between it and the blind marker. I don't want to get to the left of that. No. I do not want to get left of that.
And what I think that is out there, I think there's some vines out there.
Right. And it's just not that spot is significant to the judges, but it's significant to me as a handler, because I know the biggest danger is bending left. And there are some field trial judges will kill you for having your dog out of sight.
Before you're getting out
even if you're not that far offline.
But out of sight.
Some will say out of sight, out of control. Now, I don't necessarily feel that way. And a way I've watched those dogs. Now, you cast them right and they pop up left and they're running around left. Now, that's a different ballgame.
Well, let's see where we're at here.
Got a little break here, and I'm going to take a chance to take a short little break myself. I don't know if we're going to commercial. Hey, we are having a great time. And Mike and I are just sitting here talking dogs and just enjoying it. I mean, yeah, just talking theory, and this land blind is bringing up all kinds of interesting discussion, which it always does. I think when I do workshops and stuff, I think land blinds bring up more conversation than almost anything else.
You know, Pat, how much do you, when you're working on things, and obviously land is much easier than water, but you know, how do you transition and go from very tough land blinds to very tough water blinds? You know, because the water changes everything.
It does.
You know, and
but to some degree, control is control.
Yeah.
So if I can manage this, it puts me ahead of the game. And you know what? 90% of the time when blinds start falling apart, the first thing that fails, stopping mechanics. The sits erode. So if they're getting sharp stops, and if Danny Farmer said it great, he said, I don't want them just to sit, I want them to salute. And you can see when a dog salutes, they're not looking around, they're staring you straight in the eyes, they're high and they're at attention. If I can have that sharp stop and full attention, I can maintain that. That's a big part of it. And so now, you're right. Water changes everything, and it always does. But you know, you're coming into the cooler time of the year. I mean, for me, if I've got a dog that, you know, I can challenge and I will.
Over here. And Alex Washburn and Ticket are winners today. Alex applauding Jerry Day and Super Sue, a rare win for her in this long-standing rivalry. Another look at our medals board right there. And our winner today, Ticket, now a nominee for the Iams Company Top Dog.
Crazy, unbelievable job.
38 falls and in a commanding position, Chris Aiken and Boomer.
A 4-year-old dog has won the ESPN Great Outdoor Games gold medal. That was close.
Maybe another day for them, but what a day for J. Paul Jackson and Achilles. Your winners of the gold medal, we will be back with the medalist, Achilles with the gold, Reddy with the silver, Nike with the bronze.
Good. And
So Mike and I, we just, it's too bad you guys weren't here the whole time. We've just been talking away about dog stuff and, you know, the urgency of great stops. And, you know, we talked about how do you get better at these kinds of blinds? Well, Rex said it best. I do best what I do most. So you've got to push yourself. You've got to challenge yourself with some of these endings. We started, you know, when I had bigger groups, I still would try to single plant blinds instead of having big piles. So you had to get good at reading endings. To me, if I had a cool rainy day, I used to do this all the time, and I think it was one of the most valuable things. I'd put a tent up, and I could do a 9-leg set of blinds, keyhole in these trees. That blind we're doing would be one of them. But I'd probably have one to the right and longer, and I'd have one to the left and longer, and I'm, you know, and you're just gonna, and in the course of a day, if you run, well, let's just say you ran a couple dogs, but if you ran one, you run 9 blinds, you're probably gonna blow 60, 70 whistles. You're gonna have that many reps on working on timing, working on sharp sits, working on interpreting what cast to give, being wrong and then adjusting. And if you run more dogs, you just get an incredible amount of experience.
well, and a lot of that too. There has to be a balance in there of what, you know, you got a very experienced advanced dog and you got an up and comer. So do you have some decisions to make on sometimes you let them roll a little longer even though they're not on the perfect line to get that momentum versus having that perfect literal cast that says they're taking that line beautifully, you know.
And so maybe you're having trouble getting a cast.
Yeah.
Then I say, I don't care about the blind anymore. I got to work on this one thing. So I might pick up a different blind. I might just get a cast and once I get the cast, I might enjoy it. All right, here we go. We're rolling again.
Here we go.
They're not wasting any time.
Like Lyle and Breck. It's like you saw both the marks really well.
Paul Sletton's national champion. I think it was Hunter's Run Boo Boo. And maybe a good chance this dog is out of that dog. There was a dog early, you know, wanted to be right, and the handler finally got a left-handed cast, then he couldn't get a right-hand cast. You know, so sometimes when you have that, you're like, okay, let's see how Lyle manages this.
Okay, he's getting right on that left edge you're talking about.
Yeah, I said that big tree would be my left corridor at the midway mark. It's the
didn't
second
look like
tree
he got
from the
the
right
cast he
side,
wanted.
at the midway mark. But when I
didn't get the cast he wanted again.
I said the best way to get into the wind cast is not have to cast into the wind. I mean, so manage it earlier, you know. And that sounds, oh yeah, that sounds great, but it's true. You win the argument before you get there. Okay, now I tell you, whatever he did, he lit a fire under him there, didn't he?
Yeah, he gave a hard verbal back. There's that check down spot talking about.
But you see that it's friendly on the right. You're gonna, put yourself where you're gonna make your next cast easier. We just talked about that. Said the good handlers, you go to almost waypoints along the way. Let me get to here and get from there to there. Now you got to. I'm not talking about being offline, but I'm talking about there's.
Well, you're setting. You're. It's almost like in football, and you're setting up that final play to get in the end zone, and you need or kick that final winning field goal, and you're trying to set this play up to put you on the right position in the field to kick from the angle you want to kick it in. So.
There or not, but this dog knows where that bird is.
Yep. Bingo.
Listen, if you had footage of me running all the landlines and all nationals, I could pick it apart myself. So I mean, just because I start to do this, I'm just.
But wouldn't that be fun?
Oh,
if you had that to go back and utilize. Like I say, game film.
Without a doubt.
Yeah, you can learn a lot from that, whether you're watching yourself or anybody else, but particularly yourself.
So look at Lyle moves up for. I don't know. But he's doing it for a reason. Well.
So when you're at the mat down there, you're in a ditch. So a lot of the handlers, the first thing they're doing as soon as that dog takes off, they're getting out of that ditch and getting up on higher ground.
Gives you a little better view.
Right.
Okay, that makes perfect sense.
And they told us, there's 2 spec decoys down there. You can move left and right all you want. Don't go any farther forward than
right there.
that one right there. But you can see there's a little depression there, a little ditch, and that's where you're actually taking off from.
It doesn't affect it here, but a little ditch like that can be a significant factor. Angling it on a blind. I mean, look for those little things.
Right off the bat, the dog's having to come out. Making a little decision right off the bat for him.
You're trying to
hold your line.
All it takes is that little tiny depression to deviate. Okay, Mr. Demers, he's been birds on blackbird.
Canadian.
CFC. Then sometimes you'll see CFC, but that's when you're in Canada, you see that right there, FTCH. And in Canada, unlike the U.S. trials, they don't shoot any live birds in Canada.
Oh, they don't?
They're all dead birds. They don't. So the Canadian field trials are all dead birds. And the clubs get permit to hold and shoot more wild birds during hunting season, and they get a certain amount, so they'll stockpile a freezer. Okay.
So Michael's trying to keep that dog right on line.
He's keeping that whistle in his mouth, and I like to prop it up like he's doing it, because that green mount, it'll tend to angle and point towards the ground if you're not careful. Okay, let's see what he's doing. Michael looks like he's...
Good whistle there.
Well, I love it. Let's see if it pays off. He goes with a big silent there, though. That to me, all right. Goes with the verbal on the right, but he's just okay.
The dog punched right through all the muck.
Well, and I love the way he managed that. And
he did a good job there of keeping that dog right on the line all the way, and then right there at the end.
Not just because it looks better than the judge. It's just right there. There you go. So they've been pretty tough on some of the. When you've gotten left, in front of those trees. They beat
I think
you up
they
pretty
have
good.
I think they have a picture out there of where they want to see that dog at.
It's the combination of being there, and then you don't get a cast from there. You're stockpiling up some cast refusals, and you're not online. Boy, it's just, and it's, again, it's 2 strides, and then before you know it, you're over there. And you look at that distance, it's not very far.
No.
Look at that.
No.
There's the real, that's the real view, but it's,
Again, you talk about the importance of a good, crisp, quick sit.
oh. Like I said, that's when blinds fall apart. First thing, almost always the first thing to go is stopping mechanics. The kid's got getting a little bigger arm because it was at that last tree, now it's a little further. But
That or we got a good bounce.
that's true.
Once again, you know, good marks. All these dogs, these last several, all of them are doing a nice job on the marks, and the only scoring difference is really what's happening on the blind.
And the blind.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, and this will, if he goes out and hits this left bird, it'll be that compared to what Lyle just got will really tell you a lot, won't it?
Yeah, because he did a really good job here
His
keeping his
ending was
dog right
right.
on line. Really good spot. Bingo.
Okay.
Again, that ought to be a pretty darn good score.
Yeah, it sure will. So what did Lyle get? 40?
I think 50 something.
50 something. Okay.
You know, we were talking earlier about how soon do you know, that you think you have something special in a puppy. And
Oh, yeah.
We're talking to Stephen Durrance once, and Stephen said, listen, I don't know how to tell you to pick one, but I sure know one when I see one.
Yep. Oh, yeah. I've heard that used in different connotations, but I'll tell you, I've between picking puppies and, I mean, because when I was really active professionally, I had a lot of clients that wanted to buy mid-range, dogs of 2 and 3 years old. And so you felt a lot of responsibility. You had 2 weeks to evaluate an athlete, and I thought, like, you look at these scouts, they can't evaluate a
They spend years
kid
doing
in
it.
college, and they got millions of dollars behind it, and I've got 2 weeks to evaluate talent, and it's hard. But one thing I learned is some of the dogs that gave me the best first impression were the biggest disappointments, and the ones that didn't wow me, I can name a bunch of them, turned out to be special. Now,
What do you when you're evaluating a dog that age and at that stage, what are you really looking for? The top 2 or 3 things that you're really looking for.
well, I think I'm going to answer that with another quick little story. Boy, we're getting some millbirds here, aren't we? I'm in a restaurant in Greenville, South Carolina, and I look over, and the guy's sitting next to me, he's got a Seattle Seahawks emblem on his shirt.
Okay.
And I said, "What's up with the Seahawks emblem? You're in
29.
29. There you go." And he said, "I'm a scout from Seahawks. I'm down here, a quarterback scout." Oh, I said, "Oh boy, this is going to be interesting." And my first question to him, I said, "What's more important?" I look for, you can. There's some discipline aspects. You're looking for, and I call character just a dog that feels like not honest in the way of being in the water, and if they'll try, I can teach them a lot of things.
Right. That's the key. I would think with that character is what you're talking about, that dog that's willing to be compliant and willing to try. Because if you got one that's got the right attitude and willing to try, you can teach them an awful lot.
And sometimes desire and enthusiasm can mask that quality of character. But once I see them respond to some rules, I start to get a better feel for that. And then there's no substitute for good marking.
No.
And intelligence. So I mean, you start to see that. You don't necessarily see it in complex tests. You see it in singles and some things like that. They just seem to have the it factor. All right, here we go.
Okay.
There's almost a color change line right there. I think
see
right
it?
from here
Right
is the most
there.
critical time. This is when they...
There's that open color, and then you get back to the dark again. But right now, they're right in the middle of that open color.
I love these whistles here he's putting on them. You could be a little patient on this right side, because you're going to get too much here. You're guaranteed to. Okay, but he got him stopped there. He's looking. See the dog's looking at him. And I could see him hop that end of that log, and that's the same log it's playing on. Nicely done.
Again, at the end, did a good job of keeping him in that corridor. Now, early
you're
on,
thinking,
the first third of it, he was outside to the right once and outside to the left once. You want to see how the judges are going to handle that.
I like that blind.
Yeah.
I really did. I mean, it's one of those. He might have been a little more patient when he was on the right, because he blew a couple whistles where I thought, I think he's going to bend left, but I'm talking 2 points.
Yeah.
I mean, that's where I'm saying, like, and you know what? You're trying to downshift there.
Yeah, he did a really good job.
You know, you're trying to stall his momentum. Momentum is your enemy there.
Yeah.
You know, because that punches you out of there, gets you behind the trees. So you're really trying to control all that energy that got you up to that point. So I loved how he managed that.
Did a really good job at the end with a few whistles to just stay right there where we needed to keep him.
So we talked about, wasn't it Lyle's blind versus Mr. Demer's blind, right? Probably was a 20-plus point difference. 20,
well,
right?
There was, yeah.
Because you 29.
29 versus 53, I think it was, something like that.
So
25 something.
And that's going to be, that's going to make a big difference in whether you go to the third or not.
It's crucial. Because like I say, for quite a while now, these dogs are packed in here pretty tight score-wise.
I don't know about you, Mike, and you probably got this way in your sports world, but when I got into some of these, I didn't see anything but me, the dog, in the end. I mean, I didn't hear the gallery, I didn't hear the judges.
No.
I felt like I was in a white room.
You're in a tunnel.
Is that what is that like when you pitched and you got into those things? I mean, that's just that zone.
When you get into that zone, you know, that's where you want to be, because you are so focused and you're just laser focused.
There could be a bomb blowing up. I mean, I just wouldn't feel it, hear it.
Wouldn't have any idea.
Wow. I understand, but that bird is got a beacon on it all of a sudden.
I mean, you know, my mom and dad was at every game. I can tell you, never heard him one time.
Yeah. Well, there you go. That's
never heard
I just
him one time.
And I don't know. Is that something that just happened? You learned to do, or your concentration? But it's something I noticed that I
think you have to have the ability to be aware of everything going on around you, and it's the same in this sport. You have to have the ability to be aware of everything going on around you. These little subtle wind shifts, little things like that. But you have to have and to anticipate and look ahead of what's next, what's coming. But at the same time, you can't get lost in that. You have to have the ability to zone in and focus on the now, right now.
Carter's wearing? Remember we talked about the...
Color.
Leave it to Carter. He's going to have something fun and interesting. He's got some sort of funky duck emblem on the back of his handling. He's got a kind of a lighter colored camo. And I have to admit, it's a little bright from this angle.
Brighter, a little old school
I don't know what it
camo.
looks like. Yeah, you're right, it is. Well, you know what? We'll find out when we see the dog respond to the casting.
But if he trains, if he trains...
That's what
with
he's
that,
used to looking for.
Used to looking for.
That's what he's used to looking for. So what he does, Carter does something. He has a whistle on a lanyard and a whistle in a hand.
He's got a 911 whistle.
Yeah.
He's got that emergency whistle if he needs it. It's loud and bold.
Yeah. Now, is it... Bill Totten was a pro, and he was the first guy that started doing something like that. And you see he's got one with... What happens if you blow both of them at the same time? Is that legal?
Oh, yeah.
But I don't want to be over there.
Each one of them
I tell you, I don't want to be over there.
No. He's fighting him. I'm still wanting to go left on him.
I'm telling you, if you don't win the argument before you get past the halfway point, it's awful hard to win it. Look at, but there's an instance. I just think he didn't. I think he's, to me, when I see that, hey, the dog doesn't want to take that cast anyways. He's going to get the blind, but I know it's not what Carter envisioned going up there and doing.
No, and essentially, how many cast refusals did he get?
Well, you can see it in his face because when
he
he gets it right, he's got
knows.
a huge smile on his face.
Yeah, he knows. I mean, he fought that dog all the way out there trying to get him right, and really couldn't get him there.
But you mark my words, that's only going to inspire him. He's got some big numbers, great scores, low numbers, and.
But he tried. He went to early whistles here, and he tried to get
dog
the
just
dog back
right.
where he
I mean,
go.
You're right.
It's one of those. The dog just wasn't quite zoned in with him and cooperating. But Carter was trying. He knew he was out there on that left edge, and he was trying to get him back in the center of the fairway, and just couldn't do it. It wasn't for lack of effort.
Oh, I mean, I don't think Carter and lack of effort are even in the same. There you go.
35.
Did you see? Didn't he have like he had a white jacket and he had like one in one hand and he put it on and he was stripping them off.
Yeah, he couldn't quite get it all the way off on the left side, and I wondered if his armband was tight enough he couldn't get it off, because it looked like he was trying to totally get it off yesterday.
Like a tearaway jersey, just like. And then he came up. Didn't he do this in short sleeves?
Yeah,
I thought Carter's going to go bare chested. He's going to rip all the shirts off. No shirt, no shoes.
Carter's trying to throw a little body English in here.
Wind stalled a little bit.
It's died again.
It's just. I don't have a good feel for where he is. Is he? Gotta be. Must be. Is he a little left?
No, he's dropped it. There he is.
Yeah. Yeah, he was hunting left.
He was hunting left, I think, and maybe a little short.
It's interesting why he chooses to have the other whistle not on a lanyard of some sort.
I think maybe that there's a chance maybe he doesn't get confused and grab the wrong whistle at the wrong time, so he keeps that emergency whistle in his pocket or in his hand, so he knows which one he's grabbing.
He's I tell you what, just like the dog, he's not doing anything by accident. Everything he's doing, he's got a plan.
It's well thought out. He's looking for every advantage he can to.
I tell you what, we're getting. I mean, we've got, when we were averaging 7 minutes, we're down to 5 minutes at a time.
Well, again, you're getting here to a group of dogs that ran pretty darn well yesterday, and every one of these dogs are hitting these marks, so there's not any handling going on.
But here's the other thing, that about the time that dog hits the road, the next dog's coming up, and there was a bigger delay. I think maybe they were trying to, they were talking more about their scores and stuff, but I guess the marks have been pretty solid, so there's probably not been a ton of discussion about like what it is. That's like, boom. They're making up some time now is what's going on. They're more in the 10, 11 dogs an hour mark now than they are 8 to 9, which oh, he picked up another
off there to left. Mark talking to himself up there a little bit. That wasn't what he wanted either, but he recovered from it.
He did. Probably, picked up a couple catch refusals.
Yeah.
I mean, when you go right, yeah.
Yeah, there's Carter's score, and you saw, he didn't handle on either mark, but
had a hunt on the left one, and then he had a messy blind.
He was way out left on the blind.
I don't know if I have a quarter, but these judges do.
They
There's no doubt about it. They've made a statement. And you know what? That's what I would expect. That's what I would expect.
And in this game, the way the rules work, if the penalty is going to be larger than anything that's down in writing, they have to tell us at the handlers meeting. But you could rack up a outside the corridor penalty that's not outside of the given scores, but you could get that same penalty multiple times.
Right.
Down through there.
Well, I think there's something like that going on, because that's why those scores, those dogs that are left around those trees are pulling bigger penalty points.
They are. There is definitely an alley you need to try to stay in.
It's a tricky thing too, I mean, in field trials, you don't get these scores. You don't know what the judges' corridors are. But you're looking. I'm always like, if I'm competing and I'm watching somebody there, if I'm over here, I stare at the judges. If the judges turn and look at each other, you can start to tell they don't like it. There's little things that are going to tell you.
Once again, he hit both these marks really well.
Yep.
One of the things that I always try to do, regardless if they tell us or not, I try to pick out, when I run a blind, I try to pick out terrain pieces, a bush here or a twig here, this or that, and say, I'm going to try to stay between that all the way down through there, even though they didn't tell us anything.
Right. There's two things. There's a combination of, it's smart because it's going to give me a better blind, but B, it's also going to make the judges smile more. Here's the other thing I try to look at. I said, why did these judges set up this blind? And they set up this blind because they knew the trap was on the left.
Yeah.
If you fall into the trap, they're dinging you a little bit.
Well, look at what we just came off of yesterday, and that big key mark out in that wide open field and wide open pasture. And you look out through here and you see this long corridor way up through there.
Maybe that.
And at the same time, if you get through the trees on the right, that could be a disaster too.
Yeah, I mean, so I tell you what, that last dog completed, and he moved up in 4 minutes and 22 seconds. We didn't have anything. We had one dog at 5 minutes. At 5 minutes yesterday. They were all 7, 8 minutes a dog. So.
This dog's a nice dog. Has won several events. I believe he had the pro.
Was this the dog? Nice. Well, they don't give those open wins away.
Yeah, and I don't know that JC got the open win, but I'm talking about in the open division of,
right.
of the SRS.
Oh, with the SRS. Okay,
Yes,
I'm
the
sorry. I
open
thought you were
division
talking
of
about an
SRS.
open all age.
No.
Okay, well, there's that tree.
Critical end right here.
Oh boy, yeah. This is a. I like where he is. He's just, ooh. Okay. The handler did something here. I saw him. You couldn't see him on camera. He gave a real straight up cast, and the risk of that is he dipped his opposite shoulder. He went like this, and the dog. I think the dog moves on the drop of the torso.
Saw that as the first movement.
And we always said, micro step. You got to shift their weight. Your body's got to follow your arm. Now, he saved it.
He did. He
beautifully saved it.
Saved it really well. But to your point.
But I watched him. I said, man, he turned the wrong way, and I could see the handler, and I could see just his left shoulder dip. He went like this.
That dog's
it was just a bot.
That dog feeding off that first movement. Again, we're getting into the little details.
Yeah.
That make a difference.
That's right.
What are we looking at here? We're looking at a lot of dogs that are packed in here really tight with scores that are in a little detail may mean the difference of where you're sitting in the next round or not.
You know, my technique is, if I want to give a pretty straight up cast, just as I blow, I shift all my weight to my left foot if I'm giving a right-handed cast. So I'm pushing off that foot. Even if I don't step, I shift from left to right with the arm, so my torso follows that. I don't drop the other shoulder, or I make a subtle micro step. But it's just because it's which way they turn here is going to make a pretty big difference when you're in that real tight corridor.
Carter's going back to his blackjack.
A little bit bigger hunt on this.
He's got that whistle in his mouth.
He's going to get it there.
I think he just got it.
Okay. They feel really consistent.
Well, yeah.
The scores feel. I mean, I'm.
And you know, believe me, these guys that are coming up, they're watching all of this. They're sitting back here. They're studying like crazy of exactly what they need to do based on what they're seeing. And again, that's kind of a neat thing about the way the SRS does it with running in reverse order. It's rewarding those people who had better runs in the first series. You get that advantage to watch an awful lot of this before you go to the line. You get to watch an awful lot of game film and see how they're reacting before you go to the line, and you've earned your spot to that. You know, that's why it's so quick release. It really makes it.
Okay. Too bad you couldn't run test dog now. It's a lot better. All right, we got some scores here. All right. All right, well, here we go. Well, there you go. You're looking at the ones that, at this point, that most of these dogs aren't. Well, we'll see.
That 101's probably in pretty decent shape.
Right. 96, 79, 85, 7.
But you know, if I remember right from yesterday, there we go. There's a 91. From yesterday,
Yeah, so you've got some great low numbers at the end here that are going to eat up some of those spots that may make some of those 100+ numbers not make the cut. First thing Carter does is reach in his pocket, grabs his back up. It's like a safety parachute.
Oh, that's his 911 whistle. That's that emergency.
Has he always done that?
I think he's done it the last couple of years.
Well, when you're doing something that's working,
Well, that's, again, it's that emergency that you didn't do what I told you to do, and you're out there 200, 300 yards away.
was it green? Was it on the whole time? Mike, I think where's your microphone is full. That's what happened. All right. Mike was saying all this brilliant stuff, and I think his mic fell off his shirt, and we lost control. Thanks, guys, for pointing that out in the booth. Uh-oh, Carter's in that bad spot there.
Yeah. Here we might see that 911 whistle.
We got a big firm here.
Boomer yet.
He's got a couple of these guys fighting him pretty good, hasn't he? Well, this guy didn't get the bird.
I don't think he got it.
You see his tail over in the trees there, and he kind of
found
his way to it there. And
again, there could be some costly points there at the end that,
I mean, that's been
you sure would love to have
case,
back
right?
at some point.
Exactly.
You know, I heard you and Chris talking yesterday, you know, and him talking about so many clients calling him, you know. You know.
It is.
Why wouldn't you want
is.
something like this to go hunting with?
Their ability to figure things out, get out of trouble, stay with you.
Carter's ready.
What I feel as I watch Carter, I think he's trying to get him for his low score dogs.
Well, I think, you know,
he's had a couple little bit sketchy endings on that blind, and that's not.
Well, again, these guys, they know how crucial every little point, is, and you know, when you get to a certain point here, you just hate to give away anything, you know, because you know there's people coming.
You bet. Okay, there you go.
Yep, nice run from Mr. Tim. Yeah, this dog's over to the right.
That's where they wanted to be a lot earlier.
But found the gun station, now he's just going to jump right out there and get it. Again, that's a different test than what was earlier. But maybe that ditch had some water running in.
All right, here we go. Guns up, guns up.
That one.
back on here. Stephen and Abby.
All right.
Abby's been a very consistent performer for several years. Getting up there in age a little bit now, but she is certainly a very capable dog.
With a pretty bit.
Her and Stephen have been together for a long time.
Good looking dog. In a nice methodical.
You see how these guys have gone to school here.
I'm sure he had that little clump of burdocks there.
Mm-hmm.
He knows how to use the voice early in that cast because he wanted to emphasize going more rearward than anything. Now he didn't get the turn he wanted.
Nope. You're out there on that left edge.
I think this is
crucial
to me,
cast.
This is almost more because
trying to keep them in that window.
See, this is where it's hard to get a right-handed cast in that area. Really hard. Look at, most dogs aren't giving it. You got a little
There,
something
cut
there.
in front of the tangles now.
But she's not. But she's. Goes to verbal, but that verbal
bounced off that cover, went left.
Well. I'd like to set up a left verbal, not a right verbal. See?
Dog made a good
no, but he needed one there. I mean, again, this is one of those deals where we could see. She's all the way over by the.
That's trouble.
I tell you what, I am enjoying this land blind. I mean, there is so much happening here.
Oh yeah, and almost all of it is that last 25% of it.
Right in there, right from that color change line.
Mm-hmm. There's a lot of decisions that have to be made right there by the dog.
Right.
A lot of decisions. Not only by the dog, but by the handler at a crucial time.
I mean, you see it. Look, I mean, I don't know if it's a shadow or just a change in color of the grass, but that right from there on, the blind takes on a whole different complexion. I always loved running a blind when the dogs ahead of me were having trouble.
Why is that?
It put me in a just
more alert mode, attentive mode?
Yes. When the dogs were having good blinds, it lulled me to sleep a little bit. But when people were struggling, I mean, I can feel the energy, just the intensity. I mean, you know.
It really made you zone in more, knowing that I've got to buckle down here.
Yeah.
Yeah, I can see that. You know, every dog in front of you keeps walking up there and breezing through it. You can tend to get a little nonchalant about it.
But I watched the end of a blind like that. I said, to me, I needed to see that if I'm running now. Now, it may happen to me too.
Well,
but it's gonna. I know my reaction time is going to be faster.
Well, it goes again. If you're really attentive and paying attention in that on deck circle, you can see some of the traps and pitfalls that can happen so quickly right there at the end. And like I say, it does put you on your toes. You may not be able to do anything about it, but it won't be because of you.
Right.
Pat, do you ever read anything into, we have all ages of dogs here. There's always different speeds and different things like that. Do you ever read anything to, your dog, how your dog comes back, any body language and stuff?
Without a doubt.
Your dog comes back.
They don't do anything by accident. Nothing. So everything
is telling you something.
I know you could overwhelm yourself, but And I never liked it. I said, you watch your dog all the time. Don't turn around to get rid of the bird. You stare at him. You can get rid of the bird on your own time. You can. I watched a couple people drop it on the ground, and then when it was good, they could pick it up and put it in the bucket. But just now, so being aware of every move, I think is just, it's just too valuable information that you need to be aware of. You may not do anything about it, but you start to see a pattern develop, and it tells you you can make adjustments.
This dog's really putting Steven on the spot here to decision time of do I help or not, knowing that if he helps, she's probably in trouble.
She's worried. She's got that little, she said, I don't know about this. Now, I know they got a great scoring sheet, but it does feel like when the dogs are hitting this feels like worse. And early, we saw a lot of this. But now he's having a handle. And it's been quite a while since we've had a handle on the mark. But
yeah.
Abby she wasn't feeling good about that. Her hunting pace slowed down. She got a little bit nervous.
Yeah.
So it's 5 o'clock on the nose. They didn't run. They never ran to 6 o'clock.
Well, we have, sundown's around 6:25. Yeah. But we have pretty even lighting.
Yesterday
pretty much the lighting's been the same all day, and
And day one, there were some shadows that kicked in.
But with this overcast like it is, it's going to get a little darker quicker in a little bit.
If I'm here, I want to run now.
Yeah.
Jay Sweezy, an old pro, told me, he said, you know what the conditions are now. You don't know what they're going to be in the morning.
That's right.
No, you don't. Not like run, but I want to run now.
And conditions like this, and we may run into it in future series coming up here, where you're down to that final 18 or that final 12, to where you say, okay, we have enough light to continue the test, but we don't have enough light to get through 24 dogs. So we're going to get together and make a decision. Either all the AMs run, since they'll all run under the same conditions, or all the pros run, so they're running. And even if we run in the morning, everybody's running in the same conditions.
I thought that was a brilliant move last year when they did that. I haven't seen it yet. Have we seen it yet?
No.
Well, here's the High Point amateur dog, is it this year? Right?
Yes, yeah.
This is
Team of the Year, yeah.
That won the
Team of the Year.
Team of the Year. She's got a little routine. She kind of stretches her arms out.
She's getting those sleeves ready to
cast. In the
cast.
handler's crouch. Gets her hat off. So she goes in a little bit of it.
That's that little bit of, come on, sit down now.
Well, she's kind of using her body to match her arm. She bends over a little bit, and it's a dance.
Well, she's put herself in a good athletic position to be ready to make the
shoulder
cast.
width. You're right. You're in that.
And the dog auto cast.
Well,
on
but
her.
she moved a little more there. You might have saw that motion. Most of the time she gets in that stance before the dog turns around. But this is a good spot to be now.
She's going to ride it out or blow a whistle?
No,
she's going to ride it out.
It may pan out. I can still see the dog.
Oh, got a nose right there.
Well,
she gambled and paid off. Saved her a whistle or two.
She's making sure the dog's got the bird.
Yeah.
She pops up. Does she have binoculars with her?
No. I think she's still a little unsure, but now she's got to watch, make sure there's, the dog doesn't run over top.
Well, because she picked it up and it came through.
Yeah.
Well, good. I mean, I tell you what, there's nothing worse than turning around thinking they have the bird and they don't. And you'll do that.
I did that once, and I'll tell you that story in a second, and it cost me dearly.
We've all done that once.
It might have cost me a crown championship. We were in the semifinals in Huntsville, and this was in an era when only 12 dogs period went to the semifinals, not 12 pro and 12 am, 12 period.
Oh.
And there was only 2 ams in the 12, and we had a series that, to that point, I mean, I think there was 8 dogs that run before me, and then and nobody had picked up this one bird clean yet. And Jeter, my chocolate dog, cut across the water and was right at the spot of nailing it, and put his head down right where that bird had been, tail cracking, like I got it. And even the judges said, very nice.
There you go. That's what you got to guard against.
And I turned around to say something to him, and all of a sudden one of them said, and I blew a come-in whistle. And all of a sudden the judge said, Mike, he don't have the bird. And then I turned around and thought, I panicked, and I racked up about 150 points after that, because the dog thought I was not supposed to be in there. He called me away I couldn't poke him in there for nothing after that. And even though I got second in the crown, it blew my chance out of the water of having a chance to win. And after that, Pat, I hardly ever blow a coming whistle when they pick up a mark anymore. They know where they're coming. But yeah, I heard you speak about that earlier. And again, he was right, just like that, the tail cracking right there. And I just thought he had the bird, and and bingo, he didn't have the bird.
I tell you what, I watched Lee last year. She's got a different feel about it.
She's become a real student of the game, and really, really, really has studied the heck out of what she needs to do to play here, and she works really hard at it, and she's done it.
She has a presence now that you can tell.
Yeah.
And it gets contagious.
And she stayed last year in that final series and was one of the gunners, one of the Bubba gunners, and watched every dog, watched everything. I mean, she's become a real student, and I've listened to her on a couple interviews and podcasts, and it's she made a conscientious decision a couple of years ago that says, I want to be there and on that level, and she's really worked at getting there, and she's put herself there.
There's no shortcuts.
No.
All right, we got some numbers up here. Well, again, there you're looking back at your open division. Low score there is 153, then a 161.
Yeah, I don't think those are going to cut.
I don't think those are going to play after this. But now you go. There's your 98.
There's 4 under 100.
You got 4 under 100 there. You got one right at 100. So now you're going to start to see that.
There's 5 at 100 and below. Let's see what this next screen looks like. 6, 7, 8, 9. There's 9 at 100 and below.
And how many we got left? I mean, you got to believe that. I think it's going to be 100. I mean, I would guess 100 or under. That's going to take to go.
1, 2, 3, 4.
I guess you got to figure out how many professionals are left, don't you? And Mike's doing that right now.
$17 more professionals to go.
17 more. We got 9 under 100 or under. You change your theory on
the pro division. It's we might be looking at 80 or less, maybe.
Yeah.
I still not bounced off my position on the AM side yet. But
I did I'm trying to think when I did it. I had an expert insight series that I did interviews, and when I interviewed Danny Farmer.
There's a 21 for Lee.
Oh,
Leah.
Nice
Great
job,
score.
Nice job. Well, you could tell she was at her best there. The Danny talk was, I mean, I don't think there'll ever be a professional. I just don't think it's like his longevity factor will ever win more than Danny, ever. And then he is the ultimate gamer. And so the discussion was about, what do you do? How does Danny think? And he talked about a lot of what he does for himself. It was really interesting. And he, and the one thing Danny does, he may be joking around a little bit, but when he's at his truck, he doesn't miss seeing a dog. He said, I know, I've got an internal leaderboard. I know where things stand. I mean, it's just some of his routines.
Well, it's that paying attention to all the little details, and it becomes so crucial, and I don't care what arena you're playing in, whether it's athletics or the dog world or corporate America. They're successful people, no matter what the arena, they all have some basic things in common. And they didn't get there by accident.
So
it's not given to anybody.
The masterclass series that I've kind of hosted, my last one, I'm interviewing Fonzie Bassan from South Africa.
Okay.
He is one of the premier herding dog handlers.
Okay.
I've gotten to see him a little bit this year. He lives in the United States now. And I was really taken away by the ability to communicate with these herding dogs at 700-800 yards.
Yeah.
I mean, and he started to say some things. Fonzie does a number of seminars and stuff. And he said, first of all, the difference between an average and above average handler is communication. That's one of the biggest things. And he talked about, and he had some really inspiring things about pursuit of excellence and things like that. I know you would enjoy that. He was really interesting. And he said, the great people they just do the little things better than anybody else. And that's what we talked about.
Yeah.
It's not that they do the sophisticated things, they do the little things better. All right. Lyle Steinman back up there. Lyle's a warrior there. He's got some scars on his calf there.
It's like some Adidas stripes.
That's right. Yeah, he's
trying to do a little marketing.
He probably just did that to get himself psyched up, dig in a little bit. Yeah, well. You're starting to try to get a feel for all right, yeah, that dog made game on that mark.
Yeah, a little close to that mark.
But he went to that verbal, he punched him out of there nice.
Yeah, good whistle right there.
Now it's entering a different phase. Notice Lyle's keeping that whistle in his mouth the whole time. Because here it goes. It's from here to the blind.
Good cast there. Good now.
The minute you quit gaining ground is when you lose ground. He's going to come out of this now.
It's punched through those tangles and got there just fine.
He's
making sure.
He's made sure he had the bird. But
right.
These handlers got to. I mean, you can feel the intensity in them looking at them.
It's building.
There's not a lot of smiling going on.
It's building.
And they're not frowning, but they're.
We're at that stage where it's scoreboard watching.
Is he looking at us, you think?
And they know what they need to. They know what they need to be doing.
He's doing what you do.
That's right.
This is why he's won a bunch of these.
Hey, that's right.
And he wants to win another one.
These folks are competitive. A lot of respect for one another, but extremely competitive.
You bet. Look at him. What a cool looking dog.
Saw some intensity on the dog right there and just locked in.
It's big. Ooh.
Get on back there.
Sometimes when you tell them to check down and be easy, you think, well, not quite that easy.
Pat, do you see any what do you read into a pattern, and how do you change it of a dog that always begins their hunt and they begin their hunt towards you, and some dogs always begin their hunt and go away from you? And do you see a pattern associated with that, or a behavioral thing? And if so,
But I'm looking
how do you
at this
change
dog.
it?
I mean, this dog is. Well, I think when you communicate, check down, and hunt. I mean, I'm disappointed because that was a hunt, but I can't frown on that effort. When they hunt towards you on the long retired, I can change that.
Yeah.
When they hunt deep on the short retired, so it's like, well, that's the right idea, but that's not quite what I meant.
Yeah.
I think that's, it's just a little bit of a precision in the marking part there. There wasn't anything Lyle did wrong. The dog just, and he knew it was a check down bird, and he was really trying to absorb all of the scent information, and he just hunted short. And then for a minute, sometimes you wonder, is he going to come all the way in? No, he's not coming in. But,
we talk about inside out marking too.
Some dogs will run it right.
Is that a natural response, or is that a trained response that some dogs, or again, I go back to, if that is a natural response, can you train out of that response, or do you want to train out of that response?
Some of the best dogs that I've been around in history would run at the gun, at where the gun was,
find the gunner
85% of the way, and then break out.
I
think now, I can name Lottie, who won 3 nationals, Juice, who won a national, Baby was Hall of Fame dog. I just come dog after. It's the way they saw it. And in some of these real tight technical tests, it was an efficient way for them to realize what they were doing. They could relate to the gun and the bird. But then some dogs the dogs that come from outside in scare you, because they're like, do they know where they're going?
Yeah.
But then it's brilliant. Like Cherokee Rose, that's the way she ran at the frickin' bird, and it.
You take
200 all these points, and
how often do you see, to really see that, to really understand whether the dog really saw the bird and is marking the bird, and they're throwing the bird into the wind, so that inside out always gets you that bird, if that's the case.
I am going to tell you what you can do, though. Let's talk about your 8-month-old puppy.
Mm-hmm.
Well, there we go, shaker. Don't start throwing too long a marks too soon. Get somebody with a good arm and throw big, wide, flat white bumpers and get them in the habit of running at the bird, and things like that. Because you do want them to get in the habit of going at the bird. So you can promote that earlier. But you can certainly, you can train it in. If you start getting too ambitious and start throwing 200-300-yard marks with those guys, they learn to just run at the gun.
They run at the gun. That's right. That's their crutch. That's their crutch, is run at the gun.
Here we go now. This is what we got to pay attention to right here. Tell you what, they dig back, I'm not giving them a step. That next whistle's going to come so fast, because
Again, he's out on that left edge.
Well, you can see the yellow dog.
They're winding it, so you wonder now, how many folks are playing that left edge because they know they wind it. Now, I think, based on what we've seen, the scores are reflecting
Lyle,
pretty good.
So they didn't hit him terrible on that hunt.
No.
They really didn't on that short hunt.
No. Not what he wanted, but that score should probably keep him playing.
Yeah.
Because again,
what
it's
was
not
his,
terrible.
You know his?
He was in the 40s, I think.
Okay.
He was sitting at 49.
And what was that, a 37?
30, was it? I think it's 37. So he's in the 80s.
So every dog that starts coming in under. What happened here? There's somebody walking out there. All right.
What was going on?
Cameraman or something was walking out when the dog, he was getting ready to send for the mark. See him over here, standing up.
Oh, yeah.
in a little, I think they switched out guys, and the guy that went back in just wasn't aware of when he was going back in, so we had some field interference, so that dog will get a rerun.
What they'll do here is they'll rerun. They'll score. He's got to run it.
He's already been scored on the mark.
He's got to run it.
But
Right.
he's got to run the blind.
But he still has to run it. Yeah.
Because it affects. No, he's not. But they're talking to him about when he's coming back. So that'll be. Well, you know what? That was probably the best time for it to happen, because it didn't happen when he was in the field hunting. He didn't send them. He didn't have to call him back.
Didn't
He just never
affect
sent 'em.
anything.
So I don't think that'll have any effect on anything. He's going to get another look at the marks. Unless the blind gets messy and he has all kinds of trouble, but I don't think.
Yeah, he probably won't this time, though. The dog's been there, and
Well, the dog's Buffalo. You wouldn't want to. Now, almost always in the world of field trials, that dog would run at the end.
go all the way to the end,
Yeah.
not just back 3 dogs.
I mean, if you've retrieved a bird and you virtually always go to the end.
But if you had something go wrong before he retrieved the bird, he might just come right back or go back 3 dogs.
Right. It's typical 3 dogs. In our nationals, they'll set a precedent. They'll say if your first no bird, you wait 3, second 6. Is he going right back?
It's like I think they gave him the option, and he chose to just come right back.
What do you think? What would you do?
I think right now that it's not hot. I think I'd come right back. You know, my dog's.
But the dog
just saw the marks, you know, and the dog, you know.
Maybe he just thinks it's.
Yeah, it looks like they're going to give him some water. So based on that, maybe he should have gone back a couple. I think.
I was watching her tongue out pretty.
I think Jason just feels like, hey,
God, I'd have to.
It's fresh. Everything's fresh on my mind, but.
I can see why he doesn't want to go way back.
Yeah.
Because the dogs are getting the marks good now, so you don't want to.
I think he's worried about.
521.
I think that's what I think he's worried about. Running the risk of not running again tonight.
521. They shut it down about 5:45 on day 1.
Yeah. We don't have a lot of running light left, so I think that's what he's worried about. Not running again until tomorrow morning.
Sunset's about an hour away, but I think they'll run till 6. I mean, I mean, as long as they're doing this, I'm running.
I think
the lighting on that blind is way better than it was in the middle of the day yesterday.
What they'll typically do here is once we start getting iffy, the first handler they'll start giving them option. You want to run or wait till the
and
first?
And the minute one says no, they
it's
shut
done.
it down.
They shut it down.
That's always been a little bit of a thing. Like some people say that that's the judges or the field trial committee's decision, not the handler.
Well, I've seen scenarios where the gentleman in the holding blind might say, "No, don't shut it down. I want to run now," and the guy in front says, "No, I don't want to run tonight. I'm done." And so,
and then
you tick the person off behind you. Jason's from Nebraska and does a really good job.
Yes, he does.
3 really
Yes, he
nice
does.
dogs, and again, really has become a real student and really pays close attention to things. And
now, again, he's not scored on this.
No.
But he's got to get the bird.
But he would like to survive it without a big hassle.
Well, she certainly said, well, I've been here. And some dogs are going to say, well, I've been there. I'm not supposed to go back there. But this dog doesn't look like a warrior to me.
No. The only thing Jason wanted to avoid there is just a big wrestling match before he goes and gets these 2 marks.
Right.
He avoided that, so he's...
knows his dog. He knew. She said, well, I've been. I mean, I know where this one is. You don't think they'd say you could pick which blind you want us to score?
Right now he'd like to have that
Yeah, he
option,
would.
wouldn't he?
He gonna go left? He's certainly set up. Yeah, he is. I think. No, that's just the way he.
No.
But he. But it's just. The
He
way
basically
sets
just
up.
come back and let her.
Yeah. But the way he was kind of staring, he
right.
was. But obviously, that's how he. Don't think you're doing that blind through. Okay, there, she's broke down. It's hard to see those yellow
It really
dogs,
is
isn't it?
hard to see her. See, she's a little wide out.
Yeah, she's kind of. She's breaking that way now. I think she just. Did she just get it?
I think she just got it right there.
For a
Yeah,
minute
that's
there,
not-
she looked like she was going to break into kind of a wild.
That shouldn't
loose
be
hunt,
too
and
bad.
she's-
That shouldn't be any worse, any different than
Right.
the dog a while ago that came back hunting short. You know,
Right.
she was hunting, knew it was out there.
Well, and she
somewhere.
didn't. The dog came short, made a number of passes short. She kind of made one wide one, and boom, over to it. So.
Again, she really set herself up there like I know right where I'm going.
We sent her pretty loud. But that's just the. Maybe that dog isn't really. I can't see. I guess that's
Tough to see.
No, it is. And I can get out of my chair and look, see better. We don't have a. I think she's by the bird. She got it? Right?
There she is.
Just
Bingo.
grabbed it. I think she got a little bit left for a minute.
You know, for a long time now, and any dog that gets out there, they're just going right to it. You know.
They sure are. I'm going to step away for just a second here.
Justin Hergert coming up. Like we have Justin Hergert and Chief coming up. Got a good look at that first bird. Chief was coming into this round sitting with 47. Justin trying to line her up for the blind. Good early whistle. Justin knows where he's trying to keep her. And we're getting into that critical zone right here. See what decisions are made. Good cast right there, right at it. Uh-oh. Dog has popped out and way left now. not where you really want to be here. Working his way back in. There, he got it, but he might have racked up a few points there. There we go. Shaker and Jason got a 48.
Was that what we got there? 48 on
48, yeah, and he was sitting on 49, so now he's just under 100 there at 97.
I hadn't seen Justin.
Justin got his dog back there to the critical spot in 2 or 3 whistles, and then he shot through the corridor by the branch and then went on past it, came up way on the left side of all the big trees out there.
So
and
did he miss it on the right?
No, on the left. But it shot through there and then came out on the trees and ended up way deep left, and had to bring him back in. He recovered, but he ended up back there kind of in no man's land for a while.
Not what he was looking for.
No. The dog shot through the gap between the vines and the branch, but rather than wind the bird, it didn't. It shot right on past it.
Well, yeah, sometimes, you know.
So it got it there in great shape, and then it got a little hairy. I think he senses that a little bit here, knows he really needs to hit this bird good.
Yeah, it feels, these are the areas that it feels like you're on the bubble here. You're gonna, like, you hiccup here, you're gonna give, because that number on his sleeve could be the key, the over-under. He's got 87 down there.
They got the marks in good shape. We'll see
Oh,
how
he just,
bad.
you could tell he said,
Yeah. He knows he gave up some ground on that blind, and it was all at the end.
well, that's what I said sometimes, you know, you see a dog, okay, here we go. We're looking at the amateur division. Okay, well, again, these are the higher scores.
Yeah, so far, no one under 100. There's a 101
there with Satchmo. That was like, and he had a great score on this one. So we got
3 under 100. You really probably only have 4 or 5 under 110, but let me count up how many AMs we have to go. Oh, there's some more, and then there's several.
So you got 4 more there. What's with that? 7 or 8 then now?
7 or 8 under 100, and
you've got some really strong amateur scores. How many amateurs left, do you think?
1.
Bobby Wills, legend.
We have 8 amateurs left to run.
Oh. And we've got 8 under
100.
Well, it's going to be over 100 then.
Like I said, I think it's still going to be flirting with that, right somewhere
Because if
between
all
that
8 are under 100, you still got 2 more spots.
110 or 120, 110 or 120, probably closer to 110.
Like that 101 with Satchmo with that 29.
See that?
Yeah, that's that. You got to be. That's yep. I agree with you. That first burdock thing. That's just right between him and the dog, and you see a number of them have made sure they're right of that.
Believe me, Mr. Bobby's been back there. He's been watching, and he's dialed in. He knows what he needs to do.
Oh, now he finally shifted this. Look at that dog. I don't know about him. Come on, buddy. Come on. This is crunch time right here. That's a
good,
great whistle.
Good whistle.
That is
keeps
a
him
great
on the right
whistle
side of
there.
those vines, hopefully.
This is where you funnel. Well, you got to get the cast to match the whistle, though, don't you?
Now you don't know what happened to him. There he is. Bingo.
Okay.
Okay, you know, that ought to be a pretty good blind.
So number 1, he was the final dog to run, huh?
He was yesterday.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Right.
And again, the majority of all that on that blind.
So what did he? Where's that put him?
I think he was at a 47.
Yeah, that's end of that blind could be the difference between him moving on.
Yeah, that's going to put him
you
just
could
under
look
100.
at him and almost tell that he kind of felt that too.
He knew. And it all went south when he was 20 feet from the blind.
That's why I say you can go from Cy Young to Sayonara.
From the penthouse to the outhouse.
That's right. That's right.
Flat.
Yep.
In 20 feet. Good mark there.
Yeah, real good mark.
Mr. Bobby's got on his game face.
Yeah, he does. Trying to get left of that decoy, isn't he?
Mm-hmm.
Or at least pinch up on it.
You know, again, from what we've been seeing, if they'll just get out there in the vicinity, they're gonna get right to it. As long as when you get out there, your first move isn't to curl right.
Yes. Boom. Right.
Boom. He likes it. That ought to be a pretty good mark. That ought to be a pretty good score.
Yeah.
He's a character.
536.
Yeah, now we have Rhodey coming up with a 46, and now we're sitting at, you know, Bobby was 47, now we got a 46, a 45, and a 44 coming up here.
Yeah.
And then we get into our scores that was in the 30s yesterday.
I'll tell you what's going to be interesting is that
okay.
It'll be interesting to see what tomorrow morning's conditions are. Because, well, I don't think they could be much more favorable than they are right now.
No, you know, they've been really good for quite a while. Rhodey really trying to make sure.
This is Laura Parrott's dog.
Yeah, Rhodey really trying to make sure that that dog saw that mark.
I go up and work with Laura Parrott usually once a year, and I remember a couple of these dogs that she had that came on here. Nice dogs. Laura's looking for the next Willie, though. She National Derby champion and National Open champion.
Which Willie?
Luciana's Fast Willie.
Okay.
Yeah, there was the
Two Rivers Lucky Willie.
Right. Laura and I were standing right next to each other when they announced the winner in that national, and we knew it was either her or me.
Oh, really?
And Laura said to me, she said, I was telling myself I had to be polite when they announced your name, right? And the dog that I had a chance to win that with is the dog that, all right, come on.
Uh-oh.
I think this is going to...
Yeah, we haven't seen one over there for a while.
But let's... Oh, come on. Feed it to him now. Beep, 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 beep.
There you go.
When he came across, I mean, that's where it's so hard to get the timing, because you got to blow before they get there.
Yeah, in order to reach them when they're in that window.
Right, because if you're a little slow, they get behind that tree. But I think he saved that guy. Yeah.
Where was that open at?
That national was in Cheraw, South Carolina, and I was running a dog named Diamond D's Klondike Ice, and there was a dog that, the funny story behind him is that a different person owned him, and just out of basics, he said, they were kind of pressing for an answer, and I said, well, you know, he doesn't look like anything that special. So they got, well, he shows back up a year and a half later with a different owner, and I said, man, that's a nice dog. And people are going, elbowing me. He says, you wash this dog out. I said, I wash this dog out? Yep. And then we won a national with him. I said, so I look a little harder before I jump to judgments anymore. Ice finished 2 nationals, and was won it open at 3.5. I mean, like I said, just the nicest, coolest dog. But he was an eyelash from winning that one. And I had a couple eyelash nails there. I just couldn't quite, and he was one of them.
You know, that's another thing, you know, in not only this game, but any game, you know, determining whether you start a 6-week-old puppy, and, you know, obviously that takes you a few years to get it up to a level to be able to play at the high levels, versus shopping around in the market and trying to find that dog maybe that isn't quite what somebody else wants, or maybe for various reasons they just you know, need to do something different, and people start buying those started dogs. He sure did.
Oh man,
that's gonna hurt. That's a pop and then a handle to the area.
Oh man, after that blind, and he jumps on that right-hand bird. What in the
Certainly
hell?
not what he wanted. He's wondering what the heck happened. Brody
Where
was sitting
in
at
the world
46.
did that come from? Well, legend.
Legend in 38. So Bobby was sitting at a 47, so puts him at about 85.
I mean, I don't know him well enough to know if that's something he does from time to time, but boy, I sure didn't see that coming. And I don't think Rhodey did either.
No, I don't either. You always wonder what you know, sometimes a metal arc out there or something, you know, make a whistle, make one of them stop, and it's like, what the heck?
Boy, he's blowing hard. That dog really kind of extends himself, doesn't he? Some discussion going on up there, I think.
I don't know, maybe they're discussing, either Rhodey's waiting to hear his score, or maybe they're discussing whether or not there was some external factor that caused a pop, you know, some noise over here in the gallery or anything, maybe.
Did he say 6-0?
I didn't hear him say for sure.
Well, we'll find out the score here in a minute.
Well, Clark here, I think it was sitting at 45.
Got a no bird.
Must have got a flat throw over there. Boy, you hate to have those now. We're getting down to this crunch time
Right,
height-wise.
exactly.
You know, Pat, while we're sitting here, you know, people that, for our audience out there, you know, you get that 6-7 week old puppy, you know, in your eyes, what's the most critical thing over these first couple of months toward developing that dog into being what we want them to be?
I tell you, I mean, I always, my puppies were out with me. When I'm out training, they're online, they're in the gallery, they're sitting around. We'd even take them out to the gun stations. We'd let them just, I want them.
Part of their life.
I don't want them to be, I want the field to be their world, you know, just,
be very comfortable. This is
fearless as possible.
Yeah.
Yeah. You know, now they would run loose half the time, and the big dogs got used to. You got to be careful, obviously.
Yeah.
As far as, but I knew the dogs that were really good with them, and the big dogs had to learn to deal with the distraction of a puppy being around. But socialization, getting comfortable just with people and atmosphere and everything, and then, you know,
exposing them.
One of the things I love to do. In place and catch a bunch of little panfish, and the puppy'd be there, and I'd flip one on the bank, and then next thing he's watching for the bobber to go down, and he's jumping in the water and just having fun and being a dog.
Having fun being a puppy.
And but I tell you what, I mean, they're doing a lot more with these puppies. Pat Nolan's got a From Pup Up thing there where they teach these puppies to go to with food, and he gets it's pretty incredible some of the things they're doing to kind of get them to learning to go to play sports and engage their brain early. And I'm a big believer in that. Now, I haven't raised puppies in quite a while, but what I will tell you is that, let's watch Clark finish this. Oh, come on,
finish it up.
Again.
Looks like he just made a hard right.
Spree was my kennel name. When I was active in Michigan. We had a 20-year career, and so there's a number of Sprees Out of the Woods, a Sprees Power Play.
Oh, yeah, a 53.
There's a 53, okay. All those dogs were puppies that I raised, just like you described. Mm-hmm. I think there were 11 or 12 field champions that we sold to clients and that stayed in camp. And all of those dogs were raised just like I described. And they spent as much time with us as possible. And they were in the field, and they didn't spend much time, when we were out in the field working, where they were in a crate. So I just, you're not going to make talent, but you are going to just get a dog comfortable. And I just wanted to make them as bomb-proof about the atmosphere in the world, and that was their life. The field was
what you're describing is how many times you see it in athletics where, the coach's son, again, the old term, he's a gym rat. He's in the gym all the time. It's the only way of life he knows. And
that's right. And that would be exactly
and
what
those kids grow up, they're so savvy. They have those instincts and stuff because, you know what? That's all they've ever been around. Right. That's their only way of life they know.
That's the way I raise puppies. Listen, people, I was a professional, and I spent all day in the field, so he was in my office with me.
That's right.
And if I had an office, that's where my puppy'd be. Yeah. He may not be in the field, but he's going to be around me somewhere. Yeah. And I would take advantage of some of these kind of advanced puppy programs. That Pat Nolan's deal, that From Pup Up is and I get a lot of great reports from people saying how valuable they felt that. Got a little course there, and this guy could train. Pat trains falcons, dogs, puppies, animals. He's one of the most fabulous, and I've watched the stuff he can do. So I would certainly, but you know what? Making it all about them, instilling the joy of going and coming.
Everything based on success,
right?
Enthusiasm and success.
And the other thing is, okay, let's see what we're getting.
He hooks back the other way. He got it.
Don't be in too big a hurry. And when you start those early programs, be thorough. But so many people, they want to make them, they want to run them too early. They want in. They want to run derbies. They want to jump in before you've got good habits instilled. I encourage you to. It's hard to undo bad habits.
Yeah, it is. It's way easier to avoid them than it is to create them and then have to undo them.
So, in your anxiousness to get them out, run them, and show them off, I just encourage people to be real judicious about that. So we're 5:48. It's interesting. Now there's some more discussion under the tent. Now, I'm not sure what the discussion is, but
I don't know if they're quite to the point of saying, hey, are you ready to call it yet or not?
If I was a handler, I certainly wouldn't want. And they're stacked up here still. I got.
There's Ron and Rip. Coming in with a 44 for a first series score. We're starting to get to some of those lower score NAMs now.
Right.
Rip's a super nice, super intelligent dog. Ron's a great handler. Oh, we got a no bird. Rip says, no, I saw him, Dad.
Heading out? Leaving? Once again, you're seeing some of that stuff at the end of that blind. Play a big role. So what went on? Do you remember exactly what went on there?
That's it, boys. All right, guys.
Ron, we'll see you in the morning.
That was it.
Yes, sir. Thank you.
Thanks, Ron.
Go back here.
All right, they've shut it down. 5:50, they had a no bird there, they're shutting it down.
Okay.
Wow, it'll be interesting. So they certainly played, you know, what I saw here is the marks, the dogs were doing pretty well for the most part. The scores, the lower, or the higher scores, the worst scores were happening at the end of that landline.
Oh yeah.
And
now, I really believe there is some places you don't want to be on your way out there.
Right. You know, when I cut my blinds in thirds and I start to analyze them, you know, I call it a pre-snap checklist, the things I want to go through, and I want to break them down into thirds. And one of the things is you got to where don't I want to be? And well,
here's some scores.
You know, once you hit that cover chain, that light, that green to the lighter color, if it were me, I'd tell myself, make sure I'm right of the far right-hand tree from there forward. And as I get closer, be right of those vines.
Right of those tangles.
And I don't want to lose sight of them on the left.
No.
I want to feed it to them.
No.
And I would just be, here we go. We got some scores coming up here. All right. 98, 1, 2, 3, 4.
There's that screen where we have 5 that's at 100 or less.
6, 7, 8, 9, 10.
There's 10.
At 100 or less. Means we got 8 more spots. 11, 12, 13.
And
well,
Clark was the last pro to run, and so that leaves us.
The last 2 guys, Rhodey and Clark, I'm sure they were hoping for more, because you wouldn't feel very comfortable unless you're probably in the low 80s. Just, I would think, even though it might be. Okay, here we go, amateur division. All right, well, again, these are the scores that are probably punching their ticket home. I know Mr. Ray Cato just said goodbye and said hello and thanks for everything, so he's going to hit the highway. And all right, well, there's our 101. That's it. That's the one we said. That was the first really good score. That was that Satchmo. 1, 2, 3, 4. 400 or under at this right there.
Yeah, I think we still have about a dozen pros to run.
5,
And we have
seven dogs right there with 100 or under. And so I think that 100 mark's going to be a.
We have about a dozen pros to run, and we have about 8 amateurs left to run.
So we think we have 18 dogs total?
20.
We have 20 dogs. Oh, that's right. What did we say, a dozen? Oh, 12 and 8.
Yeah,
12 and 8. We have 20 dogs to do tomorrow. Well, things are starting to shake out here, aren't they, everybody? I hope you enjoyed that. If you get a chance, make sure you watch to the end of that landline. There was a lot to be valued there. And well, we're wrapping it up. We're almost 6 o'clock. Thank you for being here. We're at you can see it there, the Super Retriever Series Crown Championship 2024, 25th anniversary, and presented by Eukanuba. And have a great night, everybody. And I'll be here tomorrow morning. I'm not sure who I'll be here with, but I'll be here. And thank you very much. And Mike,
Thank you,
great
Mr.
to hang
Pat.
out with you, buddy. And
I'll be on my way back to Kansas in the morning,
Mike's headed home.
So.
Well, thank you for being here. Your insight, discussion. I just felt like you and I were hanging out. And thanks for hanging out with us, everybody at home. And we'll see you 8 a.m. tomorrow morning, and we're going to pick up. We got 20 dogs left, so this thing's going to get serious in a hurry. All right, good night, and thanks again.
The Super Retriever Series Crown Championship would like to thank Shreveport-Bossier Sports Commission for the opportunity to showcase our retriever teams. We would also like to thank the sponsors of the Shreveport-Bossier Sports Commission. Super Retriever Series Crown Championship would like to thank all our gifting sponsors for their donations to our competitor teams. The Super Retriever Series Crown Championship is presented by Eukanuba. Sporting dogs give us everything we ask and then some. Their nutrition should do the same. By Shreveport-Bossier Sports Commission, we are focused on you. Louisiana Tourism, feed your soul. And by Lucky Duck Kennels.
They're partners, ready to do whatever it takes. Athletes that pound for pound can outrun, outwork, and outperform anybody you're watching on Sunday. No contract required. You don't waste that kind of potential. You train it, fuel it, unleash it. You feed nutrition that holds nothing back. The Eukanuba Premium Performance Lineup.
Training the dogs is one thing, but training the people, that's really where it is, because now they can be better to their dogs. Their dogs can trust them more, and they're going to be more successful. And I've done a lot of coaching of people at nationals, and it's really what turns me on, is putting together the dog-handler combination and helping them understand each other. And well, success is bound to happen when you can do that.
In my Louisiana, the day starts at 4 a.m. In my Louisiana, every meal is a celebration. My Louisiana really makes me wonder.
Ours is fast! With real-life swamp creatures!
In my Louisiana, music is a way of life.
My Louisiana is sheer magic.
From sunup to sundown.
Till sunup again. What will your Louisiana be? When you find your Louisiana, you feed your soul.
Buying an RV should be easy. I found the perfect RV for my family at BayouOutdoor.com. Bayou Outdoor made the whole process so easy with their great low prices.
The Imagine line of travel trailers has wonderful features. You'll find fully equipped kitchens, full-size bathrooms. Some have recliners, some have a fireplace. Come discover what the Imagines have to offer.
So stop wasting time with other RV dealers and get your family camping now. Bayou Outdoor Supercenter, Bossier City, Louisiana.
Your most devoted friend doesn't put on his seatbelt or stand on two legs. You are his keeper, and you'll do anything to protect that bond. The Lucky Duck Kennel is 5-star crash test rated. It's durable, dependable, and secure. If keeping your dog safe from the unpredictable wasn't enough, we made it lightweight, customizable, and right here in America. Lucky Duck, because loyalty goes both ways.